Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predict it with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K and I'm compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I rack it. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling, but you just still take notes cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan. Which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a Newok, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what is. Talk about free destiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can buy mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at little me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. And you don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Saw on the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3.
On MP3. STC. Shoutouts to Vic, Agnostic One, up in Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, Graphing Calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital shit, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? I am the often imitated, never duplicated Tony TGD, coming at you with another Gabbing with Geeks. Joining me today is Blinded Braille. What's up, Blinded?
What's up? I'm good. Boring week, but still pretty good.
As you can see, we have no Gary tonight. Gary is MIA. He's missing in action. Someone find my boy Gary. Also no Ninja Kitty. We're running a very, very Spartan crew here, just me and Blinded.
Mm-hmm.
I did put the link to the StreamYard if you want to jump in, talk some stuff with us. Just go ahead. Be respectful if you do that. We want to play the games that we have. We want to do the things that we want to do. It's a lot better with more people to have a discussion with. Not that Blinded does not provide us with excellent commentary. Before we get into the discussions, before we get into all the chat, hey, what's up?
He's here.
He showed up after all. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to like, subscribe, share the video. That helps the channel grow. We're almost at 400 subs. We're growing strong. So let's go ahead and get to Blinded Braille. How has your week been? What have you been up to? What's going on?
It was standard, as I said in the intro at the beginning. It's kind of boring, but yesterday I was on Rhea's stream talking about Pokemon, and that was pretty fun. So go check out that video on her channel. And I've been on other people's streams, like Aaron's stream. We talked a lot of comic books and stuff like that. So it was a decent week on YouTube, at least. So
that's always good. I did catch some of that Rhea stream. Very interesting discussion. Learned a few things about Pokemon that I didn't know I needed to know. So go check that video out. Highly recommend it. Ninja Kitty, what's going on? What's up with your week? How's your week been?
can you hear us?
Ninja Kitty cannot hear us, apparently.
Or maybe he's like muted or something.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now. I was getting worried.
My
for a second.
headset was messed
I was
up.
like, is this really Ninja Kitty or is this some fake account?
It's been cold here. It sucks.
Yes.
It's a lot of crazy stuff happening in Canada. A lot of weird stuff, but personally, not much is happening with me though.
You just been chilling and killing up in Canada. That's it.
I've been staying at home and not going outside because it's cold. Watching streams, watching videos on YouTube.
Mhm.
Yeah, hopefully, our videos, because it is the highest quality of YouTube content there is.
Totally.
My week has been very, very interesting. I'm not going to go in order of when these events happen. I'm just going to kind of lay it out. Some of the things that happened this week. YouTube sent me an email the other day. I uploaded the Celebrity Butt Challenge, as I always do. Had a nice picture of Emma Stone's very, very attractive derriere as a thumbnail. And apparently, this has violated YouTube's sex and nudity policy.
Really.
Yes. So they sent me a stern email telling me, warning me that they realized I might not have realized myself that this was a violation. So they're not going to strike the channel just yet, but in the future they might. So with that and with them restricting the videos, a lot of them to 18 plus, I think we're going to have to retire Celebrity Butt Challenge, at least for the time being. Until we can work some things out. I got to call Susan up, got to get her on the phone, have her explain to me what the hell's going on.
So let me get this straight. You got in trouble for pictures of people in bathing suits, but you did not get in trouble for having topless Carl.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jeez, how fair is that?
Completely.
Not fair at all.
Considering you can go, and I'm not telling you to do this, but considering that you can go and type in naked yoga and watch naked yoga on YouTube, it's kind of ironic that they would restrict my videos and, threaten to give me a strike, a community strike. I'm not sure if maybe it was trolls or people who just don't like the channel, reporting something and YouTube just kind of, taking action. So, that's always good to wake up to that. The other thing that was really interesting was Gary was supposed to have an interview with Andrew Teo, the man behind the company man, and Gary's phone was on the fritz. Couldn't get it charged, couldn't get it to work. So at the last minute, at the 11th hour, he says, "Tony, I can't do it. You got to do it for me." I was very, very unprepared, shitting a brick, had no idea what I was going to ask him, how it was going to go. Never talked to the man before. MIDI music, that's how I landed the interview. Actually, we're going to go into more depth as to how I landed the interview, everything, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff later on. But I'm just giving you a little taste. So Gary couldn't do it, so I had to pinch hit, take care of the interview. So that was interesting. More details later on, because there are some crazy things that went on. Some things you didn't hear in the interview. Some things that we're gonna pull back the curtain like we always do here on Gabbing with Geeks. Give you some insight. Other than that, I'm watching all of our analytics go up. I had a YouTube short that was just showing some slop that I made. For some reason, 4,400 people decided they wanted to watch that.
Nice.
So, the algorithm is weird. It's a weird beast. I don't understand her.
Question.
Yes.
How does it make you feel when you put all that effort into a nice long interview and only gets so many views, and just a quick short gets like 100 times more?
Personally,
Yes.
it don't bother me, actually. As long as I get one view, as long as somebody enjoys the thing that I created, that's all that really matters to me. I would like, obviously, more people to see the interview, more people to see the quality content, not the silly content. But it is what it is, right?
Yeah. Tends to happen. But YouTube's also been promoting YouTube Shorts a lot, so it might have to do with that as well.
Yeah, the algorithm moves in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
One does not question the algorithm gods. So we're going to have a lot of interesting things here on the show today. We got a lot of things to talk about. We're going to obviously do what product is this? We're still going to play the game. We're going to get that all knocked out for you. We're going to discuss the difference between passion and glory. You know, do you care why people create content? Does it make the content better or worse doing one versus the other? Obviously, Gary's not here, but we do still have an indie spotlight. We got that all queued up. We're going to do a little bit of the weight loss challenge update. Obviously, again, Gary's not here, so we're just going to get my side of the story. We're going to talk about Nintendo first party sales data. They released them. We're going to discuss them. We're going to go over the Sony acquisition of Bungie, the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard being rumored to be under FTC review. Nintendo, I don't know if this is a oopsie, Nintendo being Nintendo, but they blocked 3,500 videos on a YouTube channel, so we're going to discuss that. We're going to go over Boba Fett episodes 5 and 6. Like I said, we're going to talk about the Andrew Teal interview, behind the scenes, give you a little sneak peek, direct you to the interview proper. And of course, as always, we're going to be talking in television Amico, because there's some rumors floating around, some things being hinted at. So we're going to discuss that.
Salacious rumors.
Yes, that's interesting.
But like I said, and since Rhea is here, I see Rhea is in the chat. One of the advertisements I picked out especially for Rhea, I was like, this is Rhea's advertisement. I'm gonna make sure that we include it in the game just for her. But that's all we got for the intro. With that said, gentlemen, people in the chat, people watching sneakily by getting the unlisted link, just happened to come in here. We're going to be telling you, I know when I started this, I said I'm not going to be one of those guys that tells you to like, subscribe, promote the channel, share, and all that shit. But I'm guessing we're going to have to do that. In order to grow the channel, I got to bend the knee to YouTube algorithm, bend the knee to standard operating procedure. So every segment is going to have that. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to remind you, I'm going to beat it into your head to share the content, to like the videos, to go ahead and click that bell and all that other bullshit jazz. You know what I'm talking about, right? Blinded.
Yeah, the typical YouTube end card, blabble that people like to stick in.
And speaking of end cards, we're going to be putting those on the videos from now on. Once again, directing people to subscribe to the channel, directing you to another video that you might like from the channel.
Mm-hmm.
So
those are good ideas.
Hopefully these things will help us grow, because we are almost at 400, and I do want to get us as high as we can, because I got a lot of big plans, a lot of big ambition, maybe too much ambition. I think sometimes I get things in my head, ideas that I want to do that are just out of my league, but either way, I plow ahead and try to do it anyway.
Is one of those ideas naked yoga?
One of those ideas was I tried. I don't bend so well, so I don't know if that's going to work out for the channel.
Ooh.
Too bad.
Damn. We could have had Susan as a guest.
Mitty says he started using end cards too. I never bothered with them before. Yeah, I didn't either. I just uploaded the video straight. I was like, you know what? They're there. I might as well use them, right? If the tools are there, you might as well use them. That rustling sound is me getting some paper out, not for boomer notes, but for scorecard, because we do play a game here. I should have did this earlier before we got on stream, but I said fuck it. I was kind of busy doing other things. Reyes says I was supposed to work on that. I was tired from cooking and cleaning. I'm not sure what we're talking about here.
Naked yoga.
Oh.
Whoa.
Mr. 804 says, whoa, it's the world famous Rhea. Yeah, she's world famous. Everyone knows her name. You got to subscribe to her channel. Like I said earlier, pinned in the chat is the link to jump on in if you want to jump on in, discuss some things with us, play some games. We only got one game today. We're going to have to figure out a replacement for Celebrity Butt Challenge. Any suggestions, Ninja? Anything blinded you think you might be able to do here?
I would have to think. I wanted to have something that's a little raunchy, you know what I mean? But not I guess YouTube friendly, I guess. So I might have to think about that.
Chappie McChapster says Celebrity Nut Challenge.
It's a good
I'm
idea.
sure a lot of celebrities are showing their nuts, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know.
We could show the crotch, you know. That counts.
So we got 8 videos on the what product is this? One of them, I'm going to give you a trigger warning right off the bat. One of the videos might trigger you, might be a little, it's not insensitive, but the subject matter is a little odd, to say the least. Celebrity camel toe. Yeah, that'll instantly
No.
get us shut down. Eric Wells is right. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name and they're always glad you came. This is the cheers of YouTube. I like that. Sounds good. I'm going to steal it because that's kind of my shtick here. I steal other people's things, borrow it. Someone was telling me the other day, it was like a YouTube comment, something about being a fake journalist and a fake author because my book isn't real. And I said, Andy Kaufman would do something like that. That's like an Andy Kaufman move, just to release a fake book like that. Do everything in character, never really break kayfabe. And they kind of
it's a troll.
insulted us.
Yeah, I mean, it's humor. It's funny. Like, there's lots of troll books out there. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't pay too much attention.
Yeah, Mr. Beefy's right. I am the Frog King. I do what I want. Whatever. I do what I want. What's up, Andy? So we're going to go ahead. We're going to get into the weight loss update. I need to get one of those little keyboards with the buttons. So when I say update, I could do the little Robert Stack update. Steal the little gimmick from Pat. Yeah, Mitty says Tony was once a beautiful prince, but then he was kissed by a princess and turned into a frog. Yeah.
Who is the princess?
Damn. Carl?
Man, Ninja Kitty's just trying to get all the details. I'll tell you off stream. I'll tell you later on.
Oh, man.
It's not who you think it is. Don't worry.
It's not Tommy?
It's not Tommy.
Oh.
Excuse me. Dying over here. Dying of the COVID. So we're going to be talking about the weight loss challenge update. But before we get to that, I'm going to remind you once again to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with all your friends, put it on your Discord, let everybody know how great this channel is. With that said, Gary, not here. The last I heard from Gary, he said he was down about 5 pounds. He's been cheating nonstop because that's what all Gary does. All he does is sit around and eat. It's probably why he's missing the show right now, because he's just too busy chomping on the cheeseburgers. Myself,
having a buffet. That's why he's not here.
Myself, I broke down on Friday. I did cheat. I had a double cheeseburger with gyro meat on it. The meat and the burger and the cheese were not the problem. The problem was the bun. I did eat that. It was delicious. But I am down to about 232 pounds. It's about a 18-pound loss already.
Damn.
We see Beefy's in the chat. He says he's down 5. So this week wasn't great. 5 pounds is great. It's awesome. I mean, losing weight, you don't. It's not a what do they call it? It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. You We got all the way until June. We're doing this to feel better, live longer, be able to play more games. I want to live till I'm 90. I put my brain into a computer and then I take over the Matrix and like rule the world.
Oh, damn. Mr. House over here. Oh, shit.
Yeah. But if I'm dead from eating too many cheeseburgers, can't do that, right? So I will tell you that this diet is taking a toll on my mental capacity because I was dreaming last night that I was eating cake, and not only was I eating cake, I knew that I wasn't supposed to. Like I knew I was cheating in my dream. I was cheating on my diet. I'm eating cake, and I was worried I was going to get caught by my family.
Was it a naughty cake?
It was a bundt cake. It was nice and fluffy, thick. Tastes delicious. In my dream, I tasted it. It was one of those realistic dreams, and I was like, woke up, drool on the pillow because it was so delicious. So I got to do something. I got to figure out some way to get a little bit of sugar or something because I'm gonna crack. This is tough. It wasn't a patty cake, so I got to do something. I got to figure something out. Hopefully, Days Gaming is doing good on his diet. I haven't talked to him in a couple of days. Hopefully, he's getting everything squared away because I know he's still in this. And we are, as I said before, doing this for charity. We're gonna go ahead and losers all give $100 to the charity of the winner's choice. So the kids are gonna win because when I win the weight loss challenge, I'm gonna go ahead and have everybody donate to the Gamers Outreach, where they help the sick kids play video games at the hospital because playing video games makes you feel good, and when you feel good, your body, naturally responds and makes you a little bit healthier. So we're gonna get some sick kids, some video games, get them some controllers. Hopefully they don't buy no Amigos.
Hopefully.
Get them some Xboxes, something.
That's it.
And that's really, that's really all I gotta say about the celebrity weight, or not celebrity because we ain't celebrities yet. But the weight loss challenge. Shit, my mind is all over the place. All this cake on the brain. And
Oh, that celebrity nut challenge on his brain.
That too.
Oh.
But that's all I got for the weight loss update. Hopefully, Gary will be back next week so we can have a more fuller discussion on this particular topic. Oh, man. It's getting rough out here. It's rough out here for a pimp. So when are you going to join us, Ninja Kitty? When are you going to join us in some weight loss?
When I lose weight? I have an idea, but I'm too lazy to do the idea. So I was going to do a Ring Fit challenge because I have it, and it was a good exercise, but then I just never used it.
I really want to buy that, but I didn't think it was a good game. Is it?
It's okay. It's not too bad.
Okay.
I thought Wii Fit was more fun. And before that, Dance Dance Revolution was even way more fun. Better way to lose weight if you wanted to play games.
Dance Dance Revolution. So
good, especially for the parties. Oh man! Except then the room would start to smell like sweat, so that's kind of gross.
I don't really sweat, so I don't got to worry about that. I got
you don't sweat.
It's weird. I'll be working at the job. Everybody's got sweat coming down their faces. I'm not sweating. I'm like, the sweat just doesn't come out of me. Like my body refuses.
I don't think frogs sweat, do they?
I don't think they do that. We got that watertight skin. That's probably what it is.
You just eat a bunch of bugs and shit.
Jeez, man.
That's what frogs do, don't they? And jump.
And getting eaten. Yeah, I guess. Frog's life is pretty boring.
It is.
Short too.
Don't mind me. I'm just writing some things down. Unprepared as always. I don't know if
he's writing things down. He's like, must get celebrity nut challenge.
Yeah. We're just gonna go full
Tommy.
celebrity
Not Tommy.
picture
Oh, there you go,
challenge.
Tommy Lee. Eee.
Yeah. We're gonna do celebrity leaks challenge. We're gonna show you some leaked nudes, and you're gonna tell me who the celebrity is. Working
Whoa,
on that.
that will get us nuked off of YouTube.
That'll be the last show ever. Like, guys, we're going out with a bang. We're gonna have the Hope Solo leaked video.
Damn.
No.
Ninja Kitty said no, like he's seen it and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. Do not look that up, by the way. Trust me. Mr. BB says instead of butt challenge, we could do Jackbox game. Yeah, I still got to figure out how to get that all set up and organized. We're working on that, BB. We're working on it. Andy over here says he started with you guys, lost 14 pounds down to 232. Well, good for you, Andy. I'm glad you're losing weight with us. Hopefully more people get in to get inspired to be healthy, because as gamers, we do a lot of sitting around. We do a lot of, chomping on the Cheetos, drinking on the energy drinks, coffee. All that shit's not good for you. We got to be healthier because we want to live to see that PlayStation 30 where they got the fucking thing that just jacks into your brain and you fucking play in your mind.
Yeah, or GTA 6. Whenever that comes out.
Yeah. So we got some people here. What's up, Dorkside? Rhea, Mini Music. What's going on? Extra Sanderson. Sorry. Eric Wells. Rando Man. New face around here. Rhea says she got to stop that double down. That KFC double down. I haven't had it yet, but it sounds delicious.
I've never had that.
McDonald's got the mixed surf and turf now. I'm like, where's all that food coming out when I got a fucking diet? Of course, we got 804 here, Mr. Beefy, Andy, some guy named YouTube User. He says he's down 40. I think he chopped his legs off.
Jeez. Give me 1 second.
Who else we got in the house? We got Chappie McChapsters here. Max Lenartz. Somebody called SNES Cropped, who wants everyone to know that Retro Bro is pure cringe. I've seen worse. I've seen worse people than Retro Bro. So
he's far from being the cringiest.
Yeah. YouTube User says I'm not new either. You guys got to stop changing your names because, I got a good memory, but I can't remember everything. So we ready to move on to the next topic, gentlemen, or we just going to
go for it?
Yes.
Because, I can just keep writing things down.
Unless you need to stall for more time.
I do got to stall for more time.
Oh, damn.
Do I have to talk about, like, Nazis or something? I don't know how the show works. I have nothing on that.
Knock yourselves out.
I will. How much minutes do you need? 3 minutes? Sounds good.
3 minutes. Let's see what you got.
Well, I don't want to talk about the Miko because that's too easy. We'll talk about Blinded Braille. What's up, Blinded?
I'm good.
You play any good games this last week or two?
Right now, I'm just playing Pokemon and Mass Effect 2.
Like the new Pokemon?
Yes, Legends. I'm like 30 hours into that game.
What's your take on it? Since apparently it's mixed reactions.
That's the thing. The mixed reactions, I feel like, are coming from people who don't really care so much about the franchise, while like I'm pretty hardcore into it. Like, I wouldn't say hardcore, but like I would say like I'm very well versed, right? Like I played all of them, even ones before my time, right? Just like through emulation, right? But yeah, like I think this game is a massive step in the right direction. Like I don't see the hate. Like, sure, the graphics I can definitely see has an issue, like on a technical level, right? Like there's a lot of poplins, right? And sometimes I kind of wish there wasn't, because it's very useful to just like see in the distance what Pokemon is there. So you can, like, especially because there's rare Pokemons, and so you're trying to spawn in, like an Eevee, for example. So just running to the cliff and then seeing, okay, is there any EVs? No, and then like run back. That'd be super useful, but the pop-ins are just so bad. So I would agree with some people there that it's just kind of debilitating.
Is it a limit
But like
because of the hardware, or just that they could have done better even on the Switch hardware?
I don't even know. I think it's like a lot of people are saying, well, we had so many open world games on Switch, like there's The Witcher 3 on Switch, right? Um, I would say maybe this is a technical limitation, just because there's like the Pokemon are running around, right, and they're kind of their own thing, and I would assume that's kind of difficult to like, for the engine to juggle.
I think
Breath
also
of the
they
Wild,
kind of try to create those games with handheld mode in consideration.
yeah,
So when it's even lower specs than the full capabilities of the Switch.
yeah, I think I can't really tell. Like some people really just want to blame Game Freak. They just like, hey, Game Freak's been known to put out like shitty games or shitty graphics. And I mean, sure, yeah, but like it could be a technical limitation or, maybe it might get patched out. I mean, they haven't, I think there was one patch, but I mean, in a couple of weeks, there'll probably be another one. So we'll see.
But is the game like
Um,
broken?
no,
So it's
no,
more
that's
so
like a
just people
stretch.
nitpicking. People
Yeah,
nitpicking
like
and
the pop-in is not, there's a bunch of games that have
like
pop-in where you're
there's
like,
a
okay,
difference when like it just doesn't look so good. But I was reading about like Dying Light and 2 and
hmm
where it's like full blown glitches where you're teleporting and game crashing, losing that type of stuff.
yes,
I don't blame people for crapping on. But if you want the pinnacle of graphics, you don't look at the Switch. You go to like
yeah.
the PS5, Xbox Series X, PC.
Yeah, like I think some people like they just immediately that's their first impression, and so they just want to dump on the game for it. And it's like, yeah, it's a fair criticism, but it's like to be like, yo, I can't buy this game because the graphics look so terrible. It's like, what? I don't get it. You know what I mean? It's Pokemon. Like, are you there for the graphics? Like, who's ever said that? It's very
This
bizarre
is,
when
this isn't the
people
place to
nitpick.
like. If Gary was here, he would totally agree as well. Since some of our favorite games are games with just the most or like the basic graphics, like the
Yeah,
retro games and stuff. And it's just the gameplay and overall fun.
yeah, it's about the gameplay. It's always been that for Pokemon, like since the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't get. Sometimes I feel like people like to complain just for sake of complaining, even though it's not constructive or valid. Like, yeah, okay, like the graphics aren't PS5, but like, are you gonna just sit there and be like, hey, I'm not gonna buy the game for this reason and it's dog shit in every other aspect because of this one detail? You know what I mean? Like, I think even with Dying Light, I seen like a lot of people are talking about the bugs, and I think that's fair. I really wasn't interested in that game just because I didn't play the first one, even though I heard it was pretty good. But this one just looked. I heard about the production issues, and I was very skeptical about it. I'm kind of glad it got decent reviews, but the bugs are just unacceptable. You know what I mean? Like, especially after Cyberpunk, like I think these developers have to realize like what they're
It's
actually
big.
putting in.
It's similar with the GTA. What do you call it? Definitive re-releases or whatever that thing was called. Just
Yeah.
at this point, I'm losing faith in buying stuff day one and just wait.
Yeah, especially with these triple. If it's not an exclusive, I tend to wait, right? Because it's just like, why even bother? Like, eh, like especially with third party. Like, I don't even buy Ubisoft or Activision anymore because it's like the games are buggy or they're just the same, and it's just like not interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't been interested in Call of Duty or Assassin's Creed in like a decade. You know what I mean? Like when they first came out. So
Well,
Call
if
of
you
Duty is just
want,
multiplayer.
it's not.
say it again.
So Call of Duty is just multiplayer. That's the only thing anyone cares about.
A lot of people like the single player recently. Like a lot of people would be like, I would just buy the single player. I know a lot of people do buy the annual games for the multiplayer, but with the Warzone now, it's like, what's the point? Like you would really have to buy it for the single player. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we're going to go ahead to the next topic of discussion. Before we get to that, I want to say that if you want to get in on the what product is this game, the link to the live stream has been pinned to the top of the chat. We got 2 players here. We could always use more.
Do we need
We're
another
going to be
player?
getting to that. After the next segment, we're going to be getting to that. So if you guys want to get in on this, go ahead, click that link. We'll put you in.
Yes. More contestants would be great.
Yeah. Right now, we're going to talk about something that we kind of hinted on, gave you a little taste of earlier in the intro. So we're going to be talking about the Andrew Teo interview that I conducted recently on the channel. Before we get to that, I'm going to once again remind you to like, share, subscribe to the channel, get us out there, So Gary had brought the working company man to my attention. It was a game that we spotlighted here on Gabbing with Geeks. It was real good platformer, had a Mega Man type vibe to it. So Gary had told me to reach out to developers. He want to talk to them. He wants to, interview them, get some questions. So I went ahead. I went through their PR firm. They directed me to the publisher. So we got things set up. And what had happened was when I reached out to them, they're in Malaysia, right? Andrew, he's in Malaysia for his studio, his company. So, we got a time zone thing going on. So it was we were playing email tag back and forth, trying to get everything set up. The PR person was supposed to CC Andrew on the emails, but he didn't. So Andrew wasn't even aware of what was going on. So then he had to go ahead and redo the emails, re-CC him. Still got no reply from Andrew. He's like, hey, if Andrew doesn't reply to these emails, if I did something wrong, just contact him directly. So I went ahead and contacted him directly, told him about the channel, told him about, what we do, what we're into, how we handle our business. And he agreed. He said, yeah, we'll do the interview. So we set it up. Gary was supposed to conduct it. I was just going to basically be here in case his phone went out or, someone dropped out of the StreamYards, and I'd be able to bring him back in. And then, if Gary was drowning out there, I'd be able to jump in and kind of add some assistance to the interview. But he was supposed to run the show. It was supposed to be his. Gary got me a list of questions. He said, here are the questions I'm going to ask. We kind of went over it. I gave some suggestions on some questions I would ask because I had watched a few interviews with Andrew, and I read over some of the written interviews that he did in the past. So we get to interview day. It's about 7 o'clock. Everything's going smooth. Me and Gary have been communicating. 7:30 rolls around, and Gary says, phone's not working. I'm at 15% charge, and his charger is broken. So this is Gary. I said, you got to do something, man. We got to get this, He says, okay, well, I'll go get my other charger. I'll try to charge it. He goes, I can't charge it while I'm on. For some reason, when my phone's on, I can't charge it. It doesn't charge. So I said, all right, cut your phone off, charge it for like 20 minutes, come back, and you should be good. So then it was about 7:45, 7:50-ish. Andrew pops on. He's ready for the interview. I explained to him what's going on with Gary. I said, Gary's having phone issues. We're waiting for him to show up. He's supposed to be here. And so we get to talking, me and Andrew. Very nice guy. Very nice. Never talked to him before. We got along real great. So he starts asking me questions. He goes, I really never get a chance to ask anybody else questions because, I'm always getting interviewed or people are talking to me about the game. I want to know some stuff about what you do, being a games journalist, So we get to talking, and he mentions that he watched the channel. He goes, in order for me to prepare to be interviewed by you, I watched your channel so I could see what you guys were about. And that Friday, we had just publish the celebrity butt challenge, the one that had got in trouble from you.
Classy.
So I was like sweating bullets, thinking this guy's going to be like, "You're a bunch of clowns. Your content's crap. I'm only here because I agreed, and I'm trying to promote my game. You guys are losers." I'm like fucking sweating bullets, thinking, "What the hell is this guy thinking about us?" And he's like, "Dude, don't worry about it. I love the channel. It's fucking fun. You guys are having fun. Love the content. You're great, right?" So I'm like, "Fuck, big relief off my shoulders." Then we get to discussing. I told him, yeah, well, I watched some interviews with you, and I was asking him about this other game that Andrew Teal was working on. Well, like in the interview, if you watch it, it's not him. It's a different Andrew Teal. There's two developers in Malaysia with the exact same name who are not related to each other, at least as far as he knows. And apparently, when these companies, all the other publishers, all the other websites are picking up on this, they didn't realize this. So if you look up Andrew Teo, say you put company man Andrew Teo interview or whatever, you start getting the links for the other game, Ghost Lore.
Mm-hmm.
So it just seems like they're the same person, and they're not.
Oh, wow. What a coincidence. Wow. That's so weird.
I felt stupid, right? Because I bring it up to him. I start asking him questions. He's like, "Dude, that's not me." I'm like, "Oh, fuck." So now I feel dumb. Like, now I feel like, like I'm stereotyping him. Like, yeah, like all Asians must look alike because I think you're this other guy or something.
Did you do it in the Chris Tucker voice?
Oh,
So I'm like, fuck.
Rush Hour reference.
Yeah.
Yes.
He watched our channel. He knows we're fucking idiots. And now I'm thinking that he's some other dude. Oh, this is fucking great, right? This is going off without a hitch. Gary's not here. I have no idea. I wasn't prepared. I didn't think I was gonna have to interview the guy. 8:00 rolls around. Gary texts me, says, "Dude, my phone is at 5%. It didn't charge."
Damn.
So Andrew, he was a great guy. He was like, I told him, I said, "Hey, Gary, his phone didn't charge, He's like, "Well, we can reschedule, right?" He goes, "If you want to reschedule, we can, work something out." And I was like, "No, I felt bad. I got you here. You've been here 20 minutes. It took all this trouble. Fuck it. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna plow ahead and knock this interview out." And I did. I think it came out pretty good. There was one moment, and again, this was because I wasn't prepared. If you watch the interview, I said something about the art style being very reminiscent of other Malaysian games that I've seen.
Yes,
the game that I named, right, the game that I was thinking of wasn't actually a Malaysian game. It was an Indonesian game. So again, I'm like stereotyping the entire region because I am a big fucking idiot. But like I said, I think the interview was good. I think we knocked it out. Hopefully we get more developers, more people. I'm still trying to get Retro Show, who was in the chat, to come on the channel, give an interview. I want to interview some YouTubers. I think I'm pretty good at interviewing people. I don't know what you guys think. Maybe I'm not, and I just have an inflated ego. I think I'm pretty good at doing this.
I think you did a good job because it was really relaxed, and I mean, like, you don't need to make it like this big show. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a conversation. So I thought it worked well.
Well, thank you. And I did get a little bit of a sneak peek at his other game out of him. Kind of tugged it out of him a little bit.
Yes.
So yeah, I want to get some YouTubers, get some people, because there's a lot of YouTubers that make content. I'll say like show makes content, but it's usually like tutorials, how to do stuff. And it's not really personal. You don't really know his personality, what he likes, what kind of games he's into, what other things he's into, things he does. And I think there's a lot of us like that. We have content centered around a certain topic or a certain area of interest. And, the fans don't really know what are the other things that we're interested in. Who is Ninja Kid? Who is Rhea? What is Rhea interested in other than Pokemon showing up on everybody's live stream.
I have a request for your first interview.
What's that?
I want you to interview Francois because
No.
I'm fascinated by him.
While I will be looking to interview people of all ranges of notoriety, zero videos, up and comers, 2 videos, 100 videos, 10 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers, whatever. I will not be interviewing people that are obviously not all there in the head, or that are going to come out and troll. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to waste your time. So
there is one person I would like to talk to. I mean, he's a developer and on YouTube, but he's kind of growing. David Jaffe.
I actually I talked to him a couple times on Twitter. He's an interesting dude.
Yeah, he's quite interesting.
Rhea says, I'm not very complex. I'm actually pretty boring, to be honest. I bet you're not. I bet you if I sit you down, put you in the hot seat, I'll get some juicy details out of you. Maybe we'll have to, even edit some stuff out. It might be too hot for YouTube.
Damn.
But yeah, like I said, I interviewed Andrew Teo. He is the head of Forest Studio. He created the studio himself. He did have some help from his family and friends, getting the funds. But it's his dream. It's his passion. He's very passionate. When I talked to him, he even asked, he's like, do you want me to turn my camera off? He's like, is this going to be audio only? And I said, no. I said, Andrew, I heard your other interview. You're very passionate, but we didn't see your face. I'm like, your face is going to sell it, because I can just hear it in your voice that this is something you enjoy. And I think seeing your face is going to really, let people know that this is not, a money grab. This is not you trying to, break into the industry because you think that it's a way to make money. It's something that you love, something you're interested in. And I think it worked out well.
Yes.
Mike Garcia says, did he see your face? No, he did not see my face. It's going to be one of the big mysteries of YouTube.
It would have been a frog at a table with a mic. That would have been hilarious.
Yeah. Show says also boring. You're not boring. I'm telling you, you people are not boring. You think you're boring? Trust me, these people are not boring. I'm probably the most boring out of everybody here in the chat and on the panel. I'm probably the most boring out of everybody. Believe me. That's why I interview other people and they don't interview me. Yeah, see, Rhea says, show's good on panels. He steals the show. So check it out. Check the interview out. It is up on the channel already. I'm going to get the transcription. I'm going to get it all transcribed, put it up on the website too. So if you don't want to hear my voice, if you just want to read what people said, you'll be able to do that. That's probably going to go up sometime tomorrow. Get the Company Man. It is a decent game, not too expensive. It's indie dev, their first game. They learned on the job. They had a dream. They went out, watched some YouTube tutorials. Very fascinating how they just, had no idea what to do, and then somehow, through the process, actually pumped out a decent game. I know I would not be able to do that. So support the game, support the company, look forward to their next project, and support us here at the Geek Getaway so we can get more people on the show and we can get more interviews.
Yeah, that would be fun. I really like that interview. It's always fun to talk to creators and see their perspectives and how they start off and why they're doing things.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Hopefully we'll have him back on to talk about his next game when that starts coming out. So check that out. What do we got going? Company Man. I thought you meant the YouTuber. I love his content. There's a YouTuber named Andrew King?
Yes. No, Company
How
Man.
many people have this name? This is.
There's a YouTuber named Company Man. Yes, he makes a lot of good content.
I don't know all these YouTubers. I don't know.
He mostly does like stuff on businesses that like fail or are like super successful. He has one on Marvel, I think. Yeah, it was pretty good. There's a lot of these channels, yeah, that do business. It's cool.
So again, link has been pinned. If you dismiss the pin, I'm going to go ahead and put the link again. You don't have to be famous. You don't have to have a bunch of videos on your channel. You just have to come in, be respectful, and play a game with us. We're going to play What Product Is This? I got some good videos all queued up, ready to go. Mr. Beefy says you need to get that Go Fight POW creator on. That would be a card gaming and wrestling talk. I do, and you got to send me the email for the guy again. I know you sent it before. Send it again. Hit me up on Discord. I mean, Company Man should do an Intellivision one soon.
Yes, that's probably gonna happen. That's the funny thing. Yeah, I just realized that he will probably make a video on it, and it'll probably explode. That's really funny. Oh man.
So come on, Rhea, show somebody jump on in. We need at least one more person to play this game with us. So let's go. Fry up your frog legs, Frog King. Yeah. Hop on in. It'll be like 20, 30 minutes. Show says great interview, by the way. Thank you, Show. I tried. I think it could have been better. And like I said, I wasn't really prepared. It wasn't something I was planning on doing. My mind was somewhere else.
Yeah, that's fair. It was still really good for someone who wasn't planning to do an interview. Like, it didn't come across that way at all.
Thanks. I was really worried because we had the snowstorms in the area. I was like really worried I was gonna just fucking like lose internet or something right in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, click the link, jump on in, so we can get this game going. Because I know Blinded Braille and Ninja Kitty, they don't want to go against each other. They want some competition.
We want the show to come and steal the show.
He says he's busy. He says busy at the busy at the moment. My bad. I know one of you's out there. Yep. Come on, Chappie. Somebody. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you're a big creator, small creator.
Get the extra Sanderson. He was on the chat last night.
Yeah, jump on in. Sanderson, extra Sanderson. Like I said, just gonna come in. We're gonna play a quick game. There's really no pressure. You don't got to be on camera, obviously.
You don't? Good.
Show says I just smoke a bowl and start asking questions. No prep. Rhea says I can pop in later, but I'm making dinner right now. Okay, so we'll postpone the game until we can get Rhea and them to come on in.
What's next on the list?
What's next on the agenda?
The agenda, Frog King.
I think we're going to go ahead and discuss this really egregious thing that Nintendo has done.
Oh my God.
Yes. The Nintendo Ninjas. They strike again.
The Nintendo Ninjas have blocked 3,500 videos on a single YouTube channel. So we're going to be discussing that, whether it's a good thing, a bad thing. Did they have the right to do it? But again, like, comment, and subscribe. Share the video. Get us out there. So there's a small, I don't know if he's small, but there's a YouTube channel called Gilva Sunner. Never heard of it before. Apparently all he does is rip soundtracks from Nintendo games and uploads them on YouTube. I guess he's been doing this for years and, never had a problem. 11 years, he says. Ran the channel for 11 years. Never had an issue. But I guess the Nintendo Ninjas finally got around to it. They got a hold of him and they said, hey, 1,300 of his videos were blocked. This was like on a Friday. So he was like, well, I'm still going to plow ahead. Still going to, make the videos, rip the things. And then like 2 days later, Nintendo blocked 2,200 more videos. So a grand total of 3,500 videos on his channel are blocked. Now, he didn't say copyright claimed or struck. He said blocked, which probably means that they claimed the video and then just put it where it's blocked in certain regions. And I'm guessing they blocked it in all regions, so the videos just don't play anywhere. So his channel is not in danger. His channel has not been copyright struck. They didn't threaten him. They didn't say, "Hey, shut your channel down." He is shutting his channel down because I guess that's all he does is.
He doesn't make. Yeah, he would have no content at that point.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Mini Music says, I heard of it first through Penguins. So,
Yes.
He's come out with a second video where he had learned that the strike didn't come from Nintendo. I don't know what his sources were, though, but he's usually legit. Well, here's the thing. Now,
it probably still might be Nintendo, just a different company on their behalf.
Yeah, it might not be Nintendo directly. Nintendo might have had a PR company or another company that's in charge of policing their IPs.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember,
their music.
Sony, other music. You remember when Sony was copyright claiming people for The Last of Us 2? It wasn't actually Sony directly. It was a third-party company doing it on behalf of Sony. So he could be correct, but also technically misleading by saying it wasn't Nintendo because it probably was Nintendo.
Yeah. It's not like they haven't done this before.
Yeah.
But I think the most... Oh, continue. We'll get through that part.
I was going to say, and Gilbert Sunner himself, he basically said, he admitted, he's like, what I did wasn't right. And he said, yes, I don't get any money. I'm not monetized on the channel. I don't get any money from it, but I do understand that it's not, a right thing to do. It's not, I'm not in the right. Nintendo, has the right to claim it. It's their content. And he's like, well, if they don't want me putting it up no more, there's no reason to have a channel. But you were saying, Blinded?
Well, to that point, I would say, now someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but Nintendo really doesn't put out their soundtracks, like officially. Like, it's not, they don't have a YouTube page for it. It's not on Spotify or any other music services. So it's kind of weird that, based on how popular their music is, it just seems weird that they wouldn't be like, hey, put it out there so people can listen to. So that's why like these channels exist. Is like they have to go into the game, strip it, and then upload it so people can listen to it. You know what I mean? So, but the other point that I want to make, which was hilarious because this news came out, and then simultaneously the Pokemon company did something that was the exact opposite of this, which was they released the Diamond and Pearl soundtrack from the original games, put it up there on YouTube, and then allowed anybody to download it for free and use it in their videos, which is hilarious because Nintendo doesn't do something like that, right? And obviously the Pokemon company is completely different from Nintendo. They obviously work together, but I just thought it was funny that this was happening, right? Which puts them in a negative light. And then the Pokemon company was just like, yeah, let's, people like this music, so let's just put it out there and let them use it to their own, whatever they want to do with it, like sample it or put it in their YouTube videos. So I thought that was interesting that you don't see a lot of big companies do that. So
yeah, Mini Music says Nintendo partially owns the Pokemon company.
Yes.
That's why I was actually going to ask, is this something that's going to hold up? Because there's a lot of times where people will say, well, I got the creator, this Kid Rock said on Twitter, go ahead, use my music. Or, 50 Cent was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Use my music. And the record label is like, no. We own the music. Just because 50 Cent's made it or Kid Rock sings it doesn't mean he owns it. We own the fucking music. And I'm wondering if this is the same thing. Like, does the Pokemon company actually own the music? Does Nintendo own it?
I think they do, because Nintendo partly, it's more of a shares situation, right? Like, you know what I mean? So it's not like Nintendo completely owns the Pokemon company, right? So, and it was them, I'm pretty sure they own the music, right? They could do whatever they want with it. And Nintendo, I don't think Nintendo has any real say in it. Maybe they partly do, but I mean,
Well,
and on top of that too, it's not like they put out new music, right? They put out music for a game that's like 15 years old at this point, right? So,
but here's the thing: when it comes to music that's being made for a product for a specific thing,
mhm,
sometimes the product that it's being made for owns the music. Like if you make, like let's say Monster Energy Drink was like, "Hey, Blinded, I want you to make a new jingle for us," right? They'll own the jingle as part of the contract, even though you
yeah,
made it.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm
It's
wondering,
a That's how it usually works. Freelancing.
yeah. Well, I'm wondering if this is a situation where they made the music, but Nintendo owns it technically, or they
Mm,
share ownership.
I mean,
So even
possibly.
even if they're saying go ahead use it, Nintendo might turn around and be like, "Well, I don't care what Pokemon Company said. We said not to use it."
That would be really shitty because it's like in the press release, they're like, yeah, you're allowed to use this for YouTube videos or sampling in your own music, right? So it's like they would have to completely retract that, and then Nintendo would have to step in and be like, yeah, we didn't approve this, which would be a PR nightmare because it's like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah. Well, they
why?
wouldn't have to retract because again, the Pokemon Company could just be talking out their ass like they think that they own it. Then
I mean,
Nintendo
they're
would
a
be like,
pretty big company though. I think they probably do have some say on their own, right? Like Pokemon is like one of the biggest merchandise. Like I think it's the biggest franchise IP in the world. Like in terms of money making, like it's bigger than Marvel and Disney. It's crazy how and the Pokemon company's worth a lot of money. So
"Yeah."
I don't know. Yeah,
Well, like I said, I don't have the inner workings. I don't have a
yeah,
close
same.
personal relationship with the CEO of the Pokemon Company, so I don't know. Hopefully, uh, it works out, and hopefully nobody gets copyright struck over the music. But we'll
Hmm.
see how that goes. But
And also too, just to add on, it could be possible, like if you want to spin this because of that Pokemon Diamond situation, maybe Nintendo is going to do something like that with their own games, like Zelda and Mario, right? With older entries, right? So, I mean, it just seems really random for them to go and block soundtracks that been have been up for 11 years, right? Like there has to be some purpose to it, right? So, I don't know. That's speculation on my part.
Nintendo Music NFTs coming soon.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but that's really all I gotta say about this story. Nintendo, not really the bad guy, not really the good guy, just the guy blocking videos.
Yeah.
I didn't see the videos, so I don't know if there's more to it than if it was just the music with no background. Was it the background of the game that the music's coming from?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it was just stripped, but I would have to look into it.
So, I mean, that could be another factor as to why they did it. Like maybe they're like, we don't got a problem with you uploading the music, but you got the picture of Pikachu the whole time, and that was kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why would that matter?
Why would
I
that
don't
matter?
think so.
Because
There's people who play gameplay, full games. They play the full games without talking. And you hear the music.
well,
And
here's the
Nintendo
thing.
doesn't complain these days. They used to complain, but
Well, it depends on the music because I
Yeah.
know some games they will flag you. Like in the Guardians game, they actually have a feature where you can remove the songs from the game if you're live streaming.
I was referring more so to like strictly like first party Nintendo
Yeah.
games,
Oh, okay. No, yeah, yeah.
because
Well,
there's like
well, here's
so
the
many
thing.
Breath of the Wild videos and Mario Odyssey, and
Hmm.
especially
It- it-
the Smash Brothers. There's
yeah.
tons of channels that have the whole soundtracks uploaded for that, and
Yeah.
they've been around forever.
Well, here's the thing, Ninja Kitty, and again, I got to stress this because people don't seem to understand this point. Just because somebody's getting away with something doesn't mean it's legal or that it won't eventually catch up to them. So if you steal a candy bar from the store, you can't point to me and say, "Hey, Tony also stole candy bars yesterday. Why didn't you arrest him?" That doesn't get you out of trouble, right? That's not how it works. So just
Hmm.
because other channels are doing it and they have been caught doesn't mean that it's okay. Doesn't mean that it's not copyright infringement. doesn't mean that they're doing things that are illegal. So,
I mean, Nintendo can just win by putting out the soundtrack for these games, put them on Spotify, like put them out for digital purchases. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that hard.
Mitty says, I know some live streamers use the Nintendo music as background music.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what alerted Nintendo. Could be. There could have been somebody could have made a complaint. That's all it takes is one person sending an email to Nintendo or to Nintendo reps or complaining through YouTube, and then they get the alert on their end, and they shut the guy's channel down. So, Show says it's only illegal when you get huge. Usually the other way around. Usually when you're huge, you get away with more things, and when you're a small content creator, you get fucking hammered like nobody's business.
They will flag you instantly when you're a smaller channel.
Yeah. But again, that's all I got to say about that. Nintendo probably should release the soundtracks on their own. Everybody would love that. Beef Jerky says, yeah, that makes sense, Mitty. Gold, silver, crystal is your jam. I don't really like music soundtracks from video games. I think I said this before, but most of the time, I just play pop music and I lower the sound on the video game I'm playing.
I sometimes do that, like listen to YouTube videos in the background, but I don't know. This new Pokemon game has like some of the best scores, so I'm just like every time I, play the game, I'm listening to it. It just sort of depends.
Seriously, Tony, you don't listen to the music?
Only when I'm reviewing the game. When I'm reviewing the game, I listen to the music and the sound effects and all that.
I was playing the Castlevania collection the other day. I threw the controller on the ground and started air guitaring because it was so good.
You started Tommy Tallaricoing?
What?
Ooh.
That's what I was getting at, blinded.
Oh, okay. That went over my head completely then.
Oh, I'll have to show you the video. It's good. There's Video Games Live video.
Yes, I'm aware of this, but I need to see this now.
There's a lot of air guitaring going on.
Ooh.
Mitty says usually the music is made to harmonize with the game. Yeah, I understand that, and I still don't give a shit. I'm just not a big video game music person. I actually gave away, I got my free MP3s of the Video Games Live. I just gave that away.
God damn.
I wasn't going to use it. Beef Jerky says Destiny 2014 has the best video game soundtrack ever.
Yes. Destiny. I used to be addicted to Destiny.
Halo's still better for soundtrack.
I was just too addicted to Destiny.
I never played Destiny. I played Destiny 2, and that game sucked. I played it at launch. And I didn't like it.
I didn't get to even play Destiny 2. I just played the first game. And
you only played the first one? You didn't play the second one? The second one was like 20 times better.
I know. I just kind of fell off because
it is a game that is just better with playing with friends, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I might try it out since it's on Game Pass and you get the DLCs. So
I want to cut this conversation short, real quick, because since we're talking about Destiny, you might as well just jump into another topic here.
Oh, that's gonna be Destiny's Child.
That's right. Sony has bought Bungie. What does that mean? What are we thinking for the future? But again, like, subscribe, share the video, help the channel grow. So, gentlemen, what are you thinking about this deal between Sony and Bungie? Does it mean anything special? Is this a sort of a hit back retaliation?
I don't think it's retaliation.
Yeah, same.
They've totally been they said they were talking for months and months. You don't make a big deal like that over a week.
Yep.
You don't make snap decisions? That's not how you do things?
Unless, you're into the console fanboys, and that's how they see it.
No. So the only game that I know Bungie had a hand in it is the Destiny franchise, which is people are talking about. Not a big fan. I played Destiny 2. didn't like it. I played it at launch, so that might have been it. And I don't really play with groups, so that also could have been a problem. But I did not enjoy it that much. The 3 characters, the 3 classes.
You never played the Halo 1, 2, or 3?
No.
Yeah,
I'm a
right.
big Halo fan. I never had Xbox. I was always a Sony pony, as it were.
Jesus.
This was supposed to be the Halo killer, and I actually bought the full $100 version of Destiny 2. I was listening to a streamer, Jared Kale.
Really?
Jared Kale from Pure Ownage. If you know the show, he was live streaming on Twitch. He was talking about the game. I've talked to him before. So he was talking about the game. He was making Destiny 1 sound so great and that he was so hopeful for number 2 that I went out and I bought it. I pre-ordered it. I got the $100-something package. I was like, oh, all right, this is going to be the fucking greatest game ever. And it was mediocre. You got 3 classes of characters that basically play the same.
Yeah.
It wasn't fun. It was repetitive.
It's a grindy game. Like if you really like Borderlands, then you'll probably get into it. And it has like an MMO kind of situation. That's why I was just so addicted to the first game. It was just like the shooting mechanics was really smooth. I know a lot of people say it wasn't, but for me it was. It was really great.
And the platforming was good.
Yeah, like Bungie is a good developer. Yes, they've been focusing a lot on Destiny in the last 10 years, which is kind of crazy. But it was an ambitious game, right? Like I remember when it first got revealed, was it it wasn't 2012. It was probably like 2013. Something like that. But it was just really ambitious and it had a really cool idea. And while I was addicted to the game, I would say it didn't live up to the potential that they were trying to sell at first. And I think it's just because
they overpromised. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They got everyone's. Wait a minute, this sounds familiar. They got everyone's excitement level so high, and then they underdelivered.
Yeah, and I think
Because
it's also
it's too
because
much.
it was on last gen as well. Until they eventually cut that off. Yeah, like I think if it came out later in the generation, it probably would have been better.
Yeah, like
but,
Destiny 2.
Yeah, yeah. And I even think Destiny 2 was hindered by Activision, right? And that's why they had to cut ties from them. So, yeah, like I mean, this is a good move for Sony, not because of the Destiny IP. I mean, yes, they will probably make a Destiny movie, like undoubtedly, but I think this is because Destiny is Bungie's a massive studio. Like I think they have like 800 developers or something. And they're really big. And if you think about it, I think Insomniac has maybe like 600 people or something like. They have a big team, right? And they weren't even $1 billion, not even close to $1 billion, right? So, like, and that was like a deal for them. And so Bungie here may seem like, oh, why did they overpay, right? And I think it's because Bungie has plans for something bigger with multiplayer and I guess live services, right? Because that's what Sony and Jim Ryan were talking about during the acquisition, that this isn't so much about Destiny. This is about something bigger. And to be honest, I think, it's a right decision. PlayStation lacks a lot of multiplayer games. That's why, when Activision was bought out, it was such a huge blow, right? Like, no Call of Duty on PS5, like, that's crazy, right? It's not my thing, but I know that's a pretty big deal, right? For a lot of people. Just look at what the top-selling PS5 game was. It was 2 Call of Duty games. Like, it's insane, right? So, I think PlayStation needs more multiplayer games, and hopefully Bungie's able to, because they said they were going to operate independently, even though Sony still owns them, right? So we're going to get multiplats, but we're also going to get exclusives as well. So I'm curious to see how that's going to work. I'm curious to see if we'll ever get a Destiny 3 or we'll get something else. So, yeah, I just think this was a very, interesting acquisition.
Yeah, Dorkside says I was hopeful for number 2 as well. Turned out pretty shitty. Yeah, the voice acting's good. The single player campaign is very short.
Was it good?
Super short. What was that, Ninja?
The voice acting, was it good? Or was it the first one that Peter Dinklage
Yeah, his
situation
was pretty bad.
that the first
That's
one
why
or
they
the
cut
second
him
one?
out. It was the first one. They replaced him with the guy who plays Nathan Drake. I forget his
Nolan
name.
North or
Yeah.
When I say the voice acting was good, not great, just good, that means, it wasn't a problem for me. I didn't hate it. It wasn't like I had to turn it off. I could stand it. There have been games where the voice acting is so grating, and I'm like, just skip the dialogue so I don't have to hear them.
Hmm.
This wasn't an issue in this game for me. For me. MIDI Music says maybe you should require people to write in chat before they join. It's just one person that keeps changing their name. Sorry to interrupt the segment, but someone keeps trying to join the panel with troll names, and we don't need that here. We're not going to put you. We're not going to add you, and you can't just automatically join the stream. I have to approve you. So doing this is just a waste of your time.
Yeah, you should watch out. There's been I have some funny stories about trolls on streams.
Yeah. So do you think that Bungie is going to make some exclusive new game for Sony? Maybe revitalize the Killzone franchise?
I think it's possible, but it's going to take a couple of years before we actually see that. I would love Killzone and Bungie, right? Especially with the world building and focusing on storytelling. And honestly, we desperately need like a single player, story driven Killzone game. Like Killzone Shadowfall was kind of weak. And I really like the Vita game. I think it was like Killzone Mercenaries. So Sony, I don't know what Sony does with their FPS franchises. Like, what's the one that Insomniac makes? What's it called? Resistance. Yeah, like they need to bring some of those back.
I think they're going to move on for those. Those
They just reboot
they weren't
them.
they weren't really that good. They're
Yeah,
okay,
they weren't good.
They were like
weren't, I
okay
agree.
games. So I'm going to guess they're going to either do Destiny 3 or something brand new that's going to tie in with a movie, merchandise, something that's going to appeal to a broad audience. Because I can't see a Killzone or Resistance being able to, pull off TV show or a movie or anything like that.
Yeah, and Destiny is already has. Yeah, they could do a spin-off. I mean, a lot of people really want SOMCOM to come back. I mean, that was super
Sweet
popular
game.
on PS2, and Sony just doesn't do anything with it. It's really weird because like right now Sony's in this renaissance time where they're putting out bangers, right? That's just critically appraised, and like people really like what they're putting out. And so it's like, why not bring back some of these FPS shooters and give them to different developers and see what they can do, right? Even if they were shit in the past, right? So I don't know. I think it's interesting what Sony's gonna do. I know a lot of fanboys are still gonna claim that Sony is dead and Microsoft's gonna beat them out, but I really don't think that's the case. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. If anything, Sony will become more like Nintendo. Right, they'll have their own niche, and it'll be very successful. So that's my perspective.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Sony does have some IPs that they own that they could hand over to Bungie to see what they can do with it. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I don't think this puts Sony into a position that they're, on equal footing with Microsoft. The acquisitions they made were just a little bit better, a little bit bigger.
Yeah, they were way bigger.
Just a little bit.
A bigger impact, because how many games do you think Bungie's going to make? 1, 2, maybe?
Yeah, I really think they're going to make one or two, but they're going to help on the back end of things, right? So that's why they really bought them. Which, yeah, doesn't really have that appeal, right? Visual appeal, but they're still useful and they're still good developers. I don't know why people are like saying that Bungie's hasn't been good. It's like, no, you may not like Destiny, but Destiny is still very popular. It still finds an audience. Like, just look at the
I think part of the
concurrent
thing
base.
is because everyone loved Halo and Destiny. Some people liked it, but over the years, all the people who made the great Halo games have moved on. So even Bungie is
Hmm.
not the same
But
Bungie from when in the glory days. So they only
but
have
even then, like the studio has built a reputation. It's like Naughty Dog, right? Like, not all the same developers are still there, right? Like a lot of them have moved on. But most of the time, when they bring in new hires or people that are going to stay there for a long time, they kind of teach them, right? So it has that. Even though, how do I put it? Even though it's not the same people, they still have the same reputation, right? They still have something up their sleeve. And so that's why I'm not going to discount them until I see something up that says
well,
otherwise.
this is their chance to prove that their issues weren't Microsoft and weren't Activision.
Hmm.
Third time's charm, maybe.
Yes,
Because
hopefully.
every time they keep blaming somebody else, like, oh, this isn't working because Activision is getting involved, and probably was. So now
Hmm.
they're on their third girlfriend or whatever, their third marriage.
Yes.
This is their last chance to show that they can do it.
Yeah, and I hope it works well.
Because it wasn't like
You know.
Destiny didn't only have issues with the creative side; they had technical issues, and
Hmm.
then a lot of the decisions I'm assuming were from Activision of like what they were cutting and how they're monetizing stuff, and yeah.
Yeah, because they wanted them to put out a game every like 2 years, which didn't make sense for the type of game that they're making, right? Like that's why it's like just put out DLCs and expansions, right? But Activision was like, no, we want Destiny 3, 4, and it was supposed to be this like 10-year project, and it's like it was just too ambitious, and it was just too, Call of Duty. Um, so let them do their own thing. I think that's what Sony does best with developers, right? So I really want to see them like pick up someone.
I'll be curious
Forget.
because some of the Sony developers, like Insomniac or Naughty Dog, are like perfection. But then you
Yeah.
look like Sony Japan, and I always look back to Last Guardian, and then I
Hmm.
remember reading and looking and watching all the videos about the development, and basically it was just a giant clusterfuck from the beginning. And Mark Cerny and team somehow magically like cobbled it together, almost like a Duke Nukem Forever type thing at the very end
Yeah.
to actually release something. It was amazing that it came out, but the fact that over 2 or 3 generations, it was just maybe because they were ignored or because it wasn't being looked into too much. It was just
Hmm.
mishandled. So
I think that whole studio was mishandled. That's why they don't exist anymore. It's like I don't know
and
what
I'm
they were
I'm not
doing.
sure if it's a split between Sony Japan, Sony North America.
I think so. Especially with this new Jim Ryan. I think Jim Ryan is like going to drastically shake up PlayStation, but he's going to keep it the same. Um, but yeah, like I would really love to see like Remedy under Sony. Like I really think they would work well with them. And Remedy's kind of been, I don't know, like Control was all right, and Alan Wake 2 I guess will be okay, but they can really do something better if they had the money and the power like Sony. So
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting next couple of years as we see what's going on. More acquisitions are definitely coming from both Sony and Microsoft. I wonder if
and
Nintendo's going to
Nintendo
get in on it.
because Nintendo came out recently and they said they will, but they won't. It's not going to be like a reactionary kind of buy. You know what I mean? It's going to be like planned, which I guess we can all assume that was going to happen.
Yeah. So, not much really on the deal so far. We just know that Sony bought Bungie. lots of speculation as to how it's going to affect Sony Destiny moving forward. We'll keep you updated as new information comes out in this case. But that's all we got for now. Hopefully, Sony buys Intellivision soon. Maybe that's the new news coming out. The big breaking news.
Hmm.
Maybe the fundraiser is for Intelligent to raise money to buy Sony. There you go.
Maybe Intellivision's buying Sony and Microsoft. It's gonna have all the IPs under one roof in a simple gaming system. Only 2D Halo, a simple Halo shooter. It's gonna be Astro Smash Halo Edition. No Moon Patrol, but it's gonna be the little Warthog. So look forward to that.
There you go. Maybe they will have the Warthog, but it was just a placeholder graphic, and then there'll be another video about that.
Did you see when Francois posted on Facebook
Yeah, I saw that. That was
thinking that Halo was like some indie game that maybe could work on the. Is that what
that's why you had to interview the guy. How fascinating is that guy? You interview the one gamer in the world who has never heard of Halo. Like, how good is that?
I still think that it's a long con. It's gonna like when Intellivision finally.
I'm gonna interview Francois. It'll be good.
That actually might be hilarious.
I can speak French, so we could do it.
Yes. And you had like the sarcasm, so I think it would work.
Hopefully it goes better than when we had Tommy Z on the show.
What's wrong, Tommy Z? He's in the chat right now.
That went off the rails quick. We got to watch Project Geeker, a show I didn't know existed. So at least there's that. That good came out of it. Francois, he's a beautiful man. He's beautiful.
People in the chat like Francois.
Extra Sanderson says, heard it was going to be Sony Amico, but once Sony learned out in television's tech, they stole it and left. Yeah. His Christmas video was amazing. I don't really watch Francois videos. I think at the beginning, I watched it because I didn't know it was like watching a train wreck. But the train wreck keeps going, and it's like, not just cringe.
You didn't see his Brazilian purchase there?
I did.
Or his girlfriend, I mean?
I thought he was married. That was the weird thing. From my understanding, he is married.
He's French. It doesn't matter. They're amorous, you know.
Hmm.
Didn't you ever watch cartoons? Pepe Le Pew, like he was just like a rapist going around.
That's kind of a stereotyping. Yeah.
No, have you ever been to France or Quebec? Yeah.
Yeah, they're very.
That's another
touchy.
section. That's another segment. We'll leave for another day. Hey, Blinded Braille, have you ever gone to Quebec and to a strip club in Quebec?
No, I've been to Montreal, but
if you get a chance, go there.
Oh no,
you'll see why Francois is the way he is.
I don't think I will go back to Quebec. They don't really like English people, so, and I don't talk French, so yeah.
Too bad.
I had some bad experiences there.
I'll have to bring Tony.
I don't go to a strip club. That's I don't want to pay for blue balls.
Damn.
Well, not if you go to a Quebec one.
Oh man.
We have some of those here too in America.
Anyways,
that was a
Did the audio
weird
go
side
out
story.
or was it on my end? I don't think our audio went out, Mitty. YouTube's just blocking us because we were talking about strip clubs.
talking about Francois, and then it knows.
So what are we talking about next? I think we're going to go ahead and go to a more not focused discussion, but more of an open-ended discussion. 'Cause I think those do good. I think we have a lot to say about a lot of things, and we're going to be talking about passion versus glory. Why do you make videos? Does it matter? Does it reflect in your content? Does it bother you when you watch content made for a specific reason? But before we get to that, remember to like, subscribe, share the video. It helps the channel grow so that we can have both passion and glory here on the Geek Getaway. Gentlemen, I was having a discussion with a friend of mine a couple of days ago. Maybe it was about a week ago. I don't even remember now. But he was telling me about some YouTubers that he knows don't really make videos for the passion. It's not passion that they're making videos, but rather it's glory, money, views, clicks. So how do you feel about that? Do you think that if you watch somebody who's obviously just doing it for the clicks, does that bother you? Does that upset you?
Depends on the person, and depends on if they show it in their content. Because there is, I'm not going to name names, but there is one individual. All right, let me just say Andy Signor. I'll put that out there. He's he very clearly does not care about what he's putting out there. Does not care if it's harmful or damaging or exploitive. He'll do it just because, and it shows in his content. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm not opposed to people just putting out content to make money. Do whatever you want. If people like watching it and listening to it, then I think it's perfectly fine. But my issue with like Andy Signor's content is you could just clearly tell that this is it just comes across like exploitive, right? Like he's talking about the Gabby Petito case, which he doesn't really do true crime at all. Like he was into like talking about movies, but he jumped on this hot topic because the views, right? And when that happens, when you're putting out content that you're not familiar with, you end up getting things wrong, right? You end up putting out misinformation, or it just kind of is, tasteless, right? Like he went to, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Gabby Petito case that's been going on. Vaguely, yeah. Well, so the whole thing with her, her boyfriend was kind of missing and stuff, and so Andy Signor thought it was a great idea to go out and look at the last place where Brian Laundrie was. It was just really tasteless, in my opinion, where it's just like, why would you go out there where, and it ended up where he was dead. They found his dead body where the Andy Signor was walking around. So it was just like really bizarre content, right? Like I watch a lot of true crime. It's something that I have to see in class. Like sometimes we have to see bodies and it gets a little bit morbid, right? Because that's, I'm taking criminology, but I just really don't like it when people cross that line and try to make it into like entertainment and not so much, like just telling the story of whatever this murder case is or going over the details. Like stuff like that is fine, but like don't do things where it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna show up to the site of where this person got murdered, and we're gonna like make it this big deal, and we're gonna put it on camera, and we're gonna record it for YouTube, and then we're gonna have the live stream up, and people can give donos. It just seems really tasteless.
So don't go to the suicide forest and point out the dead bodies, is what you're saying?
Yes, don't pull a Logan Paul, right? Like, I think people should know boundaries of, what's acceptable on YouTube, right? Like, people are really here for entertainment. Yes, there are edutainment videos, right? But, like, know your boundaries, right? Like, don't do it because it'll make you money, especially if you know that it's wrong, morally wrong. Right? Like, do another video that will make you money, right? So that's just my point of view.
What do you think about it, Ninja Kitty? What's your feeling of people making videos just for the glory, just for the clicks?
I watched the Canadian Gamer made a video about this the other day. Some that's similar, and personally, I a lot of those videos where it's just so phony, just forced and fake. Like I can't watch that stuff because it just, I don't know, it's just a waste of time to me. And I could go into a whole long rant about that, but I'm much more into the ones that are creative, like the videos, such as your videos, because they're so creative. They are, I'm not joking.
Well, thank you. I just do what I'm passionate about. If I'm interested in a thing, I just go ahead and start talking about it. I'm
But-
not looking for the glory. The glory is nice. I'm not gonna lie. It is nice to have people watch your videos, but I'm not going specifically after the glory. Personally, I think it does show. You can really tell.
Big time.
I will name names, much like Blind and Braille. When you get individuals like the Quartering, who's shitting out 7 videos a day on topics that he has no interest in, has no education on, he has no understanding of, and he's just shitting out the most asinine takes just because he knows that his audience will eat it up. People will get upset. SJW's owned. He made a video recently saying that he hopes The Rock gets canceled for some of the things that The Rock had said in the past. This is a person who claims to be against cancel culture, who claims to be against people being drugged for past behavior, Yet, whenever someone pisses him off, whenever somebody doesn't toe the line that he toes, whenever somebody's like, you know what, I don't agree with your point of view, he immediately goes to, well, I want that person canceled. I want that person destroyed. I hope their life is ruined. And his audience eats it up.
I'm not part of that
like-
audience, so I can't be bothered to watch that crap. It's not even just on YouTube, especially in the last 2 years. Just all the crap that people have been uploading everywhere, Facebook, Reddit.
Yes,
It's
there's a
just
lot of
so
that.
it's just so mindless, and I just feel sad for those people. That's the way I look at it. I'd rather
I feel
watch.
sad for them too. But here's what irks me about the situation. I mean, make your money. Do what you got to do if you want to make money. If that's your goal, that's fine. But when you start lying, like Blended said, when you start lying and spreading misinformation, that's where the issue comes in, right? If you truly are angry at something, if Frost Curran, Indiana Black has upset you, go out on there, be passionate and talk about it. But when you're doing it specifically because
Just for
people are going
attention.
to click on your video, that's where I think it's wrong. That's where I think you cross the line.
This, you know what? I have a good example of this: the passion versus glory. Someone who I find passionate that I can watch is a guy named Francois, because he's doing that just because of his love. And comparing that to someone like the Retro Bro, he's just doing it for the glory. And I can watch Francois because I know deep down he is passionate. He might be on drugs or something, but that might skew his passion. But no way anyone's doing those videos unless they're passionate about it, is all I'm saying. So I can watch that stuff because it's real. Don't you agree?
Honest take.
Yeah, I agree.
Honest take.
On that, I agree. He's probably passionate. I can't watch him still because he's cringe, but I do agree
He
that
believes.
he's interested in the things he believes in, the things that he says.
I guess
Yeah.
not to use Francois as always the example.
Aquanox
There's some
Clean
people
says,
who
serious
had
guys ballpark figure.
how much you get per stream? Millions.
Go ahead.
Anyways, I was gonna say
It says, I'm serious guys ballpark figure. How
Well,
much do you get per stream? Let me answer this real quick. I don't get anything. We are not monetized on this channel. We don't get nothing. Zero. However,
I'm getting
if you
Jeff
go to
Bezos
Social
money.
Blade, yeah. If you go to Social Blade, it says that I have a estimated $4 to $57 a month, and an estimated $43 to $683 a year. I wish I was getting that. That'd be nice, but I do not get any of that. Not yet.
But will you change
So,
once you get that sweet
Ninja
money?
Kitty, though, what were you saying? Francois is passionate.
He's passionate. So something like that, he should keep doing videos. He's not doing it for the glory.
Mhm.
You don't agree?
Yeah. Fake news is the new real. Yeah, I agree with you, Mike.
Yeah, yeah.
Too much fake news. And here's the other thing, and I get this a lot, and I'm gonna once again use the quartering as an example because yes, I do not like the quartering. He'll put a title on his video, something like Ninja Kitty exposed pedo, right? And then the video will
Mhm.
be Ninja Kitty's not a pedo. He doesn't conduct pedo activities, and some random nobody on Twitter called him a pedo, and that's the video. But no one watches the
Yep.
video, right? Half the people are just like, title of the video must be a pedo, and then they run with it. And then he washes his hands. Well, it's not my fault. People didn't watch the video. You should have watched the video. Your title should be reflective of the content in your video. Clickbait, I hate it. I hate clickbait. I hate when people put misleading titles.
I would say
I
more.
try to
I would
avoid it.
say like I don't have a problem with clickbait, right? Where in the sense where it's like something intriguing, but when that's why it's like you have to like separate the two because like some people do misleading titles, right? And their content is about nothing that's in the title. But if you have like a question in the title that's like interesting or compelling, like I kind of would say that is clickbait because it got you to click on the video, right? Like most, even when it comes to articles too, you try to come up with a title that would grab the reader. So it's like sometimes like I don't know. I would just wanted to put that out there to differentiate, but I do agree that a lot of people on YouTube use misleading titles, right? That's very common, especially with the quartering. The quartering is just oh man, oh man.
I guess I'll say it this way because Blinded does make a good point. There is a difference between clickbait because you do want to get people to click on your video, right? If I put
Mhm.
new in television news, I know people are going to click on the video, right? And as long as I'm talking about in television news, it's not misleading. It's a accurate title. I'm not going to obviously put uh, in television news, Tommy's fired, right? That's the whole video,
Yeah.
but the people won't click on it because I gave away the video in the title. So you don't want to do that. So I do understand. But when it is misleading or just false information in the title or just lies, then yeah, I think it's wrong. And that once
Mhm.
again shows that they're not passionate about the subject. They're looking for the glory. Another way you could really tell when someone's doing it for the clicks. There was a content creator that I was briefly associated with. Uh, I hung around his live streams a little. Uh, every once in a while, he came over this way.
Mhm.
This gentleman the other day, and I was gonna make a video on it, and I kind of held myself back because I didn't want to just make a whole dedicated video on the subject. But he got on a live stream and he threw one of his friends under the bus. Recently, it's like 3 or 4 days ago. Threw this friend under the bus, and the reason he did this was because this other person basically was stream sniping, but not in a malicious way. It wasn't like, hey, screw this guy, come watch my content. It was more like, haha, we're all friends, you know, we're watching him watch us,
Mhm.
like we've done it before. Like we'll get
It
on and
was a
we'll
little
watch Retro
jab.
Bro.
It was a
Was
little
that?
jab. I was saying it was a little jab. That's all it was.
Yeah, it was a little jab, a
Yeah.
little friendly jab because they're supposed to be friends. Like I said, we do it to Retro Bro. We're like, hey, we're watching you, Retro Bro, whatever, right?
Hmm.
And Retro Bro's not crying like that we're stealing money from him. This person was crying that they're stealing money from him. They're taking his money because people were, clicking off of his and going to the other chat and going back and forth and stuff. He was really upset, and you can tell because once again he wasn't upset uh, that the person was making fun of him. He wasn't upset that the person was actually stream sniping him. Just that, no, it was because the people were leaving because he was losing money. And you
Hmm.
could, when he went on his little rant, his little mini rant, you could tell that it was all about the money. It was about the viewers, the clicks. It wasn't about the passion. It wasn't about coming together as a community. Because this person's always talking about it's community. Fuck it, it's Mad Max, all right? Fuck it. Mad Max is always talking about how it's community. It's about community love. Except when it comes to actually helping his community. You know, he's more about himself. He threw Darth Lunga, who I barely know, but apparently everybody thinks that me and Lunga are like best friends. Shout out to
Mhm.
Lunga, who's getting married today, by the way. They think
Yeah,
like
good for
we're
him.
best friends because we both uh, sort of left the community at the same time. But yeah, Mad Max is constantly talking about it. It's a community. He wants to bring people together. Except he's always crying and whining. Oh, this person's streaming at the same time as me. This person's stealing my audience because they're talking about a subject that I'm talking about, or they're gonna plan a event or something around the same time I am. He's always worried about clicks. My audience might not tune in if Tony's on the panel or if Lunga's on the panel,
Mhm.
right? Why do you care? If we're friends of yours, if I'm your friend, if I'm Ninja Kitty's friend, I said it before, you know, we've had Carl. I like Carl. He's my friend. If people don't like Carl and they don't want to jump on, the stream or the chat because Carl's here, that's their loss, not my loss. You know, I've had Saggy on the panel and I've had people leave the panel because Saggy jumped on. I'm
Mhm.
not going to not have Saggy on the show because I am friends with her and I don't care if you don't like her. Now, that's your choice. I'm not making you like her, but I take friendship over viewers. I'm sorry. I like you guys. I appreciate you come here and watch me, but I'm not doing it for viewers. I'm doing it for fun, for passion. And if someone's on the panel, it's because I like that person. I want to talk to that person and I want to be friends with that person.
Mhm.
So, you know, people like Mad Max who are the reverse of that, they want to get people on the panel who are going to get them views. They worried about their views, their viewers, making that money, getting them clicks. They don't care about, misleading titles or clickbait or uh, we had a whole big issue. The issue I had with him was, he had quote unquote scoopers who have no verification, no proof that they have any source. They just say things. Half the time, the things are wrong. Make educated guesses, and of course, when they're wrong, they just say things changed, plans have changed. But when they're right, they claim like, "Hey, look at me, I'm fucking Nostradamus," and that
Mhm.
shit aggravates me to no end. Uh, Not that I'm trying to go on a rant.
You're on a rant.
Am I? It's the monster. I start drinking monster. It gets in the blood. Angry's up the blood.
Turn
Uh,
into Hulk Frog.
yeah. But like I said,
There's, but Tony, in Mad Mac's defense, and I don't know why I would defend the guy. You and him are two totally different people. I would assume you have a life. He does not. So his life is YouTube. While you don't, you have more to life than just YouTube. So
this is true, but like I said, the person that he threw under the bus recently was supposed to be a friend, someone that he talks to on the phone outside of live stream, someone that he's really uh, supposed to be quote unquote real friends with, and he was very rude and very upset with this
is
individual.
he
There
really
Mhm.
was
friends with that
another
guy?
person. Yeah, he's a tough guy. He's one of those. There was another person that he threw under the bus in the same rant, who I'm friendly with. Basically, he told this person that he doesn't add anything. He doesn't add anything to the panel. That's why he doesn't really want the person on the panel most of the time. And I think that's kind of shitty, right? If you're friends with people, maybe you should help them. If Ninja Kitty was struggling to say things or didn't really, feel comfortable, I would work with them and say, hey, here's some tips, or let's do a stream, the two of us, and let's get you, better acquainted at doing this. But I definitely wouldn't be like, hey, Ninja Kitty, I don't want you to come on no more because fucking you're useless to
But
me.
Tony, you're a different person.
It's
What
true.
if I don't know this Max fella too well, but what if he's a socially awkward, does not have the skills to interact with people normally, like what a normal person would. So this is how he deals with the stress. I look at it more like that.
This could be.
Mhm.
This could
That,
definitely
yeah.
be.
He's not like because I used to crap on him a lot before and always question why you guys even bother talking to him, because he's clearly like just completely 100% fake, like his persona or whatever.
Mhm.
And like, why would you even waste your time? Because it's just it's not real. Like when you're talking and like debating, especially when it was like the Miko stuff, it's just like it's not. you're basically talking to like a, I don't even know what he is, just a phony. Like he's not even being honest with himself. That's
Yeah.
why I prefer talking to you guys, or like when I talk with the hammock guy and stuff. It's like, okay, he's actually a normal person
Hammock
talking
guy.
normally, and not.
Shout out to Carl. I agree with Show.
And
Friendships are
Dave.
worth something. People just suck at clout chase. Yeah, Jason had clout.
Yeah.
Mike Garcia is
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Friendship. Mike says friendship is worth nothing online, but it's fun to pretend. Well, here's the thing: when you know people for years, like if I talked to Ninja Kitty for years, we'd eventually become real friends, right? I
Yeah.
understand there's different levels
It's not real.
of friendship, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Ninja, I'm gonna invite you over, but there's different levels of friendship, right? And I understand that. I get that. And even if you're at level one, right? A level one friendship. I'm sorry, but I don't talk to Lucky Day outside of the chat. I don't talk to Aquinox Clean, right? We don't discuss anything. So I would consider them a less friend than say Ninja Kitty, who I talk to beyond the panel, beyond the chats, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if one of you guys was like, "Hey, I don't like Ninja Kitty," I'd be like, "Well, Ninja Kitty's more of a friend to me, so I'm gonna put his friendship over yours." You understand what I'm saying? And that's the situation that I'm talking about here. Secondly, um, I was basically Mad Max told he put this in a comment on a YouTube video that I verbally abused him.
Yeah. That was not the case at all.
The man is so soft that disagreeing with him publicly was somehow verbally abused him. I'm verbally abusive. And when I go on other people's panels, I'm very calm. I don't swear. I try to bring it down a notch. So,
Mm-hmm.
Talking about homies. That's right. Talking about homies.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I found out some stuff about what's going on with Max, and so I kind of understand, but it's still not acceptable what he did. You know what I mean? Like, to that individual, like, I just don't really agree with it. But yeah, like, I think sometimes like it's kind of interesting because the passion does sometimes get a little too much on YouTube, right? Like people like it, but then they see the value of making money, which is cool because it's like you really like doing what you're doing, and you want to make money too, and be like, yeah, I want to turn this into my life, right? But I think sometimes the issue is that um, it ends up becoming like workplace drama, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the way that I ended up seeing it, like. And so there's a lot of people who have certain perspectives, or they're doing this thing, um, and it just kind of conflicts with their own passion, like why they got into it. So like I would kind of tell those people like to look back at why you got into YouTube, right? Like hey, and I wanted to bring this up where there was like recently this debate about streamers and like what they're doing on Twitch, where like I'm not sure if you guys know Hassan Piker would just like he would stream 12 hours, right? But maybe like 2 hours he would actually just get up and walk away, right? And he would put on like someone other's YouTube video, right? And so a lot of people are like, hey man, like you're stealing people's content. You don't give a shout out. You don't put their like channel or like the title of the video while you're streaming, right? And you're making millions of dollars doing it, right? Like Hassan Piker makes a lot of money off of Twitch. And it's like you don't need to stream 12 hours if, you know, you're not going to be there, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
like I think some people obviously they see the money and they want to make it, and that's cool, but like know your limits and boundaries, right? Like if you don't want to stream, don't stream. You're still going to make a bunch of money. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, it's very weird. It's very
It's the
weird,
greed,
but
man. The temptations.
Yeah,
yeah.
not to cut the conversation off real quick, but we gotta give a shout out to Rhea, who's just joined us. What's up, Rhea?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are y'all doing?
I'm
I'm
doing
good.
good. How do you feel about this passion versus glory? Should people be making content because they enjoy the content they're making, or because they're trying to make a quick buck? Does it matter?
For me, it doesn't really matter. I'm not really someone who is too discerning on how someone, makes a living. You know, like I try to just sort of stay in my lane as far as being an audience member. Like some content creators make content that I really like, and I tune in for that. And if they're covering a topic I'm not too interested in or don't have a lot of like, I don't align with it as far as like the way that they're talking about it, I'll just, not watch. But I won't, think too much outside of that, frame of mind.
Yeah, that's a fair take.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. I think though, sometimes it does show in the content. You can tell when someone's not passionate. It doesn't resonate with a lot of people, at least with me. But I think that's it. I think we're good on this topic. Let me know in the comments what you think. Passion versus glory. Doesn't matter. Do you care? Are you just here to consume videos and give us likes?
Oh yeah, and one more thing. Don't scam your audience like what's his name? Ice Poseidon did. That was a total face palm move. Just wanted to say that.
So
Scamming
we
is
got
bad.
Ray here. Ray has joined us.
Yep.
So you didn't get to be here earlier to let us know, but how's your week been going, Ray?
Oh, it's been going great. Blinded already talked about Pokemon Legends, so I don't want to dwell on that too much, but I'm really enjoying it. I love the game a lot.
You guys have been talking it up so much. I'm thinking of getting it because I do have Switch. Switch wants to be played.
Play the Switch, man. It's a great console.
It is. It's a fun little console, but I got Genshin Impact, and I'm playing that on
Oh man,
PlayStation, and
blasphemy.
I'm just waiting on the Switch port. I know, like, the graphics will suffer as a result, but still, like, the gameplay looks really fun.
It's funny. I haven't even touched my PS5 in like months. Like I play on my Series S and my Switch more. It's just sitting there. I'm like so depressed.
Yeah, like I keep thinking about potentially getting an Xbox Series X, like just because of the value of Game Pass. But I already know, like, it's already hard enough for me to find time to game, and Switch is like my preferred console because of the, the mobile aspect. And it just has all the IPs that I actually like care about. So yeah, it's like really hard for me to like motivate myself to play anything else.
Yeah, that's why I'm like debating if I should buy Horizon. I'm like, I really want to play it, but I'm still playing Mass Effect and Pokemon. So, and then there's Elden Ring. I'm like, God damn, there's too many games.
Someone in the chat got a question here for Rhea. They want to know, what about those chicken tenders you had, homegirl?
Oh, so I'm a huge like I'm just obsessed with like air frying stuff. So I air fry chicken breasts cut up into tenderloins, and I use egg whites to get them coated before I toss them into Parmesan cheese and
To bind them?
yeah, exactly. Sorry, I the word just escaped my brain, but yeah.
Now, what do you bind it with? Panko crumbs or anything?
No, I've actually, I try to keep it low carb, so that's why I do the grated Parmesan cheese. I've also
Nice.
tried pork rinds, which is weird because like it works though, even though it's like a really odd flavor profile, like pork and chicken, but it still is really good.
That sounds nice.
Sounds delicious. Maybe you should start a cooking channel, Rhea.
I was thinking about it, like, because my channel right now, like, a little bit about like this topic you're talking about, like passion versus clicks. I'm basically just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like, but at the same time, I'm just sort of like whatever topic I want to come up with talking about. I'll just find guests for it and bring them on and just have fun with it. I don't really look at like stats or engagement or see like what pops off with most people more or less. But yeah, I don't know if that like is close to what y'all were talking about, like seeing like how your audience engages with your content. Like I don't really look too much into it right now. I'm just sort of trying to stay motivated and positive about content creation at all.
Yeah. I look at my analytics just because I'm interested in numbers. I like numbers, but I also don't I don't say, oh, this topic kicked off, so I'm going to make another video on this topic. I just kind of roll with whatever I want, see what it's doing, see how it's doing, see how it's going. We got almost 400 subs, which is like 400 more than I ever thought the channel was going to have. So Hopefully,
Damn it, my Switch is about to die. Fuck.
Oh, better go charge it.
playing games. That's why Blinded and them don't put on their cameras because they're too busy playing games.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
playing my game right now, and I'm on camera.
I'm watching UFC.
Yay!
I'm
I
over
found
here
an
eating a
EV.
block of cheese.
Sorry, I got really excited. It's been like several days since I was able to find one.
Oh. 56
Sorry.
K says,
I have like 10 of them now.
Oh, I need to hit you up. I probably have nothing of value that you want to trade for it, but yeah, I need a Vaporeon and a Sylveon, and then
I'm still trying to
all
evolve
set.
that.
I think I'm gonna work on Sylveon since I don't have a Water Stone right now.
Hmm. Yeah, those stones are hard to find, and I died right when I had a Thunderstone. I was so pissed. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
I can trade you Pokemon that are holding Firestones and Thunderstones if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, can they hold items? I don't know. I'll figure it out.
I think they can. I haven't dived deep into trading, so
Show says his girlfriend has like 12 EVs.
They're great. Yeah, that's basically currency. On in the like in the online community, I bet.
yeah.
All right, there we go. We got Extra Sanderson here.
Live.
Hi. I don't think I've met you before.
Wait, it's PG rated game, right? This isn't the celebrity butt one, right?
No,
Yeah.
no, this is a nice family friendly one.
Yay!
Man, you looks like a giant.
Oh yeah, I got this low here. As I got.
Oh, okay, you're not a giant.
Yeah, I'm not.
I thought maybe he had the camera on the floor. Just
No, I was just playing some Gradius, trying to get that high score. Yeah, that's a hard
Nice.
game.
yeah. So before we go to the game, Extra Sanderson, are you an Amico fan? Are you a Amico hater?
I am just a Miko lover of all things. I have one pre-ordered. It's for the kids, though. It's for the kids. It's not for me. That Toe Jam and Earl, that was the biggest hit for me personally, because that game Back in the Groove is so great, and there's a lot of fun things you could do with the controller, but whatever.
Tommy Amico says he loves the Sanderson energy. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in my real game room, actually, not that one I set up.
So you have multiple game rooms. Nice.
No, I did this I guess funny is objective, right? Subjective video of my game room, because I'm this big wig collector, right? Where the game room's falling in on me. But it wasn't actually my real game room.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Beefy says that your stream put my kid to sleep, never fails. Thanks. Well, I'm glad we can be a help.
You're welcome.
All right, so what's up, everybody? We're going to be playing What Product Is This? And we got Rhea, Ninja Kitty, Extra Sanderson, and of course, Blinded Braille going to be playing along with us. Make sure you like, subscribe, share the video. We're going to be having some fun here today. Gary, unfortunately, is not here. I don't remember who won the last time. Was it Blinded?
I can't remember. I thought it was Gary.
Well, either way, off the bat, I will say one of the videos that I'm going to be playing is slightly triggering, maybe, possibly. So hopefully nobody gets offended. Hopefully nobody is too upset. It's all PG. These are all commercials that played on TV. So please bear with me. We're going to show you the
Don't
first
strike
one,
us.
We're going to kick it off.
I love going all natural.
I think I've seen this commercial.
All right, that's all you get. Is this going to be a commercial for a farmer's market, for a health juice, for hamburgers, or is it a PETA anti-fur commercial? Blinded Braille, you can go ahead and kick us off. What do you think?
Fuck. Oh, damn.
I heard that.
I want to go with the PETA one because that sounds like the most interesting. She is naked, so I mean, I think there's probably going to be some joke there. I don't know. I can tell. I swear I've seen this commercial, like that opening. But anyway, I'm gonna go with that.
Let's chew on over to Ninja Kitty. What do you think?
Well, first of all, how did you find a video of my girlfriend? Second of all, I'm pretty sure that's a Carl's Jr. commercial, so I'm gonna go burger.
Oh, Rhea is guessing PETA. She said you had to answer the doorbell, so that's her choice. You said, what was that, Ninja?
I think it's a burger commercial for Carl's Jr.
All right, and Extra Sanderson, you have the last.
Yeah, I was going to guess burger too. Can I guess the same thing or no?
Yeah, you can guess the same thing. So you're going with burger too? All right.
That seems like a burger commercial. I have no idea though.
2 burgers. Let's check it out. Let's see who was right, who was wrong. Please do not cancel us, Susan. I did not create the commercial. I just played the commercial.
Yeah.
I love going all natural. It just makes me feel better. Nothing between me and my 100% all natural, juicy, grass-fed beef.
Introducing the all-natural burger, the first ever in fast food, with no antibiotics, no added hormones, and no steroids. Only at Carl's Jr.
Said, damn, he was right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that coupon does not work anymore. But yes, not only did he know that it was a burger commercial, he knew it was a Carl's Jr.
I should get a second point for that.
You probably should.
I should get a third point because we don't even have Carl's Jr. here.
Yeah, you guessed it right out of Hardee's. It's out of Hardee's too. You could have guessed, but you guessed Carl's Jr.
Like, how did you even see that commercial? Like, did you Google it or something?
I didn't know because they used to put a bunch of commercials out that were controversial like 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
With similar and women were complaining about it because saying it was sexist and all that. So that's how I knew.
Carl's Jr. puts out some really racy commercials.
They're not even here in Canada. They need to hop on that, like Chick-fil-A.
So hopefully Rhea has returned from answering the door so she can check this second commercial out. This is not the triggering one, but I will say that this is not meant to be offensive. Not triggering, but not offensive also. So please don't cancel me.
いいじゃん。ダメ。なんで？もうちょっと待って。あと何秒ぐらい？犬苦手なんだよ。ちょっと待って。
All right, that's all you get. Is this going to be a sushi commercial, a dog food commercial, a protective mace commercial, or is it a wine commercial?
Jesus.
Blinded Braille, you are the regular on the show, regular on the panel, so you're going to go first. What do you think?
The way that it started, it was like very sus. It was like they panned down to her chest. Like it makes me like think it has to do with that. Japanese commercial. What was the second option?
Dog food.
Dog food. Yeah, I'm gonna go with dog food.
All right, Ninja Kitty, what do you think?
Can you please repeat the options?
The options are: is it a sushi commercial, a dog food commercial, a mace, not like a iron mace, but like spray mace, or a wine commercial?
I have no idea. I'm gonna go off the track there and say wine.
All right, Rhea, are you back?
Someone in the chat could do it for Rhea.
Rhea might still be indisposed, so we'll go to Extra Sanderson first. What do you think, Extra Sanderson?
Well, I want to say dog food too, but see now my answer is gonna be the same.
Right,
As
he's going-
I can't read his name. Hey, nice to meet you though.
Oh, blinded. Yeah, me too.
All right, so he's going with dog food. Rhea, are you with us?
She's not.
Chappie says that's
No.
another damn burger commercial.
Beef jerky says sushi, so we'll say that she said sushi.
So you're saying we're gonna give Rhea the beef jerky answer?
Yep.
And Rhea says wine. People are all
Green beans.
all right, we'll give her a couple more seconds just in case she comes back. All right, left you guys hanging. Damn, yeah. No, she wants to answer the door, and then I don't know. I guess we'll just give her the. You said give her the sushi answer.
That's what beef jerky said. Yeah.
Beef jerky. Yeah, I guess we're.
It would have been a good high heels, right? The spikiest high heels commercial. Because wasn't she about to throw her
No.
shoe?
True.
All right, so we'll just go ahead and play. I guess Rhea gets a non-answer. She gets nothing on this one.
いいじゃん。ダメ。
なんで？
もうちょっと待って。
あと何秒ぐらい？犬苦手なんだよ。
ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。
What the fuck?
怪我ない。おかげさまで。
選び抜かれた素材だけ。宅配寿司は銀の皿。
See, she won.
It was a sushi commercial. Basically, if you don't understand Japanese, I'll kind of give you the TLDR. Basically, they're saying the sushi is so good that you'd be willing to dress up like a woman to get some guy to take you out so that he would buy you the fancy
sushi.
Oh, man.
Tony, I thought I had it because when it was a guy, I totally thought he was pulling a wine bottle out of his pants. He didn't.
I knew it was something with the bra, just based on the freaking camera position. Oh, man.
Tommy Yumiko says, is that for sausage sushi? No. It's just regular.
Just blood sausage.
All right. So this is the third commercial we're going on. Hopefully Rhea has returned. If not, she's going to really lose.
You cut it out. 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 Helga, no! You cut it out.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
I'm just going to commit murder with a pillow. That's hilarious.
Is this a commercial for beer? Is this a commercial for makeup? Is this a pillow commercial? Or is it a IKEA furniture commercial? Blinded Braille, you have the floor.
What was the first two again?
The choices are, is it a beer commercial, a makeup commercial, a pillow commercial, or an IKEA furniture commercial?
I'm going to go with the beer commercial.
All right, Ninja
It makes
Kitty.
the most amount of sense.
I think it's beer, even though the chat is saying elsewise. So I'll go beer.
Chad is saying IKEA. That escalated quickly. It did. Extra Sanderson, what do you say?
Well, this time I for sure can't say beer. I don't know, Helga. Is that a German name? Maybe that's Swedish. I don't know. I'll say IKEA. I don't know why. I have no idea why.
It is Swedish.
Helga's a Swedish name? Yes, yeah, that was
Wait,
German.
no,
Yeah,
it's German.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
thought
why I
it
was
was
like, oh, beer, right? So, yeah.
It's a sushi commercial.
Rhea, have you returned yet? Or hopefully she didn't get kidnapped by answering the door. Praying for Rhea. I guess we'll
prayer
go ahead
emojis
and
in the chat.
see. F's in the chat for Rhea.
You cut it out. 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 Helga, no! You cut it out. No, not you. Cut it out. I will not cut it out. You cut it out.
Not too heavy, not too light. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
Damn.
That's funny.
That's first degree murder right there. That's crazy. She didn't kill him.
So yes, that was a beer commercial. Rhea has rejoined us. She did not get kidnapped.
Yeah, sorry. That was a grocery store delivery, so I had to put the stuff away.
That's fine. We were worried for a second. We thought it was one of those doorbell ringing kidnappers.
Oh yeah,
Nintendo
they're out there. Yeah.
Nintendo ninjas.
Yes. They showed up at my door today.
We're going to show the fourth commercial, which I think is going to be a little wild,
Jesus.
a little crazy, a little racy. Let's see what it is.
There was a time when babies had a great life.
What? Oh man,
That's
crappy
creepy.
animation.
All right. Is this a commercial for face cream, baby food, a mobile game, or razors? Blinded Braille.
I'm gonna go with razors based on that the what did it say? What there was a time when babies something. I'm gonna go based on that. It's going in a weird direction. But...
Amico graphics. I don't think the Amico
Yeah.
of the graphics for that commercial. Ninja Kitty, what are you thinking?
Sorry, can you repeat the options again?
Your options are face cream, baby food, mobile game, or razors.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna go with the face cream.
All right, Rhea, who has returned, what are you thinking?
Mobile game.
All right, and we got Extra Sanderson, who has got 1 point.
It's got to be baby food, right? Because, you know, there was a time with the babies, they had great baby food, right?
Yeah, now we just feed them dog food. Sad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Raid Shadow Legends, baby edition.
Exclusive for
All right,
Miko.
let's check it out. Let's see what it is.
There was a time when babies had a great life. The softness of their skin got them all their mom's attention. Then one day, fathers discovered a special weapon. From now on, fathers and sons can fight on equal terms. Men can now take revenge and win back their wives.
3, 2, 1. His mind is ready, his passion, his sweat is steady. He never thought it'd come to this, never knew just how heavy. The pain, the shame, doing the same old same. The aim, the game, reaching the hall of fame. Clashing on the mic, flashing lights in his face, bashing in the fight, smashing on the beat, his fat bass. It's not funny. He taking his crap as serious as ever. He works on the art as he grows even faster.
To get their moms back, there's no choice but to fight.
The eye of the kitten, slapping steaks in the kitchen. Off beat, no flow, nothing but nothing.
Fight for kisses.
Wow. As you
That
can
was
see,
not
that
like
was
it.
a very weird commercial. But in fact, there was 2 correct answers on that commercial.
That was dark.
Because
Yeah,
it
that was
a-
insanely dark.
It was a razor, like Blinded Braille said, but it was also a game commercial because you could have played Fight for Kisses was a mobile game, part of the Wilkinson's Razors campaign.
What the fuck? What?
Yeah.
That commercial was like, there was a lot of issues there. Like, the dad needs to go see a psychologist. Like, holy crap. That was embarrassing. Holy shit.
Dad's gonna get in trouble for beating the shit out of baby. just for some kisses.
Shit.
Speaking of psychology, psychologist needing some help, this next commercial might be a little disturbing. You might know it. It's kind of famous. I'm hoping you guys have not seen it yet.
There's good reason for my glistening skin.
You picked the one everybody knows.
Apparently, Blinded Braille says everybody knows this commercial, so he's going to go last because I don't think everybody's
Damn
seen
it.
this commercial before. Extra
No, I
This
never
was
seen it.
huge.
I never seen it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right, so we're going to start with Extra Sanderson, who's never seen it before. Their choices for this commercial are: is it a ice cream commercial, a lotion commercial, a mental health commercial, or a Sony PlayStation commercial?
Oh man, I'm just gonna go with mental health. Right? Sounds good.
Oh, man.
It's better help.
Right,
It's a better
yeah.
help commercial.
What do you think? Ice cream, lotion, mental health, or Sony PlayStation commercial?
Who's supposed to go?
Rhea.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say a mental health commercial.
All right, Ninja Kitty, who's been kind of quiet on this one. What do you think?
Quiet, because I remember seeing this like 4 years ago, and it's creepy as hell. It's ice cream.
And Blinded Braille, what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's an ice cream commercial.
So this is a Canadian commercial?
No, it's a Japanese one.
I saw it on YouTube like years ago.
Yeah, same.
Because it's
It's a
disturbing
pretty
as hell.
famous one.
Yeah, it was pretty
supposed
famous.
to be this was supposed to be the givey, the gimme question, the free point for everybody. But
It's still a fun commercial, though.
There's good reason for my glistening skin. And how I shine. And how my pores are so clean and clear. I eat little baby's ice cream. It keeps me young. It keeps me light on my feet. I spring from activity to activity. I love my job. I love my life. When you eat little baby's ice cream, you'll wink and nod and hug and high-five each other with great enthusiasm. This is a special time. Little baby's ice cream. Ice cream is a feeling.
Yeah, quite disturbing, quite insane, but that is a actual ice cream commercial. Someone needs to track down that director. I'm sure he's skinned at least 3 or 4 people in his life.
And ate them with ice cream.
This next one, when I saw this next commercial, I specifically thought of Raya as like, this is going to be a commercial Raya is going to enjoy. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take a look at the next commercial.
That's hilarious.
Why did you think I would like that commercial?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny if I said that I thought you'd like the commercial.
Oh, man.
Are you implying that she
All right.
enjoys large feet?
Perhaps. Man, the chat is blowing up. I got 47 comments in the chat that I got to go. All right. So here are your choices for that commercial. Is it going to be a shoe commercial, specifically safety shoes? Is it going to be an injury lawyer commercial, a commercial for roof tiles, or is it a department store commercial? Extra Sanderson, what do you think?
The law one. Would it get sued? Did you say something like that? Sorry, I was thinking about something else.
Yeah, I said injury lawyer, so that's what we're going with.
He's thinking of ice cream.
Yeah, I was thinking about that commercial. And I'm just like, I don't think it hurt that bad to get your foot run over, right? I've got my foot run over. It didn't seem like it went up to his, like that ball on your foot. Oh, maybe it did. I'll say the law one. The attorney practice. Is that it?
Rhea, what do you think?
The safety shoes.
All right. Ninja Kitty?
Well, I'm torn because that one time you had the roof tiles, which was totally nothing to do with the product, and it was that. But I think it's the last one, department store.
All right. And Blinded Braille, what do you think?
Well, say the options again.
The options are safety shoes, injury lawyer, roof tiles, or department store.
Roof.
I feel like it is going to be the tiles again, somehow. So I'll go with that one.
All right. Let's find out who was correct. Yes, it was a department store sale commercial.
It's a very well done commercial, I gotta say.
Yeah, I was very impressed. The next commercial is going to have a celebrity. Be on the lookout for the celebrity in the next commercial. And right now, it looks like Blinded Braille is dominating with 3 points.
What?
Damn.
Ninja Kitty.
What?
also
I'm
has 3
shocked.
points.
What?
Yeah. Ninja Kitty's tied. Actually, you know what? I'm looking at the scoreboard. Ninja Kitty actually has 4 points, so Ninja Kitty's actually in the lead. Rhea has 0 points. But
She has the 1 point. We gave her the sushi.
Shoes.
So we're gonna give her. Well, she has 2 points because we gave her the sushi, and then she was right on that one commercial.
There you go, 2 points.
For the mobile ad, so 2 points. That's right.
John Cena.
Extra Sanderson has 1. He's in last place.
Got to pick it up.
So we're gonna get to the second to last commercial.
この惑星ではかつて関ヶ原と呼ばれる戦いがあった。
この野郎どこ行くんだ。敵8だよ、敵8。敵ってどっちだっけ。家康だよ。助かった。や
Damn.
I did not see a celebrity there. Was it John Cena?
I guess it was. I couldn't see him. Singers.
Whoa! Why do you have to put that creepy thing up there again?
It wasn't closing the damn commercial. It was clicking it. It wasn't closing. It almost refused. Right.
A roof tiles.
So, if you notice, that was Tommy Lee Jones in the commercial.
What?
Was it?
What? I didn't even see him. What?
Yeah, he was in there. He's actually very famous for this product. He's a spokesman for this product in many, many commercials. But is this a commercial for a coffee drink, a historical drama, a video game, or roof tiles? Extra Sanderson?
Yeah, this one seems like a gimme. It's got to be roof tiles, right? Twice. This is a gimme. It's about somehow they're gonna rewind to fast forward time this time. Yeah. Fast forwarded. Like these people fought for your roof to not leak.
Rhea, what do you think? You're muted.
Can you repeat the options, please?
The options are: is it a coffee drink, a historical drama, a video game, or roof tiles?
I'm going to go with coffee drink.
All right, Ninja Kitty. This is right in your wheelhouse. You are a ninja. Those are samurai. What do you think?
Hey, let Blinded go first because I know the answer.
All right, Blinded. What do you think?
I'm gonna go with coffee.
It is coffee.
Ninja Kitty?
Yeah,
Coffee.
that's what I thought. It's just too out there. It's gonna be something like minute.
All right, let's take a look at the commercial.
この惑星ではかつて関ヶ原と呼ばれる戦いがあった。
この野郎どこ行くんだ。敵8だよ、敵8。敵ってどっちだっけ。家康だよ。助かった。矢刺さってるぞ。平気でござる。何、小早川が寝返っただと。これより我らは徳川方につく。裏切んの。戦え。めちゃくちゃだな。
いい気なもんだな。実際に戦ったの俺たちだろ。なんかぴったりだな。
そして約100年後、忠臣蔵と呼ばれる事件が起こる。
うちのご隠居様も言い過ぎたんだよね。赤穂の人に恨まれてるよな。うち入り来たらやだな。
亡き殿の鬱憤を晴らすため参上。
うち入りだ。
気をどこだ。気を探せ。こんなとばっちりだな。気をどこだ。
ここに隠れよう。あ、ご隠居様。
いたぞ。
最後は武士らしく。
いい気なもんだよな。後始末俺たちだし。あったまるな。
ただこの惑星では本当に働いている人が一番疲れる。
缶コーヒーのボス。
Wow.
That's epic.
Yeah. He's a very famous spokesman. They call him Spaceman Jones is the name of his character. He goes to different areas of society, showing you that the people that work the hardest, not the bosses, but the normal people, need the coffee energy drink. There's a whole series of commercials. Very good. You should look them up. Yeah, it is very Japanese. All right, this last one. This is the one that might trigger some people. It is a controversial commercial. Kind of famous. You might have seen it. So this might be a gimme for some of you. But I thought it was good enough that we're gonna go ahead and show it.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember this one. This is a edgy.
Is this a commercial?
Edgy commercial.
Is this a back to school sale commercial? A school shooter commercial? A commercial for school supplies? Or a new movie coming out?
Who goes first?
Mr. Sanderson, your answer, please.
I have no idea. I've never seen it. I would say, I mean, it hasn't been triggering so far, so why would I give a triggering answer, right? I'd say back to school. Target, right?
All right, Rhea, what do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat the options again, please?
The options are a back to school sale, a school shooter commercial, a school supplies commercial, or a movie that's coming out.
I'll say movie.
Ninja Kitty, your answer, please.
I know the answer to this one too.
Yeah.
Blind, do you know it or no?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, school shooter.
Yeah. Pumped up kicks.
I think I saw this on TV even.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
American channels, of course, because Canadians don't shoot people. So
we have some weird PSA commercials, though.
Well, it's not a PSA. So
I mean, like in Canada, like you should probably Google them because they're bizarre.
they're mostly about hockey, keeping the stick on the ice.
let's take a look and see the full commercial. Trigger warning.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for studying.
These new sneakers are just what I need for the new year.
This jacket is a real must-have.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
These scissors really come in handy in art class. These colored pencils, too.
These new socks, they can be a real lifesaver.
I finally got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
Yes, that was a school shooter Sandy Hook Promise commercial. Great organization, despite what Alex Jones might tell you. That is a real event that happened. So I wanted to put this commercial specifically to direct me.
I know that it's too much. Holy. Oof.
Yeah, it is a little much, but be aware.
I remember seeing it. Yeah, especially the sock. The sock one got me. I was like, ooh, this fucked.
I thought Tony was going to edit the video and put like Target sale at the end. I'd be like, come on, Tony. Sale on socks.
I know it's a little bit of a downer there at the end, but like I said, I wanted to bring attention to the thing, to the Sandy Hook Promise. Donate. I always want people donating to charity. And it looks like Ninja Kitty has pulled it off. He's the new champion of What Product Is This? We thank Rhea and Extra Sanderson for joining us. Lucky Day says it was a nice backpack. It was.
Damn.
We'll see you again next time. Hopefully, we have some more funny commercials. Maybe a roofing towel commercial. That is always a favorite here on the show.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that commercial was a little too much, but you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go now and like cry. Thanks, Tony.
I remember it being like kind of like I thought it was kind of funny, but then when I'm watching it now, I'm like, oh no, that was actually way more fucked up than I saw it as like a teenager.
Yeah. MIDI Music says dark humor is like food. It's not for everyone. Yeah.
I like food. Hey, Tony, I have an idea. Can I make the commercials for next week?
I mean, you could. That would be awesome.
I was thinking, and this is my idea. Sorry, I'm spoiling one. I'm going to feature Extra Sanderson, and he's going to be all covered in beans, and he's going to eat from his head will be a bean, and he'll eat from it. A green bean.
Yeah, I love those beans. All those veggies.
That'll be your gimmick.
My whole head will be a bean?
Well, maybe it'll be a bunch of beans, kind of like a Bart Simpson haircut type thing going. Just
oh yeah,
or
yeah,
like
yeah.
dreads or maybe or something.
I could do that. I could do that.
And then you eat it.
Oh,
and Rhea, the commercial for Rhea will be about her literally throwing spaghetti at the wall, and no one will get it. And it'll be about like paper towels she used to clean the spaghetti off the wall.
Oh man!
Sounds like you got a lot of editing to do. You gonna do CGI in these commercials, or?
No, I'm not.
He's gonna pull it off.
Here.
I'll just send you a video of me with the beans on my head. I can do that in 5 minutes. No problem.
Just taped on there. Well, then you'd have to do it yourself.
The product will be Scotch tape. You can hold the beans on your head.
Bro.
Every commercial next week is going to be roof tiles. It's going to be every commercial.
Yes, we need more of those.
There's a lot of weird Japanese commercials because I've watched tons of videos of them before, and you'll have like years worth of material just of random stuff they have.
Yep.
Yeah, but some of the commercials are really random, but the product is front and center, so it doesn't help. And then some of the commercials are just too long. There's like 5-minute like epics.
A movie.
In a commercial. Also, good night, Mitty. Hopefully you come back later, watch the replay. So I don't know if Extra Sanderson and Rhea wants to join us for the next discussion, but we're going to be talking about Boba Fett, episodes 5 and 6, specifically.
I'll take my tears off the air. Okay, I'll take So I haven't seen it yet, and I don't. So I would have nothing to add other than Boba Fett is pretty sweet. I like that guy.
Yeah, same. I haven't started the series yet, but I've been following my friends' reviews of it, so I just have no context as far as like any spoilers and stuff.
All right, well, the last topics we got are Boba Fett and Television Amico news, rumors, Nintendo first party sales data, Microsoft,
Jesus
Activision Blizzard, and of course Gary's indie spotlight with no Gary.
Tony, I have a request. Can you flip the Intellivision with the Boba Fett one?
Oh, I'm just letting you know what's left. We could do anything at any time. If you want to do Intellivision now.
I have to get dinner soon because
that's fair.
Oh, and I know Gary's not here, but I don't know if y'all are following this indie game called Affinity Sorrow. It's on Kickstarter, and they're releasing a Sega Genesis game on physical cartridge, and I backed it because they're also offering like the ROM for it too. But I'm also hoping to see it port it to other consoles. But they're focusing primarily on Sega hardware for their
that's interesting
for their first fulfillment cycle. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Dorkside did a video on that game. Yeah.
Oh.
It looks good, but it's not coming out. I think he said it's not coming out till like 2024 or something like that. It's a ways off.
Yeah, makes sense.
I guess since Ninja Kitty has to leave soon, something about family and eating food.
Well, I have to eat. Everyone else is already eating.
Excuse like that.
I'm gonna get going though.
Just do like Gary, just eat on
I'll
screen.
Retreat to the chat. But thanks everyone. Love you all. This was fun. That was a fun game.
See.
I'm sorry that
Yeah,
I
man.
didn't win. I know
Always welcome to come
that
back.
I was the favored one to win, but I apologize for that. So
It was nice meeting you. Take care.
Yeah,
yeah, nice meeting you all.
same.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, I thought he was gonna boom it. I was waiting for him to think that he had turned it off and just stayed.
That seems like his type of humor. That would have been
All
funny.
right, so I guess we'll go to the Television Amico news and rumors discussion.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna be talking in Television Amico news and rumors. As always, hit like, subscribe, do all the YouTube-y stuff. I know this is going to be the most popular video of the week from the channel because
Mhm.
everybody loves Miko drama. But there have been quite a bit of rumors, and I'm saying they're rumors because they're not official statements from the company just yet. Retro Bro, although he has positioned himself as a semi-official spokesman, an official spokesman, I'm not sure. He said that the founders will be very, very happy in the next couple of months, implying a Founders Edition release. I had woken up the other day to some people texting me, telling me that there was going to be a new fundraising campaign on the horizon for the Intellivision. And of course, Sinister Goon, he said that he also heard that there was going to be a new fundraising campaign. And as part of the rumors, I heard that Kickstarter might be involved in the next phase of the Intellivision Amico. So just wanted to go around, see what you guys think of that. Blinded Braille, what do you think? Is a Kickstarter or a new round of fundraising something that Intellivision should be doing? Shouldn't be doing? What do you think?
He's speechless.
He's speechless. Ninja Kitty, what do you think?
What I think? Well, I think they need the fundraising. I assume they need more money, but I don't think fundraising through Kickstarter would be a good idea at this point, especially since there isn't much interest in the product and it's been out. Like if people were looking into it, they would have found it by now. So I think they would have to go for like private fundraising. And like I said before, they're gonna have to trick somebody overseas into giving them a lot of money. I can't see them raising a lot of, like having a Kickstarter, like a normal Kickstarter, and getting people pledging, especially since it's already been in development for like 3-4 years.
Yeah. The thing, I think Kickstarter, if I'm not mistaken, they require a prototype unit in order to make a Kickstarter for like a console or something. And if that's the case, I had heard the Kickstarter rumor was like a month, 2 months ago at this point that I heard it when it was first told to me by a reliable inside source. But it never came to fruition, and I'm thinking maybe the reason that it might be coming now is because they didn't have, all their ducks in a row. They didn't have a prototype. And I do agree, Kickstarter would be horrible, especially with the way Tommy was complaining or talking down towards Atari for doing their Kickstarter. It would be a disaster on epic proportions, and I don't even know what they could offer as a reason for people to even, donate to the Kickstarter.
All right, I'm back. So
like more pre-orders maybe they could do, but like how many? They can't keep changing and having different editions. So I don't know.
Unless
this
the red
Kickstarter thing, it just doesn't make any sense at all. Like it makes me wonder like what the reaction would be to both, like especially people who are, really like this Amico, right? Like how would you feel that after 2 years of a delay, like now they're doing a Kickstarter? Like I would really want to hear people's thoughts on that, because it just seems really, I don't want to say scummy, but it does seem a little weird, right? Like like what do you have to offer, right? Like you're already, a lot of these people who would donate have already pre-ordered and already got their games, right? So it's like what exactly would the bonus be for funding them, right? Like, I think in general should have just been a Kickstarter to begin with.
Yep.
Maybe the GTO Red will be a Kickstarter exclusive.
But then how much would you have to put down to get it? You know what I mean? It's not like they're going to give people who put like $5 in, right? Like, and then on top of that
they'll
too,
do
when
like all the
they,
Kickstarters. You put $5.
ooh, I
They'll
really
say
can't
they'll
see
do like
them
the other
doing that.
Kickstarters. You put $5 in, you get a sticker.
Oh, a sticker. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant like a whole console. I'd have been like, what the hell? Sorry.
No, well, because you got different levels on Kickstarter, right? So they give you like $5,
Yeah, I know.
you get a
Yeah,
sticker.
But it's like if someone
$250
was to
you
put
get Red.
like you know the same amount as their Amico, right? Like, and then not really get an Amico, it would be kind of, you know, I think that would be a little bit weird, you know, because some tiers on Kickstarter, you will actually get the product, right? Once you donate enough. So,
Yeah.
I mean, if this is more like, hey, we're gonna develop more games or something, like they could spin it, I still think it would look really bad, you know, like just you should have done this in the first place, and then to come out when you had 2 delays, it's like what, you know, like it seems more like a bad PR. You know what I mean? Like imagine if any other sort of startup company did this, where they got some traction, and then they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna need to do a Kickstarter." You know what I mean? Like it's like the product's supposed to be already out. You know what I mean? So I just think it's really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Kickstarter, like I said, it has been rumored. Kickstarter, I don't know if it is official that they're going to go that, but I do know that they were thinking of it. And Anthony EFX says, yeah, not hating, but didn't they pride themselves for not being on Kickstarter in the beginning? Or am I wrong? No, you're right. Tommy was very vocal about Kickstarter not needing it because he had all these investors lined up and all these big hotshots that were going to donate tons of money. The only way I could see a Kickstarter really working or is if they put basically, this is a Kickstarter not for the console but for manufacturing. We need X amount of money to manufacture. You donate, you know, $5, $10, $20. You don't get anything other than like a sticker or your name in the credits. Like we'll add your name to the credits of the console or something.
But if that's the case, like using your example, what happens if they don't reach the goal?
Everyone
Like,
gets
wouldn't
their
that
money
be? But then what happens to the console? Like,
well, if they need to raise money in the first place, obviously they're in a position where if they fail, then the console's not getting released, I would imagine. So,
I mean, this
not
I just think this looks real. If this does get announced, and whatever way they try to spin it, it's going to look really bad. Like, I think this would be like the nail in the coffin. Like, and I don't have, you know, like I wouldn't consider myself a hater or anything, right? Like, I'm just seeing it as someone that's neutral. And so far, they haven't really been making the right moves, right? And I think this would be really a big blow. Like, I could see a lot of people who were, you know, interested in the console just dropping it entirely. And on top of that, too, I think this would actually get the mainstream attention for something bad, right? Because it's like, if you ask for too much, then people are being like, hey, what the hell, right? Like, this is way too much. Like, you set this up like this is supposed to be out already, right? So I really don't know. I think if this does turn out to be true, it's going to be really bad.
1 Inch Bicep says Intellivision needs to sell candy bars door to door.
I have an idea.
Have one of those candy bar drives.
Hey Tony, maybe they'll have.
Yeah, I think Kickstarter.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll have a tier on the Kickstarter where like it'll be the top one for like $20-30 million to buy Intellivision?
Maybe.
And then like the little bullet
really
points will
weird.
be incur all debts, become a legend. I don't know.
Maybe one of the Kickstarter perks was if you donate 10,000, you get a Ferrari ride with Tommy.
Maybe.
But I really don't think. I hope they don't do Kickstarter because that would be terrible for PR, terrible for the company. Obviously, if you're going Kickstarter at this point, you are in desperate need of money.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Now, as far as going on another website of something like a Fundable or a Fig, I think that is also bad, but I don't think it would look as bad as Kickstarter. What do you think about that? I do know that Delaware does allow companies to get foreign investors, and Retro Bro did say something about that, about potential foreign investors now that they're in Delaware. So do you think maybe someone in Dubai, someone overseas is trying to invest? I don't know why they would, but do you think that's a possibility?
Maybe.
What do you think, Rhea? You've been awful quiet. Did Saggy give you
Oh,
inside information?
no, I'm actually gonna dip out, but thank you for having me on for the game. I'm sorry I couldn't participate as much as others have, but yeah, thank you for having me on.
That's all right. Take it easy. We enjoy having you on anytime.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
See ya.
Tommy just texted her, get off the show.
No, it's.
No.
In case you didn't know,
we love having Ray
Tony.
here.
There's some earth-shattering news that was just dropped.
Oh.
I just kind of overheard this because I'm running the other YouTube, another browser window with YouTube, and a family trailer apparently is going to be dropping for Amico this week.
Ooh.
And also, I'm watching Sinister Moon drinking Mountain Dew straight from a 2-liter bottle, and I can't picture he is like the stereotype. If you look in the dictionary for I won't say what it is. That's him. Just saying.
Chud? Is that what you're looking for? I'm guessing.
But I don't think they get
After Dark.
I can't watch much of it. It's bad. No, they're not going to get. I don't think they're going to get investors overseas.
Yeah, I just
unless
don't know.
They scam people, because most people ask for the books and then see the debt and where they are, and then just at that point get scared.
Well, here's a better point. Was it? Because I'm not watching. Obviously, I'm not watching After Dark right now. But Ninja Kitty was Tommy, Nick, somebody from Intellivision actually the one to make this announcement?
Just the Retro Bro. We'll have to watch it later. I only caught a little bit of it because I was mostly disgusted at watching it. Someone drinking straight from a 2-liter bottle and chilling hard. Neckbeard. Like what Tommy says there.
Yeah. Like I said, if it's not official, if it's not, being announced by Intellivision, I don't know if we should really count this as an announcement, as an official.
Oh, I was being sarcastic
statement.
when I said earth-shattering.
No,
that was sarcasm.
even not earth-shattering. Just the fact that, because let's say next week comes and goes, right, and there's no family commercial from Intellivision, right? Do we hold that against them? Because technically they didn't announce it. Retro Bro announced it, right?
No, you don't.
Retro Bro didn't know anything. He's just talking out of his ass.
Or things change. I don't know. I wouldn't count that.
Nah.
Yeah.
We go by the official stuff, the site, where it says, I think on the FAQ, expecting to deliver Q1 2022. So that's running pretty. We're getting. We're already in February, so.
Yeah. If it doesn't show up in March, then it's over.
Then they have lied, or else misled people. Maybe not lied. And
misled.
I think it's a week or two now before the 30 days or so from that original comment.
Yeah, it's supposed to be on the 15th or the 14th. I think it's like right on Valentine's Day when the 30 days or so hits the 30-day mark.
Well, Well, it's just going to be fun because I'm not sure if you guys seen, but people are starting to get their Steam Decks, like I'm guessing the review units.
Yeah.
And I don't know when the embargo is or anything, but I've seen several different places show pictures of it. So that's going to take. Well, it's not that they're competing or anything, but most people are going to just be focused on that, fan-wise.
That thing is huge, by the way.
It
freaking
is.
massive.
Whoa, that's
Yeah.
what she said.
Yeah.
So that'll be another product that's going to be released. And Playdate, I can't remember when the first units are supposed to. People are hoping, I think March, April, the first one. So then there'll be another product that's released.
Well,
and Evercade's
It was
already out,
not.
so.
It was never coming in quarter one. It wasn't.
No.
That was never going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I want to ask this question: if they do this Kickstarter, what acceptable amount, or what amount would be acceptable? You know what I mean? Like, if it's like, $250,000, that would be a lot. Like, what range would you put this at? Where it's like, okay, maybe we'll cut them some slack or whatever it may be.
I couldn't even tell you because I'm guessing they need millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But it's like you can't really do that on Kickstarter, right? Like to put up $1 million.
I mean,
yeah, you could, but like most
they
doesn't
couldn't.
usually happen, right? Yeah, they couldn't do that because of PR, and then people would be. And first off, I don't think there's probably going to be enough people to donate, right?
Exactly.
To that amount. So it's like, I don't know if this. I really want to see if this happens or not, because this will definitely end this whole story. Like that would kill it, in my opinion, because that's when I feel like the mainstream will be like, whoa, wait, what's going on? This company's delayed this console multiple times, and now they're asking their fans who already put down pre-order to back them. That's crazy, right? Like, I've never seen a company do that, right? Like, it's just really bad if that does happen.
It's just delaying the inevitable. They're trying to raise money to get, like, they're just always chasing money because they can't catch up. So they'll raise a little money in Kickstarter, but they still need to get the money to produce the stuff for the Kickstarter. Like, it's the never-ending cycle.
Here's what they'll do. They'll get money to produce units, and then once they sell those, they'll use that money to produce the Kickstarter units, and then they'll go out of business. No, but I don't, like I said, I think no amount of money that they, if they have a goal on Kickstarter or another platform that's looking for investments, I don't think any number is acceptable at this time, because let's say it's a low number, right? Let's say they're like, we only need $10,000, right? And you'd be like, well, Tommy, why don't you have 10,000? Why don't you just put your money in there, right? If that's all you need, it's a couple thousand. Why, So then, a low number wouldn't be acceptable, because you'd just be like, it makes no sense.
What's the point? Yeah.
You guys personally, Nick Richards, Tommy, you guys are supposed to have money. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if the number is that low, you should be able to float it, And if the number is really high, then conversely, you'd be like, wow, they're that far off of the mark that, if they don't get this number, obviously that's it for them, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think any number would help them at this point. Like, any crowdfunding, any public crowdfunding, investment funding, anything you want to call it, anything that's public that would like, hey, we need money or give us money for our product, I think it's going to hurt them PR-wise. It's going to hurt
kill
them.
Yeah, it's going to kill them if they do that. Like, I would be shocked if they somehow, if it's a large amount, they get the money, and then they get out the consoles. I would be shocked. Because it's just like, who, like, have you not seen what this company's been doing? Why would you back them? Especially if you put in already to buying the game and the console. Why would you put more money in, and they haven't even shown you why this thing is even worth it? Right? Like, I think it's insane personally. Like,
yeah.
So let me ask, if they did have a Kickstarter and say it's $1 million, there's no chance they'd actually hit that goal.
No, I want to look up what's the highest Kickstarter amount.
Well, there's stuff that's really
million.
high, but
I know
they've already gone through
gauge.
They already gone through like 3 years of getting people to try to pre-order and stuff. Who at this point is going to put their money in?
Yeah,
just for a special edition or something slightly different. They have 6,000 pre-orders. Like that's, if that, still. How many more are they going to get just by having a Kickstarter?
But it really, like, they can't come out and have like a Kickstarter that's like the most expensive Kickstarter, right? Like, because the numbers that I'm looking up right now.
They've had Kickstarters asking for millions of dollars, so it's not unheard of. Here's the real issue, I think. Let's say they go to Kickstarter. Again, we're not saying that this is what they're doing. We're just speculating off of a rumor. But let's say that they go to Kickstarter, right? You know Kotaku, Polygon, Ars Technica, they're all going to make articles about this. The only audience that knows about Kickstarter, that are going to Kickstarter for games, will be the audience that reads those magazines, those online publications. And they're going to get trashed. And that audience is going to be like, I'm not fucking donating to this Kickstarter. I mean, no shade on Ed Annunziata. The man made Echo the Dolphin. He's really passionate about what he does. He could not raise enough money on Kickstarter for his game. Keith Robinson, once again, very passionate about Intellivision. He couldn't raise money on Kickstarter for Intellivision Gen 2 games. You really need a killer product, a killer.
But this also reminds me too, because Kickstarter has been notorious for projects that get funded a lot, seem like they have a lot of promise, and then go nowhere. So there's already that reputation for a lot of people, right? Like the Ouya was a Kickstarter project, right? So, like if they really want to do that, they would be shooting themselves in the foot like another time, right? Because they already have a sort of shady, or I wouldn't say shady, but a muddy kind of reputation, right? Because even though it's not a Kickstarter, it's almost originally, right? It almost seems like a Ouya, right? So now you have that reputation, and then now you're going to do a Kickstarter. It just seems like really bad. It's such a really bad idea. Like you already have a negative reputation, right? As much as all the fans want to say they don't, the mainstream isn't talking about them. And when they do, it's usually very negative, right? So, yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
They've gone the wrong way. And I'll give you an example, because I did a video about this before, like 5 months ago, when I said Amico versus Pie Packer, which was like the online thing. And they had a Kickstarter just to get the thing going. And the Kickstarter was for like 200,000 or something like that, or 150,000. It was just to get off the ground and get, I guess what the word is, the framework put together. They got their shit together. They met their goal, came out with the product, and then I guess it's a proof of concept is what I'm trying to say. It's good for the proof of concept, and this happens for other Kickstarter products, like non-video game stuff. You show you have something that people have interest, and then at that point, and this is what happened with Pie Packer, they got like $12 million investment from, I forget who it was again, Lego or something like that. And that's what Intellivision should have done is, did the Kickstarter, showed that the proof of concept that this will sell. People will want to buy this. We know they wouldn't, but just say they did. And at that point, they can go to companies and say, hey, there's interest in this, and we sold quite a bit, and it was hype. Then you get the big dollars from the private enterprise, not from one by one from each investor. So yeah, it's bad. It's not going to work for them.
So you don't think
right, Tony?
Kickstarter is going to work for them at all? No, I agree.
No, it'll only embarrass them. It works for us. I can make a lot of videos out of that, and I'll have good times. And when they don't meet their Kickstarter goal, and it's like say it's 300,000 and they only have 17,000 or 12,000. I'll make tons of videos making fun of it. Our friends at the cult will get upset. It'll provide more fun, but for the product itself, no, it's not good for it. Just for us.
Yes.
Yeah. I
And
agree
that's facts.
wholeheartedly. What was it?
I said that's facts. There's no
Okay.
denying that. Yeah.
So let's go to the other rumor that was just breaking news that Ninja Kitty brought to us. A new family trailer is coming out. It's going to be a very slick commercial. I bet it's going to have all the greatest familiness and families. I don't know. Something about families. But let's say that this is true. It comes out next week. Does it even matter at this point? Is this something anyone's going to care about?
N-O.
Nope.
Is it going to be a commercial? Do you think? Okay, because it'll be probably on their channel, right? Obviously.
Yep.
But do you think that it's going to have any views outside of the channel? Do you think it'll be something that it's going to be advertised on in YouTube videos in front of
like ads?
Maybe ads or a TV show? Or is it
No,
just going to be
'cause
something on the channel?
they can't do anything like that until they're ready to sell. Because it takes them a year. What's the point of having those type of commercials? It'll be just like the mixture between the boomer, those boomer ones and the Utah things, but probably more so like, when Hans and his family were playing the game or pretending to play the game, cornhole and stuff. It'll be something like that. Be slightly better than like an actual commercial. But I'm sure we can pick it apart with all the the misinformations that it shows.
Oh, so you think the commercial is going to have misinformation?
It's going to show them playing cornhole, but not really actually playing cornhole. It will not be, the person really playing it. It'll just be a video.
Devil's advocate, right? But to play devil's advocate on a commercial, like if it is a legit.
Yes, most commercials are not playing it.
Right. That's what I was getting at. When you see a hot dog, it's not really a hot dog. It's not really cereal. That's not milk. Commercials are fake. So would it be fair to pick apart the commercial if it is a legitimate commercial and not like a video that they're putting up?
Depends.
Yeah.
I guess it depends what they show. If they show something like Toe Jam and Earl, then yeah. Where we know it's not being made.
Yeah, that's fair. But I can't,
but
like I said, I can't even see what I think is going to happen. We're going to watch the commercial and we're going to be like, wow, that's exactly the same thing that Nintendo just put out earlier. Like beat for beat, the exact same commercial.
Well, crappier version, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they have a couple months ago, they had the casting call or the photo shoots and stuff, so I don't know. It's not going to be the end of the world. It's just that nobody's going to watch the video except all the people that are in the drama here, and they'll be forgotten about.
You don't think it's going to be all over IGN?
No. I was about to say that. If they were smart, they would go out to these outlets and post it there, right? But it's not.
Maybe they'll use the video as part of the trailer for their fundraising on Kickstarter.
Oh, that would be icing on the cake. If they do this trailer and announce it at the same time with the Kickstarter, holy shit.
Well, if you go to the Kickstarter and then it'll be part of the trailer.
1 Inch Bicep says, I think the only announcement they need to make is the release date. Anything else will be a disappointment now. Well, do you think if they do an actual commercial, they have to have a release date in there, right? They can't just like coming soon, Amico, like no release date. That'd be a really shitty commercial.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it depends on what the commercial is. Like, if it is supposed to be playing on a YouTube ad or whatever it may be, I think they probably just wouldn't put a release date. You know what I mean? Like they probably just want to build up again. To the community, it would be disappointing. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I
Hey,
think it
maybe
would
they'll
be
do
telling.
this. They'll have
Yeah.
the Q2 2022 at the end of the commercial. Everyone will get excited on the Amico cult or whatever, and then they still don't make that date.
That would look really weird to put Q22 in a commercial. That would be weird.
Or coming summer 2022 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't release in summer 2022.
Well, I think realistically they have to put something, right? If it's a legitimate commercial, right? Because I don't consider the Boomers video a legitimate commercial. You know um, what was it, Texas Kids Museum thing, whatever the hell it was. I don't consider those commercials. They were advertising, yes, but not really commercials, right? Like the Nintendo ones, those are TV spots that they're on their YouTube channel, but you could also you'll see them on TV and they'll run on other people's YouTube, advertisements and stuff. Those are legitimate commercials. So if this is a legitimate commercial, it's got to have a release date, or else what is the point? You just spent a bunch of money, made a commercial with no release date, and that's not going to
Yeah.
get anybody excited. Like, hey, there's a new system coming out, but we're not going to tell you when it's available, so just forget about it. Don't even worry about it. Why did you watch the commercial? There's no point.
I feel like this commercial wouldn't even be for advertising to people who don't know about this. Like that's like my suspicion because it seems like they've been only talking to the people who already pre-ordered the console. I don't know. That's the vibe that I get based on their whole marketing in general.
Yeah, and to Ninja Kitty's point earlier, I think he said I couldn't hear because I had a train. I don't know if you heard that, but I didn't really hear. But I think he said something about they should have given the heads up to these outlets like IGN and stuff.
Yeah.
From my understanding, and again, take this for what you will. I have talked to several people within the games journalism community, and they basically all say the same thing, that no one cares. No one's interested in the Intellivision Amico. It doesn't generate clicks. It doesn't generate interest. They don't care about it.
Pikachu shock face.
I read, I forget what guy from IGN, I forget who it was. He wrote about it like a little blurb on, I think, Twitter, is just saying basically, echoing what you said, that they do contact them, that they just don't bother posting anything.
Yeah, because it would not. How is it beneficial for IGN? It would probably be like the lowest viewed video they have in like 10 years.
Well, not just that. You got to think of other things. First off, if you're going to advertise with any of them, right? They're not doing it for free. They're not going to be, yeah, come advertise on our website for free. No, you got to pay them. And television obviously doesn't have the money to pay these websites. Two, there's so much bad. Like IGN, their credibility would just go out the window if they were just like, oh, buy the Intellivision, it's a great system. Like if they didn't talk about any of the negatives.
Oh, yeah.
And we know for a fact that if you talk about negatives, Tommy does not like that. Tommy, you become a hater. You get put in a hater folder. There was a German journalist who went on Twitter and basically said that Hans contacted his boss at some magazine in Germany because the guy had said negative things about the Amico, basically trying to get him fired. So obviously no one wants to deal with that headache. IGN doesn't want to deal with it. GameSpot, none of them. Giant Bomb. So there's that angle. Then, like I said, like you guys are saying, and I said, there is really no interest in the Amico. It's not going to generate any clicks, other than hey, this thing is a shit pile. Look at the car crash. Tommy's threatening to sue people. Those will generate clicks because all those crazy stories always do. But I don't think anything positive is going to generate any clicks. I mean, I don't think Best Buy Canada blog suddenly skyrocketed to like the #1 gaming website after they talked about the Amico.
Yeah.
So again, I don't think that it would be nice. That is probably the thing that they should do. Hey, we get an exclusive for you, and they probably were like, "Well, we don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Who are you? Why are you bothering us?" lose our email. And so he's left it to the Retro Bro. They leave it to people like that to get the word out. And, I like Retro Bro. We're cool. We have no issues personally, but his channel is not big enough. This is not PewDiePie talking about it. This is not someone with a million subscribers, 2 million, 3 million, not even 100,000, not even 10,000. At the very least, John Riggs or even Smash, who has more subs, at the very least you could say, well, they're the biggest people that they know that would be positive, that they could get the word out. So the fact that they're like, all right, John, Retro Bro, we're letting you send the word out, it's kind of telling as far how far down they are, how out of it. They got no one else. They got nothing.
Yeah, does Review Tech USA still talk about in television?
He trashes it every chance he gets.
Okay.
He just shits on it like with his whole ass.
Damn. Wearing sweaters to shitting on it. Sad.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be maybe like 3 years ago, when in 2018, maybe 2019, he might have been able to get someone, hey, we got a new system coming out, when there was no negative buzz, no negative hype. They're like, hey, could you run this article? Or hey, we're going to give you an exclusive reveal or something. Maybe he could have tempted somebody at IGN or something. But I think at this point, you're not getting anybody. Nobody's. I mean, even look at their videos, the videos on the official channel. They had like 300,000 views, which I think is their best video. But that was the one that was embedded everywhere because of it was the reveal trailer. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. 321,000 views was it 3 years ago, was the embedded trailer. Now the Earthworm Jim 39-second trailer has 306,000 views. But again, that was embedded in a lot of places. And because it was 39 seconds, I'm sure people were like watching it repeatedly to check it out. So I think that one's kind of a iffy as far as legitimate views. The VIP pre-orders from a year ago, I think it's almost 2 years now, that only has 162,000. So I mean, they keep going lower and lower in views from their channel. The highest non-Amico official and television video, surprisingly, is no one that is in our circle. Is not a Pat Neen video. It's a video from Velbarin. I think he's a Brazilian YouTuber. It's not English. He got 99,000 on a Amico video from 3 years ago. I don't think he's talked about the Amicos since. I do know that Tommy was in the comments there trying to get an interview or something. I don't think he did.
Those views are pretty low there. I'm looking at their YouTube channel for this past year. That's pretty bad. That's really bad. I didn't think it was this bad.
Yeah,
aside from the E3 presentation, but even the E3 presentation has 112,000 views. That's not that good.
Well, some of them are really
bad.
Let's take a look.
Well, I'll just put it in perspective. 112,000 views for their E3 presentation on the Intellivision page. I have a Giant Bomb makes fun of E3 Intellivision presentation. It's at like 23,000, and I'm just a little YouTube channel. That's sad for them.
Yeah, but I think yours got picked up because of the algorithm just ran with that. Not that I'm jealous of your giant views.
Yeah, but shouldn't the algorithm pick up the E3 official one for more than 100,000? That's quite low.
Well, that's because because no one's searching it. That's
no one cares.
Probably why. Yeah, if you really want to get into the algorithm, it needs to be searchable. So the fact that people were searching Ninja Kitty's video or the keywords in his video over Amico, and he probably has it in the title. I forget the exact title of the video, but that just shows you how like the SEO on television is probably really low, right? So yeah, they got to work on that. That's a big problem.
So we got another exclusive. No Swear Gamers in the chat. He says Retro Bro just claimed that TT told him 27 games are finished. Not all will be available at launch, but the physicals will. I don't believe 27 games are finished, simply because our definition of finished and Tommy's definition of finished are wildly incompatible. Tommy basically said before that well, he could still do patches day one. That's not a uncommon thing, and they walked back the idea that you wouldn't need patches in the games to basically like, well, that's the accepted practice anyway, so who cares? As we know, they claim that Moon Patrol is finished, but it has placeholder text, right? But the game's finished. And I was talking to someone else about this, like, well, it only takes 5 minutes, right? That's what the claim has always been. It only takes 5 minutes to swap out the Moon Patrol text, right? So the question is, why in 3 years have they not sat down for 5 minutes to swap out the Moon Patrol text, right? Makes no sense. Because either Moon Patrol was deprioritized and never touched in that 3 year time. They didn't notice, because it is a very high possibility that the person who put it in did it sneakily, and no one else has any idea that that was the Star Fox text because they're not familiar with modern games. Same reason why Battle Tanks, had all that quote unquote placeholder assets, but it was shown publicly in a video, despite the fact that they showed the Battle Tanks video like 2 years ago, and it still said Fury on the barrel. And then fast forward to the new video, and they took Fury off the barrel, which means they were aware that in the original video that they showed with the quote unquote placeholder text that Fury was on the barrel, but they were aware enough to know to get rid of it for the second showing, which again tells you that somebody is trying to pull a fast one, trying to pull a sneaky, and these games are not ready. So no, I do not.
So you don't believe 27?
No.
Do you think he's playing with the names, and do you think he's playing with the numbers and doing something stupid where Finnegan Fox counts as one, but the multiplayer mode counts as a second game? Because he would do something dumb like that, right?
Well, like I said, he'll go
different
he'll
modes.
say finished.
Fucking crazy.
We still need to do bug testing and finished, but we still need to add. Well, it's only going to take us 5 minutes to add this sound effect or this other thing, so it's finished, but not really finished. So no. No Swear Gamer says he listed the games. I just counted them.
Okay.
Again, here's the thing. Again, Retro Bro, like the guy, don't have any personal issues with Retro Bro. He, as far as he said, remember, does not work for Intellivision. He's not an Intellivision employee in any shape or form. He has not, no one has come out and said, hey, we are giving him an official, press release. Press release is coming out and John's just getting it first. He's getting it early, right? No one from Intellivision has ever said, hey, Retro Bro's our guy. He's the guy that we're giving news to. We're feeding the news to him. He's feeding it to you, right? As far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. So whatever Tommy tells him is not official. Whatever he repeats is not necessarily official statements. Tommy can turn around and go, well, I didn't say that, or, well, Retro Bro's wrong, or we don't have 27 ready right now. Because remember, Saggy Melons, again, nothing personal against Saggy. Saggy came out and said, I was told by Tommy they paid for those assets. Those are licensed assets in Battletank. Only for 2 days later to walk it back and say, no, I just made that up. No, I was just saying that. I misunderstood what I was told. So again, Tommy could say, well, I told him one thing and he just kind of misunderstood when he said those games are ready. Oh, yeah, sure, they're ready. Remember, again, we have video footage of Tommy saying that Toe Jam and Earl is being worked on. It's going to be at launch. When the game had no work done on it, the developers themselves said no actual work on the game was done. It was only in the design phase, writing ideas down on paper phase, pretty much. Never got past that. No actual work on the game was done. Yeah, Saggy got me good. She was like, "Oh, I was only joking." She said she had proof. She had receipts. And when I asked for them, then she said, "Oh, I was only playing. I was only joking." NES crap. No one is protecting Tommy's honor. I keep seeing you pop up in here. We don't want bullshit, all right? If you want to talk shit about Tommy, go somewhere else and do that, all right? We don't need you running your mouth. We appreciate you as a fan, but we're not here to attack people. That's not what we do. That's not what this channel is about. Go somewhere else for that. With that said, do you guys believe they got that many games ready? Do you believe how many games do you think they're actually 100%? No bugs that need to be ironed out. No nothing. It's just this is it. Good to go.
I'll give them 10.
Tops 15. Tops.
Yeah. I really want to see what these. If there are 27 games ready, why not? Do a slow drip of what you were doing before, highlighting them, right? Like every week you get a new game up until a big announcement or something. You know what I mean? Like that would keep people engaged and be like, hey, at least we're doing something, right? Like, but no, they're not.
I think Chupacabra has it right. The comment he has is they've got 27, but it's the Sesame Street games broken into the individual.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can see that.
But getting on that, he probably is right though. Like all those Flash games, there's probably like 20 of them, and then 7 real games. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
That comment should be the comment of the day. Holy shit! I almost died.
Yeah. The thing is, again, we've seen the games that aren't finished. We've seen the games be partially finished and claim as finished. Tommy said that Moon Patrol was finished, and we were told by people that played it that the 2-player mode was not finished. They still had to tweak it. It was not working as intended. Cornhole was finished, only for months later for them to admit that it needed to be tweaked. It wasn't fun enough. Technically, if you want to get technical, all the games are finished. All the games. Every single game on Amico is finished. They could release them right now, and they're just shit, buggy mess, right? Other companies have released games that were buggy messes, that have game-breaking bugs, that didn't work correctly, that were just crap. Like they just shit in the box and just gave it to you, right? They released it as a finished product. So technically, yeah, he could say that all the games are finished. Are they truly finished? Probably not. Let's just be real.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, right? Why not show them?
Because they're probably not. They're probably not in any presentable form.
Yeah.
Again, if this was official news, right? If this was official news, Tommy would be on Twitter, and television Twitter would be posting 27 games done. We're working on the next 25 or the next 30 or whatever it is. Hey guys, we got 27 done. 10 will be available at launch. The other 17 coming after launch. Something. The Facebook would have it. Again, I like John. I like Retro Bro. Got no problems personal. But it just doesn't make any sense that would be the only outlet in which the news is being released. Because if that is the only outlet that the news is being released, it's very easy for Intellivision to pretend like they didn't say it. It's not official. Remember, Tommy said on Atari Age lots and lots of things. And when he got called on them, he said, well, guys, this isn't official television statements. This is just me having a conversation with my friends.
Yeah.
So they're not above basically saying things to people and then turn around going, well, I didn't post it on social media or I didn't make it official.
We also know if it was true, he would be on Twitter himself posting pictures, bragging about it to everyone. He got excited over a power brick. So I'm pretty sure 27 games being complete would be a higher excitement level than, hey, we have a power brick.
This is true. And we said it before. We said it with manufacturing, with everything. Like if they were at some phase that was presentable, that they could take a picture and show you, they would, because that's what they do, right? No Square Gamer. If you want to jump in, there's pinned on the top. If you want to jump in,
I just want to say something about the No Swear Gamer. I thought he did a really good job on the Retro Bro thing the other week.
Yeah, he did.
I became a big fan of him after that. Good job.
Yeah. No Square says, I believe Tommy told him that list. I believe Retro Bro believes. I don't believe 27 games are finished, as we consider finished. Started, yes. Finished, doubted.
Doubt. Use the meme. Doubt.
Yeah. It basically, like I said, he could tell Retro Bro whatever he wants. We've seen them tell these people things that turn out to be untrue, or he'll say 27 are done. John will repeat it, get called on it when it turns out it's not true, and then say, well, things change, guys, they were finished, but now they have so much extra time that they took them back to polish them up even more. So technically, yeah, they're finished, but they're just doing extra polishing.
Well, he said that they're going to add all this extra stuff with all this extra time, but then the deep dives they showed us, the games were extremely shallow. Like there was barely anything to them. So you would think, hey, if there's all this extra time, Battle Tanks would have 100 different levels, not like 15 or whatever it was, and all those other games will have way more features in it.
Jesus.
Or levels, at least. I don't know.
Well, you don't understand game design, Ninja Kitty. You see, adding extra levels would add more time to developing. Then they'd have to delay the console another year. They're just polishing up the gameplay that they have so great. It's going to be the greatest tank game you've ever played. Hands down. Those 10 levels are going to be the most spectacular 10 levels you ever play. You're going to have a fucking orgasm playing those 10 levels. That's how great they're going to be.
At 20 frames per second.
Jesus.
I don't like to be like this. I don't like to, be so negative and so. But they've shown nothing. No, there's nothing for me to get positive about. There's nothing for me to believe. There's no anything. I want to believe people. I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. But time and time again, they've shown that they'll say one thing when the truth is something completely different. Now, if tomorrow there was a post on the front page of Intellivision.com and said, "Hey, 27 games are ready," that would say, "Okay, the 27 games are ready." Right? They've claimed at least 27 are ready. But I doubt that's going to happen. I doubt there's going to be a tweet. I doubt there's going to be anything other than Retro Bro and the Retro Bro community repeating it. Atomic Age Gamer says, okay, everyone talks about the lag, but no one pointed out that the Blaster Fire and Astro Smash doesn't line up with the ships when they move laterally. Actually, Atomic Age Gamer, we pointed that out the first time they showed the trailer. We've pointed it out so much that we just stopped pointing it out. I mean, go back to my earlier videos. I've pointed out so much stuff that you think that when people start jumping on the train late, they're like, oh, no one's pointed X, Y, or Z. And I've seen a couple people make videos, the things no one's talking about, or the problems within television that no one's pointed out. And I'm always like, dude, we've pointed it out. It was just so long ago, right? It's like 2 years ago, a year ago. Not that I'm upset about people not watching my videos. I'm just saying.
They don't watch because they don't think you have the passion or the glory.
And I have passion for destroying television. No, but again, I think if you look at the numbers, because I'm a big numbers person. They're getting I would say 7,000 was the average. If you took their videos and averaged their videos, getting rid of the outliers, it's going to be about 7,000 view average. Terrible. Not only is that the average, but we'll see physical box editions got 18,000 views. I don't think they got 18,000 physical product orders. They don't got 18,000 pre-orders for the console. The user interface sneak peek, which was the last video over a month ago, only got 13,000 views.
And how many of those are us watching it over and over again to make fun of it?
Yeah.
I can take 5 of those views away.
Oof.
So I don't know what. Not to harp on this, but I don't know. And those are nearly sold out. Yeah, they're still nearly sold out years later. Greatest commercial ever. It's the greatest fucking commercial. You're like, oh my god, this commercial is so great. I would be convinced to buy it on television. I don't think they have any sort of reach, right? Like, these are the videos that they've been putting out. They've been having people promote them. You know, you got the Retro Bro community, Saggies, Pete's community, all these Facebook groups, people sharing it. I'm sure they share the video and telling all their friends, right? And these are the only amount of views they can get. I mean, that's got to tell you something. That's got to be like, hey, there is no interest. There's just nothing. You know, Nintendo, Shigeru Miyamoto just says, hey, I'm going to come out and fart on a video, and he's going to get 200,000 views. Probably more, probably 1 million, because that'll be something.
A lot more than that, yeah.
Just came up.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it makes no sense to me that anybody would think at this point in the game that they're selling, hundreds of thousands of units. Even if it's great, even if it's the most fun ever, there's just no reach. There's just no marketing available to television to get the word out, to get people interested in it, to get anything, any traction. Unless somehow, like fucking Neil Patrick Harris stumbles upon the television, buys one, and decides to like start promoting it for free on Twitter or something. No one's gonna hear about it. It's just gonna come and go like the wind. Yeah. No Square says, I've talked to too many people who don't agree with how television is handling the Amico, but can't stop watching the drama unfold. Yeah, that's the other thing. How many, like you said, how many views are they getting? Are just drama views, or just people laughing, pointing and laughing views?
Yeah,
versus actual people interested in buying it.
Well, did you see before they got rid of the dislikes numbers, the likes, dislikes on television? It was pretty bad. So I think it was like half the traffic at least is making fun of it.
Well, it's not even bad. Here, I'm going to go to the official television channel because, again, Tommy was really adamant about their likes and dislikes.
Well, it was also questionable because they would drop a video and then instantly there'd be like 200-300 views and 150 likes. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. And then once other people start watching it, it would go to like 180 likes and 1,000 views or something like that. So a little fishy.
So we're just gonna go. Ninja Kitty got 1.9 thousand views on his Miko watch along, but the last video that they did was the Intellivision Amico sneak peek user interface. Okay, they have currently 13,143 views, 0 dislikes. No one dislikes the video. It's great. Everybody loves it. It's no dislikes. But now you'd always hear Tommy say that the like to dislike ratio, right? Like to dislike ratio. So here's the thing, the like to dislike ratio is a good indication of active people, their views, right? However, you have to look at the number and compare it to the views in order to actually gauge interest, right? Because only 600 people were bothered enough to actually press the like button on this video. 600. 13,000 views, 600. That means at least 12,500 people were so apathetic to the video that they couldn't push like. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So 600 is probably the amount that would be considered active interested pre-order potential customers, not 13,600. That's ridiculously low. That's terrible.
Maybe even that, because sometimes people just press like just to give someone a like. Like I think that's like a common thing on YouTube.
But I'm just assuming, like again, I'm just
Yeah.
assuming,
No.
you know, that these are actual legitimate likes, legitimate views. We're just gonna assume, assume the best. I don't think that that's sustainable. I don't think that's, anywhere near the level of interest that they need to have in order to really sell the product.
Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting if in their analytics, like where the traffic is coming from, because you can look on that on YouTube. So like, it would be really fascinating to see if like majority of the people are already in the community and they're just going there to the video, giving it views, right? So then that's how you would know, hey, like there's not a lot of people from IGN visiting this video, or like from family channels or whatever it may be, right? So I wish we would have data on that, because that would kind of expose a lot of things, right? I don't think there's any like what do you call it, add-ons on like Chrome or that can like tell you those little details.
No,
But that would be super useful. Yeah.
Let's see. Miko Astro Smash Deep Dive got 10,000 views, 561 likes. Shark 8,483 views, 403 likes. Missile Command 7,837 views, 360 likes. Again, the likes are not approaching any number where you're like, wow, these are thousands of likes. It's the same 600 to 800 people liking these videos at this current point.
Well, one
You know
thing,
what I mean?
I was gonna say one thing you can. I know it's not the biggest indicator of I don't know, popularity or whatnot, but just look at the official subreddit compared to the good subreddit. The amount of activity and just chatter is pretty much nil to at least something, and then something that's actually growing.
Yeah. Well, here's a prime example. Tommy called this the most important video from Intellivision, right? The Amico family's Crayola experience. 11,532 views. The most important video. This video was passed around by everybody. 494 likes. That's it. So again, there's nothing to indicate anywhere, any level of interest in Intellivision. And I'm sorry, I'm not like trying to be mean. I know it sounds mean. I'm always.
Well, it's not being mean. It's just being honest. I did a video of when Playdate did their sizzle reel from May, I think. And I did the comparison, or maybe it's at E3, right after E3, and it just showed how much traffic they had and on YouTube on their video compared to the Miko, and just how IGN and all the big sites were picking that up, and the comment sections are all positive, and it's not just two trolls in every single section or something, and you could barely find anything from television, like barely, and the only things you can find are like negative stuff.
Yeah, the Playdate update from 7 months ago got 253,000 views, 7,000 likes. So yeah, I mean the traffic is just skewed.
And that's a niche system. That's a super niche system. The Playdate. It's not like it's something people are talking about it. So if a niche system is blowing it out of the water, how niche is this? How niche will the Amico be then?
It's an island.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't know. I don't think anything at this point can save them. I don't think anything at this point could help them climb out of the hole. There's really nothing. I mean, unless some company like Sony or Nintendo bought the Amico, and even
I don't
then,
even.
they would just
I
buy
don't
it.
even think an acquisition. Like, I think this is just going to crumble and fall. Like, there's just
So-
no way there's anything valuable attached to this.
Do you think that Nestastic overestimated the 100 million units sold mark?
Yeah,
Of course.
just by a little bit.
He overshot, I guess.
It is, like I said, I'm so flabbergasted. I'm so a loss for words that I don't think this was ever a good idea. Maybe at the very beginning, if the pitch was 100% accurate, if the pitch was the actual product that we were getting, maybe this thing would sell 100,000 units. Maybe.
Not even.
You don't think
to
at
get to that?
100 and, what was it, $149? You're getting
I'm-
Jam and Arrow, Bad Dudes.
I don't think so.
Archon. I think with the lineup, I think they had enough to get 100,000 units. Original.
Only if it was like $99, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but like the price range is just too expensive. Like I can't really see that happening.
Well, yeah, like I said,
even
I'm not going
with
by
the
now.
games.
I'm not going by what it is. I'm going by what it
Yeah,
was presented.
Could have been, yeah.
even what it was could have been. I don't know. I think it was really niche to begin with. Like and it wasn't. I don't know. I never found it all that compelling. But it's just not my wheelhouse, right? So I'm gonna take your
It's
word
not
on
really
that.
in my
yeah.
wheelhouse either. I'm not a retro gamer. I've said it many times. I think retro gaming was cool when it was not retro, when it was actual, the current gen. I can't go back. I know a lot of people can, but I just can't. I can't watch black and white movies. I can't watch silent films or, listen to radio dramas, radio plays.
Mm.
I want TV. I want
Maybe if you're
modern
like studying
movies.
it, but like as for entertainment, yeah, I would say it's a little hard to get into retro gaming. Like there has to be a game that just kind of is really just intuitive, right?
It has to be the classics, like the stuff that's
Yeah.
Like, give you an example, I bought the Evercade VS Founders Edition, got six cartridges, and I played it twice since I've had it because the stuff on my Switch and Xbox are way more fun. So
Anthony EFX is spreading misinformation in the chat. We got to call him on this. He says Amico doesn't even have an SD card slot. VCS has a M.2 HDD port. Amico has a micro SD slot. It does have one.
Mm.
Remember, I have a shell, so it does.
you also have physical products.
Oh yeah, what's the internal storage for the Amico?
Internal?
I just never. Yeah, internal.
Shit. Let me look it up. I'm not gonna say a number off the top of my head because I know that they doubled it or something.
Okay. Because some of these games look like they could be even less than a gigabyte.
The games that the Amico games,
Yeah.
they're Flash games. They could be like a
Yeah,
lot
that's what
smaller.
I mean.
And I'm
Yeah,
not joking.
that's
Like
what I mean.
it's
Because it would be like if the internal storage is like some, higher than 64 gigs, I would be like, what's the point of that?
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's
No.
not. I don't think. I think Finnegan Fox is like 1 gigabyte though. I think. If
Oh,
I
wow.
remember. Hold on. I will. Tommy Umiko is joining us. What's up, Tommy? Hopefully, this
What's
is
up? What's up, booty greasers?
what's
My
going on?
God.
What is the storage? Do you know the storage?
It says 32 gig in the comments.
Oh, okay.
We'll go with the comments. Yeah, I think Fox and Forest What does it say? 2 gigabytes of RAM memory.
Mm.
I think it was less on the Switch. I think we looked this
Man,
up before.
yeah. 2 gigs?
So what's going on, Tommy?
Oh, I gotta get myself a 1 TB card for the Switch because I got too many cheap games that are gigs each, man. I got the 500, but I gotta drop like $100 on like one of these 1 TB cards. I guess.
Mm.
Yeah.
And you gotta be
Okay, so
careful. You gotta buy one is right for the Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says here game file size. This is for the Switch version of Fox and Forest, 288 megabytes. So I think that's the biggest game they have. I would imagine that'd be the biggest game.
Mm.
They shouldn't be big.
Yeah.
It's not like these games
that's
have
what I was thinking.
dialogue or 7.1 or 5.1 surround going in or anything like that.
Listen, man, it's not the size that matters; it's the motion of the ocean. So,
But their motion isn't working, man.
the motion controls are not working.
You forget, Ninja Kitty, that Tommy redid all the music, and he only wants the highest quality of musical sound from a Miko game. So I imagine half of the size of the file is just going to be all audio.
Oh.
It's going to be like 2 gigs of audio files.
Yeah, but he did music back in 1992 where they're using the midis or something like that. So
no, everything's going to be used on gems. He went back. He's using the gem software to make all the sounds.
And I don't think they have high quality sound effects based off the missile command alarm siren and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tommy Yumiko, you're new on the panel. You just joined us mid-chat. What do you think? Do you think a Kickstarter or a fundraiser is a good idea at this point in the game?
Yeah, get it. They gotta get as much money as possible. You gotta suck it up, man. You gotta sucker as many people as you can, right? I mean, line them up, man. Let's go. Let's get people from other countries that don't know what the fuck is going on. You think we could trick old people, right? Let's trick old people who are from the Middle East that just don't know what the fuck's going on, man. People got money to blow. I think. See, I think I believe that the Dubai thing or Saudi thing could be totally true because didn't somebody say that somebody from over there was funding Atari, the modern Atari, and they're way into entertainment stuff. They have a Ferrari theme park. I mean, they would love the Aerosmith's cousin. They'd be super into it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think somebody from the Middle East funded the new SNK thing that they're working on.
Yeah, because when you were talking about it with Bro, he's like, well, I don't know why they would want it. It's like, dude, you know anything about the fucking people in the Middle East?
Yeah.
It's an
emerging market. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they got more theme parks than Florida. So what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
They got a Hotel Transylvania.
What are we talking here? No Swear Gamer said, I just checked the fact. Tommy just listed to Retro Bro all the launch window games from the fact.
Wow.
The fact is fucked up, man. Fuck the fact. There you go. There's a song.
No, man.
The fact says, because No Square Gamer said the fact says that they think it's going to come out Q1, but we believe he's been telling Retro Bro it's like after that. Retro Bro keeps saying Q2. So the fact is bullshit. Don't trust the fact.
What about the statement of facts? Should we trust that?
Yeah. Don't trust the statement.
So you don't think that they have 27 games already to go?
I don't. They didn't even announce the 6-pack-in, did they?
No, because it's not on the fact.
What?
Because it's not on the fact.
Not on the fact. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The fact is got even the questions on the fact make you suspicious. Like some of the questions are just written and worded in a way where, like, even without the answer, you're reading the question like, "What the fuck is this company?" I mean, I don't have concrete examples, but every time I look at that fact, which is just like a couple times now, I've just been like, what the fuck is this? It's big too.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Kickstarter, you don't want to go Kickstarter because then you just pull in attention by people who know better. Like you said, I heard you say that earlier. Like Kickstarter draws attention to people who look at shit for scams.
Yeah.
I mean, they were lucky that they got the fundable and they got a fig thing. That was, you know, as lucky as them having COVID happen. It's just things have worked out in their favor to stretch it out this long. But I do think they could. I mean, I think they could start making these things, and Tommy can go on QVC and sell them. So I think he can sell them. I think he can move them.
Problem is that you have to pay to get on QVC.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I think he can. I think there's an infinite amount of morons around the world that will give this guy money.
But the problem is,
I work with Miyamoto.
There's only so many people who watch QVC, also. So
there's at least 200,000 of them.
Because Leapfrog went on QVC and that didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, well, it didn't work. You say work out. He just needs to get 200,000 of them out and then run away with his millions of dollars and say it was a success. Like it's not work out. Like a Jaguar didn't work out, but they sold 200,000 Jaguars.
Right. Here's the thing, though, Tommy. Remember, they went. I think it was No Swear Gamer went over the fig deal. It was either No Swear or Genovi went over the fig deal, broke it down. Basically, they got to sell like 1 million just to break even with this fig deal.
Fuck, it's 1 million now.
Yeah. I don't think Tommy was reading the fine, unless the fig deal is just written really weird and everyone's interpreting it wrong.
Oh, well, you mean for fig people to get their money back? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about for Tommy because in television, signed over a percentage of the sales.
Well, for Tommy, they declare bankruptcy on the company and everyone walks away. But
No Swear says Genovi went over the fig deal. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
30% of the sales or something like that. Like
Obi-Wan Genovi.
Not even like 30% of the profits, like 30% of the sale price.
Yeah, well, that was. I guess I was talking to Leo DS the other day, and he was saying, or the other night, he's saying that. It was last night. He was saying that he thinks that if they made it a Kickstarter and then your reward in the Kickstarter is that you get your Amico, then they don't have to count that as sales to the fig and to the investors and shit. Because it's like, hey, we didn't sell anything. That was a Kickstarter reward. Like, and then they can sell for $250. Yeah.
Damn.
Who knows?
He's a genius. Leo should be working for them. I mean, maybe they're listening. That's a pretty clever one. Then you can sell them for $300 with the games, or like 4 controller pack ones. So that, if we make so much money, we're gonna get Earthworm Jim fucking 5 and 6 and 7. Like you just keep pulling people in with that. There's ways you can really damage people.
By that token, Tommy can just sell keychains for $250 that come with a free Amico. So technically,
well, they're not. Like you said, tokens. We're already selling coins. And see, Leo pointed this out. When they sell a box, they're not really selling a game, so they don't have to share the profit on that because they just sold a box.
Right, but that was again. We don't know that for fact. We just.
Oh, I know. I'm a speculative guy. Yeah, straight up. I'm just a speculative guy. That's my rub.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear because anything said.
This is not a Tony statement. This is a crazy Uyamiko land and Leo DS craziness, where we just did it with like a conspiracy theory board. Like I think it was on Reddit, the official one. It's like no conspiracy theorists about Amico. Yeah, that's me.
Everything is a conspiracy theory when it says that Tommy's lying or the company's bad.
Right. but like I said the other day, it is there are people on the anti-Amico making up complete bullshit also. And I don't do it on purpose, but it gets spread around. So let's be clear.
Well, there are people on the I won't even say anti-Amico, just people who are critical of the Amico, who have taken my videos. They've watched my videos where I clearly say things in clear language and then taken what I said and twisted it into something completely different and then I
Right.
get blamed. Like,
Right,
you said
yeah.
the thing, yeah, but I didn't say the thing. That they're claiming.
Oh
I said
yeah, that
something else.
happens. They did that to me. They did that to me. I know what you mean. They tell me, oh, it's like the song says it's about this. It's like the Beatles, like, oh, Charles Manson. The song told me I gotta kill all these people. The Beatles told me, you know, like that song is not about you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because that happened with the Prism thing. All I did was report that Prism was an active.
That's on the
trademark.
FAQ. There's one that's like, were there other names considered for the Amico? It's on the FAQ. You're like, why the fuck would you even put this stupid shit in here? Like, if you're thinking about buying this thing, why would you even care?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I pointed that out. I was just like, hey, they're trademarking this. This other name is getting held up. Here are the
Yeah.
facts. And then people are like, you said that they were going to make it. It was going to be the Prism. I'm like, no, I didn't. Like, watch the video.
You fucking said, Tony. You promised me, Tony. I promised you. What did he tell? What did he
That's
tell?
why they try to claim your fake news.
Your fake news. What did he tell? What did Tallarico told Turbo Joe? 100%. It'll be out before the end of the year. 100%. We got the fucking clip, man. Leo is running it, man.
He said on the slopes. Remember, he said 100% by the end of the year.
By 100%, I meant 90%, and by the end of the year, I meant by the end of the year plus 6 months plus when we get the funding. I mean, 1 year after we're funded, 100% of 100% funding. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't. There's no other. It's a very clear. You said it very clearly. It would 100% be out by the end of the year. Shut the fuck up, you liar.
What he meant was, it was if it wasn't for the haters. You didn't. That was just implied.
Oh yeah, the haters and the virus. Yeah. The haters. Ooh, we're lovers. We love this thing. We love making fun of this thing. Stop calling us haters. Like, this is fun as fuck. Like, you don't have fun.
No, I have fun. I just don't love it. Like, it's not like I don't wake up in the morning going, I'm gonna make fun of it in television.
Yeah.
I just live my life. I
just live my life. So I'm a little bit more like Extra Sanderson, where I wake up and I'm like, oh, what's the fucking stupidest thing I can do that has to deal with Amico? Like, what's the dumbest shit I could do today? I know, a vaporware album. You know.
Oh man.
So somehow we're now at 4 hours. Like, we started talking to Miko, and suddenly like 3 hours just like fucking went by.
I want my Amico.
It never ends.
It never ends. The Amico rabbit hole, and you live here now. This is Wonderland. We just live here now. That's, I don't know. I'm the nicest person, but I'm still an asshole. I'm just Cheshire Cat, so.
I'm a huge asshole. Yeah, no swear gamer, price subject to change. It didn't say that. He just, dude. You got to remember, I'm the guy who, with Tommy saying on Atari Age, Snafu is going to be a pack-in 100%. He told some guy, I love the story 100%. Of you and your family playing Snafu. So the new Snafu's 100% pack-in. And I said, you announced the pack-ins, there was no Snafu. And then Tommy turned around and said, how do you know we're not going to have 7 pack-ins, 10 pack-ins, 100 pack-ins?
1,000 pack-ins.
He goes, until the console's out and Snafu isn't a
anything,
and you can't say
It's more like he's not telling you can't say it. He's like, I'm allowed to say whatever the fuck I want because it's not out yet, man. It's like, if I can tell these bastards there's going to be 10,000 games on it, I can say that because it's not out yet. It's incomplete. That's just a work in progress. Yeah. Fuck you guys. You're not allowed to call me out on anything.
Yeah, nothing is official until it's out.
Yeah, nothing is official, so I can say, you get a free fucking game on your birthday because it's just not official, so fuck it. I mean, can you imagine being like, imagine if he lives his personal life like that. What a fucked up way to think.
Yeah. So I think that's it. Unless Retro Bro and them are dropping some more exclusives that we need to talk about. I think that's everything we got is Go Land.
Yo,
we don't really
nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, it was.
Oh. Oh.
Damn.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying.
I only think about one thing.
Yeah. There's nothing else for Amico unless something happens. We do appreciate you guys watching. We appreciate you guys joining in. Tommy Amico, always fun to have you. Never know what you're going to say. Always worry me.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, I'm not trying to be crazy on here. You know, it just happens.
I know. You
Okay.
have a good heart. You're
I do. I'm just crazy.
Over.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. I'm trying to work on it.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're gonna move on from Intellivision Amico.
All right.
And talk something else.
I'm gonna jet because they still haven't had dinner, and it's like 11:20.
You don't need
dinner. I'm gonna try to hang out, and I'm gonna try not to talk about Amico. I'm gonna try to just be like not Amico.
But thanks for having me on, guys.
There was one more Amico thing I wanted to talk
Let's
about.
do it. More Amico thing.
That's why I took the banner down. So it's not official. It's not going to be clipped. This is not going to be included.
Oh no! What's this? Now I have to stay.
So I don't know if any of you've seen that. Once again, Cyrus has renamed his channel. It's no longer the Joy of Intellivision. It's Intellivision Videos. He released a update saying that he's just not going to talk about the Amico. There's nothing to talk about in Amico Land. Just not going to talk about it.
Yeah, he was on.
This is an indication of maybe he was told basically like, "Hey, dude, it's not coming out for like, you know."
Well, let me add to that on the start of DJC's stream the other night, DJC introduced him as the author of the Intellivision book, made a big deal about it, and Cyrus immediately said, "I'm not talking about the book." So they continued to talk about Intellivision and stuff, but they didn't talk about the book.
Well, here's the thing: if you watch the update on the Intellivision Videos channel, formerly Joy of Intellivision, Cyrus says that he's pulled the book from circulation. He's no longer selling the book.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
He did claim. Now, again, I'm saying claim because he offered no proof. And you know me, it doesn't matter who you are. I need proof. I need evidence. But he's claimed that people were contacting Lulu.com saying that the book was CP. Obviously, it's not.
What?
That they
don't do that, guys. If you're out there doing that, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, don't do that.
And we strongly discourage it.
That they reached out to the shelter that he was giving the money to, the charity shelter.
Oh, that's fucked up.
The shelter.
I mean, I don't think Cyrus would lie about that. That's what's fucked up. I could see Tommy lying about shit like that, but now it makes me think other people it's really happening to them too. Because maybe I don't know Cyrus personally or anything, but he just seems like the kind of guy who wouldn't make that shit up.
Yeah, that's that's a serious crime. Yeah,
it is. But here's the thing, right? Again, I don't think Cyrus would make it up, but I do think he would exaggerate. Like, if one person called Lulu, right, and it was just like, "Hey, Cyrus's book is CP," right? Obviously, Lulu's gonna be like, "No, it's not. Whatever," right? Hang up on them. And I could see.
But how does he even get alerted? How does he even know?
Because I guess
he gets a processed chain email thing that's just like one or more people have complained about your book.
They had to contact him. Claim is made to Lulu. Yeah, and they're like, "Hey, we have to take a look at your book. We have to review your book real quick. Give us the PDF or whatever, so we can make sure that it's not."
Yeah, and then it just went back. So maybe.
But like the shelter,
but still, one person is too many. Just leave the fucking book companies alone, guys. Like, let's be real. One person is too many. Like, come on.
I agree.
Chill the fuck out, everybody.
Yeah.
Make a cool video or make a funny song or just say fuck you on a video to people, but don't be doing that. Come on, guys.
Yeah. I just think that that it's terrible. It's gross. You shouldn't do that. It's horrible. One is too many. But I've seen Cyrus. I've seen him around enough to know that he reacts very, very much. Like, he goes from 0 to 100 on things.
Yeah.
Really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially if he doesn't have a Snickers bar with him.
Yeah.
It's true.
So, again, and here's the other thing, and we know this. We all know this. There's no way to verify who's doing what, right?
Right.
So it's very easy. And I had to deal with something earlier because someone called Jill the Retro Gamer went over to Atari Creep's channel, was talking shit, saying Tony's gonna go shut down your fucking business that he's opening or something. I don't even fucking know, right? So Atari Creep started talking shit about me. I'm like, dude, I didn't even say nothing about you. I don't know who the fuck this person is. This person's not me, right? Stop feeding the trolls. Stop letting the trolls fucking control you. And he's like, well, I didn't believe the person anyway. I was just talking shit because I'm responding. Yeah, you're responding to me though. I didn't even say shit. You're fucking feeding the trolls. They want you to talk shit about me so I can come talk shit about you so the two of us can fight so they can be happy and get the jollies off, right?
Right.
So
I mean, it's just, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so we don't know, right? Like it can be real easy for a relic gamer to call Lulu.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, but on the other hand, why has no one complained about Tony's book? Why has no one complained about like my shirts? Or, like, why aren't we getting this?
They've complained.
They have complained about your book. Okay, then I can totally understand what you're saying, because I do remember they said your book was CP, didn't they?
No, they said my book was fake. There's a bunch of 1-star reviews on my book and stuff.
But that's different. Nobody fucking CP'd your book. Like, I mean, I feel like Relic would, though, if he was out there doing that. Come on, man.
Except now here's the thing. You have to remember. If they did that, right? If they did that, then I would be able to come out here and say, hey, they're harassing me, right? But they're not harassing me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is a big brain game. This is not a game. Yeah, this is not a game for someone like me who screams "fuck you" into a microphone. Like, I don't understand. This is tricky stuff. This is just deep stuff.
Right. So if you want to maintain the idea that they're the victims and we're the victimizers, they would attack themselves and claim it was us. They wouldn't attack us like that.
That sounds like an Amico conspiracy. But yeah, I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
All I'm saying is I'm tired of them putting the chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you might be right. I mean, that's how I want to feel. I want that to be true. I want that to be true. I don't want it to be that fucking Avolt calls them. I don't want it to be that somebody we know calls them, but I mean, don't fucking do it. If you're one of our friends, like deep down,
with Tony here,
your friend.
Because we just look at the track record of the lies that one side has made and exaggerations and over and over, and it's hard to believe when you cry wolf or whatever.
Yeah, some people. Yeah, I mean, the reality is, like you're saying, there are people that have tens of thousands of dollars invested in this and more. So yeah, I mean, there's people who have a lot of reasons to do a lot of shit in this that I always kind of forget about sometimes.
We go back to, I can't remember, was it the last time we talked?
Yeah.
We're talking about a certain somebody who was, like, somebody bringing up that their kid's in a video or something like that, and that person threw a huge hissy fit and extremely overreacted over the whole thing and made it seem like everyone's out to get them and attacking doxing. And so they take something and stretch the truth into insane levels. So it's hard to believe anything they say.
What I was going to say was, if you remember last week, we got a visit from a man we're all familiar with, named Retro Bro. Came on here, we talked. Didn't get clipped. I told him I wasn't clipping it. It is in the unlisted video, in the archives, in the vault. But he said that, he got a message from someone saying that they were done with Retro Bro for talking to us.
Oh, yeah. That was messed up.
Retro Bro has three different songs by 3 different artists on YouTube making fun of him.
Right. But this isn't about that. This is about
I know.
Someone said that they were done with the Retro Bro and blah blah blah. Right? It made a big stink about it. Retro Bro showed me. Remember, he showed me. He's like, "Hey, I'll show you." Yeah. And that person is right now, or at least was. I am not watching the show, but that person was on Amico After Dark. That's the level that these people are at. They'll attack Retro Bro and say, "Hey, you're I'm done with you. I'm sick and tired of this shit, and you're hanging out with people that are evil," only to come back and be on the show because they were just trying to manipulate him. They were just trying to mentally manipulate him.
Yeah.
Do you think Carl's ever gonna turn back on their side?
No.
I don't know.
Oh shit! I don't know. Dun, dun, dun.
He won't.
No, he better not. Do you think anyone has ever gone you know, because he was done with Retro Bro. I don't know who you're talking about because I can't figure things out. I'm not that smart. But he said he was done with Retro Bro, but was he done with Amico?
No.
Because that is the Amico epicenter now, and you may have to deal with, you know, Jabba the Hutt or whoever the fuck just to get into the Amico guild. You know, I mean, you may be done with Retro Bro, but if that's the tip top Amico show, you know. And when this person said they were done with Retro Bro, was it before he became the Amico King and Phil Adam gave him the crown? Because he is now the leading source of Amico news. Oh, okay, this was last week. I wasn't listening. I don't know.
Like I said, it was at the very end of our show when Retro Bro told me, he's like, "Hey."
Yeah, it was pretty late.
Yeah.
We don't blame you for not watching, but yeah, like I said, you know, the level of mental manipulation that I've seen these people do. Again, I mentioned Mad Max earlier. Mad Max was always complaining about having me on the show because remember, I'm anti-Amico. I'm a terrible person. So he was complaining that, you know, when I'm on the show, his Amico bros don't want to come on the show, right? So the second that I left, suddenly some Amico bros showed up, which tells me that those people were in his ear, feeding him nonsense about me, saying evil things, that Tony is a terrible human being.
Yeah, so man. I mean, Sinister Moon is on there today, so what the fuck? I mean, you know, they're all assholes. I'll say it. Yeah. You don't have to say it. You're saying it with a lot of. You're walking around with saying it. But yeah, they're just fucking assholes. They're children. Fucking high school shit. What are you gonna do? I mean, I don't know. This is you know how they protect their egos or whatever. It just makes them feel better on themselves.
Yeah, as far as Sinister Moon, I don't see what he would add to the conversation.
Right, it's a fucking joke. It's just like, oh, he's got a lot of fucking subs. Oh, he had a video at McDonald's that almost has 1 million views. We need to have him on to legitimize Amico because he's on our side. It's fucking ridiculous.
He adds the sex appeal, man.
Yeah, fucking.
No Swear Gamer says Mad Max seems to have stopped covering the Amico. Well, he stopped covering it because his audience don't want to hear about it, and some of his friends were basically shitting on it, and he didn't like that.
I mean, it doesn't get you views. I mean, let's be real, guys. Like, unless you know, it gets you views. I mean, but like you said, there's way other shit you could cover. Come on.
Well, if I wanted just views, I mean.
Yeah, like come on, like movies and drama and shit. Let's come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's really weird. It's really weird. And like I said,
it's fascinating.
It is.
I keep saying it. It's like a real life Trailer Park Boys. I insist you people watch it because they could all fit right into that perfectly.
I don't need more shit like this. I don't. If it's like this, if Trailer Park Boys is like this, I don't need any more.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. At least it's fictional. It makes you feel better. It's easier to sleep at night.
Yeah. Anthony EFX says, isn't it funny when there's an Amico stream? Did you ever notice when someone asks a serious question, DJC or someone goes right to making a joke or acting silly to skip the question?
Yeah, Saggy Melons does it too. Yeah.
All of them. I've never heard anybody answer a question like a straight answer, like, "Hey, is this thing coming out?" And then they'll like talk about chip shortages and this, like, no, just simple yes or no question.
And that's why I liked No Swear Gamers visit the other week on Retro Bro.
Oh God,
because they can try, because they do, like you said, the mental gymnastics, and they have such weak game in trying to twist and try to frustrate people. And someone like No Swear, just kept, like, it didn't affect them at all. And then, like you're saying, I didn't watch the whole thing, but anytime like a point was being made or they felt uncomfortable because the truth was being spoken, and you see some like DJC grab a flamingo and try to be funny, but look ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, think about how ridiculous it is now, but imagine, start saving these down, because when you watch this 6 months from now, after all this shit has come true and failed and shit, and it's going to be even more ridiculous. Like, Leo's been pulling out videos from 6 or 7 months ago where Rab's sitting there going, "It looks more vibrant. It looks better when you're there in real life. Like, it's just fucking crazy." And you're like, "None of this shit came true. None of this is real." And he's saying, "All the games are developed specifically for this controller." So just imagine how the videos now are gonna look when the thing's already fucked. Like,
yeah.
God, it's gonna be even more ridiculous. The flamingo shit.
Yeah, I mean, we were told at the beginning that all the games were going to be designed around the controller. That was one of my first criticisms.
Yeah.
You know,
You go
the
watch
games
a
had
whole
to be
interview.
designed around the
You can watch a
controller,
whole
right?
interview like that and just watch him talk about it now. Watch an interview of him from back then talking about shit like that. You'll just be like, "Holy shit! None of these games look like what he's describing."
Well, it's not just that. Like I said, I basically said, look, you know, if you're going to have games, they got to be designed around the controller because the controller is a new thing. It's a different controller. And Tommy's like, yeah, all the games are going to be personally designed, you know, from scratch for the controller. And then you start seeing porting over games. You're like, wait a minute, Evel Knievel wasn't designed for an Amiga controller. Fox and Tails was not designed for Amiga.
Yeah, the developers don't have dev kits and they're using Xbox 360 controllers, but you know, it's all designed specifically for our controller.
Yeah, so
I mean, in as much as I guess that they had to enable the touchscreen buttons, like then yeah, it is specifically for that controller. You had to like go through that extra step of making the touchscreen buttons, but that's not what you're like implying when you say that.
right. And I think that's his biggest thing is like he'll imply something, but not
Right.
say it.
And it's theoretically true, and like it is a seed of truth in saying yes, I added an A and B button to the screen on Finnegan Fox, so it's different. We designed it specifically for this controller. This version has a specific design for this controller. We had to implement that extra step between the screen. It's like,
Tommy,
you know,
the controller adds that extra lag. That's the Karma engine. It makes it extra challenging for you. So every game is specially designed.
You guys
Extra
ever
challenge.
think you ever think that like you ever think that there is some karma at work, like all his bullshit, and then like the system lags and like things don't come out, and like there is some karma, man. He played with karma and he got fucked.
Well, there is definitely karma at play because here's the thing: if Tommy Tallarico would just have kept his mouth shut and never ever said anything about me, never mentioned me, never discussed me, we would not be here on my show.
That's
talking about it.
That's not karma. That's Streisand effect. I mean, that's
No, it's karma.
It's karma because specifically my channel started because he insisted on doing an interview live.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh yeah. He kicked it into gear. Yeah. Somebody was talking about it recently. They were saying that like he's the one that would promote YouTubers and like kind of give them a little boost, and then they come back months later and say it was dog shit and it looked bad. There was several early ones, yeah.
Well, you gotta what's that called? You gotta be honest. He didn't give me a boost. Like I said, I just wanted to interview him. He insisted on do it live. And again, that would
he promotes you on Twitter and all this stuff like he does. I don't know.
No, he didn't. He never.
Because he would do that for other people. He did that to like the kid whose house he went to. Remember when he was on vacation? He went to that kid's house. I really want to remember if anyone knows that guy's channel name, but he had glasses, and Tommy went to his house and go over there. I know he was like grown up, but I mean, come on, he was like a fucking dork. So
the guy who looked like the Nintendo Me.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like
what is that?
He looked like a kid, man.
The crying guy.
He was married. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nintendo Me, holy shit.
Well, he looked like a Nintendo Me character.
Doesn't a Nintendo Me look like everybody because you make it look like you? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I posted it.
I know what he's talking about. So
okay.
That's hilarious.
What the hell was his name?
Yeah, I'll never remember, but I want to go back to that guy's channel and look at it and just see what he's doing now.
Because his kids was in the video also or something. I don't remember.
Yeah. Art of Mana. There we go.
Art of Mana.
Oh, there you go. Art of Mana. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
You know what
I want to go look at that channel again. Art of Mana. Hilarious.
Here's what was hilarious to me about Art of Mana's channel.
It does look like
you would think.
Tom, you went to his house?
No, not that. Right? His channel's name is Art of Mana, right? I thought the man's name was Arthur, like Arthur of Mana. Art of Mana. It's kind of like a funny thing. So people started calling him Art. He's like, no, you can call me Mana or Art of Mana, not Art.
Weird.
And I always thought that was funny because it'd be like if you were just going to call me the, like
Geek?
if we call
just called you
Blinder,
Geek.
right? Sometimes we say Blinder.
Can we just call you Geek?
Like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
My channel, right?
Yeah, we call Original C. We just call him Potion sometimes. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, really, like that's what you got issue with, and then of course the whole like crying because someone clipped something that happened to have his kid in it for like 2 seconds. That no one was even focused on that. Like,
was that Art of Mana?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot that was one thing.
He put the video out.
I thought the kid thing was an event thing, but yeah. You know, I mean,
no, there's like many kid things.
That was that the only time Tommy did a home doctor visit? Like, what was that? That was a fucking weird one, man. Like, he brought the Amico to someone's house. Could you imagine? I would shit my pants if he came over to my house with an Amico. I would fucking lose it. It's just
he takes that red Amico everywhere with him. It's got like
holy smokes. Fuck yeah, man. I would love to
security
just
guards around him at all times to secure.
Like I'm gonna like, you know, I literally sit here thinking like, man, what if I just sobered up and made a fake channel that looked real to get Tommy to come over to my house and like just sit here and daydream about it, and then when he gets there, I just blow smoke in his face. Hey, guess what? I'm moving Miko. Fuck you. Get the hell off my property.
No, you do that after he visits.
Yeah, after I played it. I kicked the Amico down the fucking street.
Two things. One,
sorry.
He already knows your plan. He watches the videos. That's it. Your plan's exposed.
Yeah.
Two, I think it would have worked maybe 3 years ago.
Right. It's over now.
It's over now. There's just no. I mean, look at Panda Sub. Panda Sub is a perfect example. He has not gone on his channel, did an interview, say, hey, I'll sit down with you, Panda Sub. Those days are over. Long gone.
But Panda did get to go to an event. Panda went to an event.
Well, we all got to go. We just couldn't.
Panda Sub claims he played the Amico for like 12 fucking hours or something, right? Do you remember that? He's like, I had 10 straight hours with it. Like, what? I was like, did Tommy let him take it home? What the fuck? Like, crazy. Because that fucking Dungeons and Dragons store was open for fucking 10 to 12 hours? Like, what the fuck? Like,
no.
Well, the event was 4 hours. Each one.
So maybe they let him stay after the place was closed, but I mean, I know Tommy doesn't sleep more than 4 hours a night, but Lord.
Yeah, I don't think, unless they knew the owner, I don't think he was letting them stay there.
They did know the owner because he went to high school with one of them. Everything's always like super duper like incestuous. Like it's like, oh, he went to high school with Atari Creep, so we're gonna let him like open the season. That's why that's another thing. It's kind of culty where it's like, oh wait, Retro Bro set up the Crayola event because like he knows someone there, or he called them, or like it's so weird that like they're setting up their own events and like. I know it's a small company with millions of dollars. Like I've said before, they should just be a van with a TV set up already. That's like the nicest TV in the world. That's already geared up for the games, and it's huge. And they just drive the thing up.
That hater, because you would probably flatten the tires of the van to prevent
bomb it. Yeah, no, come on, guys.
well, here's the thing. That whole Retro Bro thing, and again, I have to preface this because I know someone's going to clip it or something. I like Retro Bro. Okay, we're friends. We're not close friends, but we're cool. We got no personal issues. That story changed like 4 different times. First, it was that Retro Bro wanted an event, so we convinced Tommy to get something set up. Then it was, well, Retro Bro was told by Tommy to act as a go-between between Intellivision and Crayola. Then it was he didn't do that. That he just introduced Intellivision people to the Crayola people. For some reason, he had to do it. I don't understand like why they couldn't just walk into the fucking Crayola thing themselves, or whatever. And then we find out that it actually wasn't even in Crayola. It was actually like in some rentable space. Like basically, he was like, "Hey, I want to rent the fucking exhibition room." Yeah, no problem.
I know. Did he pay for it, or did Tommy give him the money?
Parties.
It's so fucking weird. Yeah. It's for birthday parties, and like, did he pay him?
Well, here's the thing. I heard at one point Retro Bro paid for it because it was on Mike Mullis on his stream said, you know, we're going to give congratulations to Retro Bro for setting up the event, paying for it, and getting the Crayola thing. And so that was like the story.
And then for people that don't know, there was
no, I didn't pay for it.
for people that don't know, there was a straight up after party at Retro Bros house. So that was the other time he went to someone's house, was he had a after party at Retro Bros house with it. So
and I don't know if he paid for
yeah,
that either. I don't know if he paid for like dinner
his
for
house.
everybody or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who knows? I could see. I think it might have been. I think they said when that Tommy went to Harry's Pizza with him, he bought everybody stuff. I think, but I mean, I think
Yeah,
that that's the least he could
went,
do.
hey
Come on.
guys, I'm going to Harry's. Do you want something? Give me money. And then he actually physically bought it. Like he paid physically.
Tony, don't be silly.
So
I know
he bought it with their money. He used a
Tommy,
corporate credit
don't be
card. I
silly.
mean,
we know what happened. He bought the pizzas, he brought it back, and they're just empty boxes. That was it.
Placeholder pizza.
No, okay. I'm going to tell you the truth. This story. Listen. You cannot clip this. You cannot put this on any channel. You guys
all right,
all
Evil
have to promise
Knievel.
me you're not
Okay.
clipping this, because I'm going to give you the straight, low down facts of what happened with the pizza.
Oh, give it to us straight. Let's smoke this Amico crack. Let's go, man.
So everybody was hungry. Everybody was like, man, we want something to eat. Tommy said, I got you guys. I'm going to get you pizza from Harry's. It's the best pizza ever in the Massachusetts area. So they said, Tommy, you need some money? Tommy said, no, don't worry about it. They said, Tommy, we know that you didn't bring your credit card or your wallet or anything. You know, how are you going to pay for the pizza? Tommy said, don't worry about it. I got this. Tommy walked into Harry's, and immediately the staff ran out and started getting on their knees and worshiping Tommy. Tommy, Tommy just said, I need some pizzas for my friend. And the owner of Harry's said, don't worry, Mr. Tellerico. I'll get you whatever you want. And he opened the register and handed Tommy money. He said, you've brought so much joy to people. Have the money from the register along with the pizza. And
all right. I know that happened, but the night before I had to drive Tommy to Video Games Live. He shit his pants in the car. Okay, he jumped out the window and smeared all over my leg.
What the fuck?
Pat and Ian, they'll tell you all about it. Okay.
Oh man.
It's remember, don't clip that story. Either one of those
Right.
stories.
Allegedly, that allegedly happened.
Tommy came in. He wouldn't have to. He's Tommy Tellerico. He's world famous. He walks into places and he just gets free shit.
I knew Miyamoto.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they confused him for annoyed and just gave him one.
If Harry's is anything like pizza places in my area, there's going to be a video game machine somewhere in Harry's. So he walked in, pointed at the video game machine, and said, "You're welcome." And they immediately and they just gave him pizza.
Yeah.
Or Tommy walked in and he was looking kind of creepy. They're like, "Hey, give that guy a pizza so he'll leave. Don't even charge him. He don't got. Just get him out."
No. Tommy walked in with a Guinness World Records book, pointed at his name, and was like, "Do you recognize this shit? This is pizza name right here.
Do you know who I am?
Do you know what the fuck this is?" Yeah. God.
Something East Coast Italian, something free pizza.
Yeah. All right.
No, and like, you know,
pretty much.
We got to move on to an actual topic, to the last topic.
Yeah, I gotta go. I was supposed to leave 2 hours ago. I'm still here.
You got nowhere to go.
I got a jet. I'm dying here. All this pizza talk.
Oh yeah, I'd love some pizza.
This man was sitting here for like 2 hours after he said he needs to go eat. That's hilarious.
I gotta bounce now.
Amico's like crack. As long as we're talking to Miko, he's gonna be in there.
Yeah, I didn't know how that is.
Anyways,
What did Jet X Gamer said?
All right,
want
see
to
ya.
talk to Miko? I got
I
you.
want my Amico. I want
so,
my Amico.
Being blinded. I don't know if you've seen Boba Fett, Tommy and Miko, because that's what we're gonna
Oh
talk
God,
about.
I didn't see the last one. I gotta bail. Okay, I gotta watch. I gotta go watch it instead. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Take it easy.
All right. Have a good night,
See ya.
guys. I love Boba Fett. Yeah, so I haven't got to the next one. I know Luke's there, but I'll see you guys later. Okay.
Yeah, see ya. Great having you on.
Peace.
Peace.
Love you guys.
All right. Now that we've gotten rid of the riffraff, Ninja Kitty and Tommy and Miko, we're gonna go ahead to some serious discussion. For the last topic of the night, we will be talking Boba Fett episodes 5 and 6. We will be having lots of spoilers, so if you haven't watched them or you plan on watching them, leave now.
Yep.
If not, you will be because we're going to go deep. We are sitting here, me, Blinded Braille. We're going to be talking Boba Fett episodes 5 and 6. Before we get to it, like, subscribe, share the video. Helps us get the channel out there, get us noticed. So
my profile picture's gone. Holy crap.
Your picture's been gone for like hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Thought it was gone just now.
No. And you dropped out and then dropped back in for some reason, and then.
Yeah, it was an hour ago. Yeah, that's weird.
So I'm gonna go ahead and take the banner off real quick because you did a false start. I like that. So we're gonna try to start this over again. So when I clip it, it's all Boba Fett talk.
Can I come back and put the profile picture? Actually,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me a second.
All right, now that everybody's gone and I'm by myself, last man standing. Too many B's in Boba. Yeah, see, there you go. So I misspelled Boba Fett anyway. Good catch. Thank you, P.O. Box Christmas. All by myself. Later, Atomic Age Gamer. Buy my book, buy my Patreon. Nope. That's why they pay you the big bucks. Usually I'm the one catching other people with their spelling errors, but apparently today it was me. Free rides in the Ferrari for pizza? Nah. Man, Blinded was supposed to drop out. There he is. Damn, it was like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
What's up, Blinded?
stupid. It logged me out. I was like, fuck, I gotta type my password now. Jesus.
Apparently I spelled Boba Fett wrong anyway, so.
No. It's Beta Fett, really as I like to say. Beta Fett.
All right, I think I gotta higher your volume. You're a little low. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see why. Give me a second.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay. Should be better now.
All right, let me see.
It was on my my other mic instead of my headphones.
All right. Put the banner up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking Boba Fett, episodes 5 and 6. But before we get to it, I want to remind you to like, share, subscribe to the channel. Helps us grow, helps us keep the train on the tracks. Blinded Braille, before we get into the deep discussion on the episode, let me just ask you for your overview. What would you say? Were these two episodes good episodes or bad episodes?
They were terrible Boba Fett episodes, but they were amazing Mandalorian episodes.
I share your sentiment. That was exactly what I said when I saw these. I said, for a Mandalorian episode, these were pretty good. For a Boba Fett episode, not what I was expecting. Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, episode 5. Let's start there. Obviously, what do you think of it specifically? What was good? What was bad?
I don't think I had any criticisms against it because I'm a huge fan of The Mandalorian. And just like everything that was in that episode, it just felt like a continuation, right? Like him dealing with Grogu, and obviously the reveal of, not a reveal, but the conflict that he has of taking off his helmet, and his religion is totally against that. So it was a standard Mandalorian episode, right? So I thought it was weird that Boba Fett didn't even have one piece of dialogue in that episode. He didn't even show up. which was crazy. It was just like, this is his show. He got totally sidetracked, and I don't know, like the show is so all over the place. Which, by the way, I should say, I dropped this show, right? I did not watch. I watched half of episode 3, didn't watch episode 4, and the only reason why I got into it was because my friend's like, "Yeah, you should go back and just watch episode 5 because it's just Mandalorian." And then I was just like, "Ah, no, he's trolling me." So I went to and I watched it, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is not even a Boba Fett episode," which was insane. I've never seen a show do this at all.
Yeah. So first off, to give a quick synopsis, we find ourselves following Din Djarin, the Mandalorian. He's tracking down a bounty. He goes in, kills a bunch of people with the Darksaber. He's having difficulty wielding it. Eventually, he finds the armorer, tracks her down. She's with the other guy, the other Mandalorian that survived, Paz Vizsla. She's like, "Hey, you want to help me build this shit back up?" So he's like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, Mandalorians, hoorah!" So they build the shit back up. They get her forge going. She's ready to start making weapons and doing all the Beskar shit. They take the spear. She basically says, "Hey, Beskar is not supposed to be for offense." She's like fucking Mr. Miyagi. She's like, "Beskar defense only." So they chop off the fucking end of the spear. Say, "Hey, I'll make you some shit." He's like, "Hey, make a little fucking thing for Grogu." Eventually, the other Mandalorian, whose ancestor created the Darksaber, he's like, "Hey, that belongs to me. I think I should have that. I'm gonna fucking challenge you to some ancient rite of combat." Ends up losing. The armorer then, at that point, the armorer's like, "Hey, you never took your helmet off?" He's like, "Fuck no, I didn't take my helmet off." He's like, "Hey, what about you? You ever take your helmet off?" He's like, "Yeah, I kind of did. Take my helmet off." So she's pissy at him. She's like, "Hey, you got to go fucking to some special temple of the holy water of fucking Mandalorian piss and like bathe yourself in it or some shit." But he's like, yeah, cool. I'm going to do that. But first I got to do some other stuff because fuck that shit. So he ends up back on Tatooine. He's going to get a ship to replace his ship that was damaged. Ends up with some fucking starfighter from, what was it, like the original, not the original, but the prequel trilogy, I'm pretty sure.
Yes. Yeah, wasn't it Anakin's? Or was I like tripping? Because
I don't know if it was Anakin specifically, but it might have been the same kind. It was an N1 starfighter.
Yeah.
They fix it up. He fixes it up with the chick, the little fucking mechanic chick that they were in the Mandalorian previously.
Yes,
so he picks it up. He flies it around. It's fucking super fast. It's awesome. And then at the very end, Fennec Shine, she shows up. She's like, "Hey, Boba Fett needs some help." He's like, "Cool, but I gotta do some other shit first." He's always putting off everything. He's like, "Yeah, fuck, I got other shit to do. Got more important stuff." And that was episode 5, right? Now here's the thing, okay? Because maybe I'm a fucking idiot, right? But when the armorer was like, "Hey, you want to help me fix some shit, right? I'm gonna bring you back into the fold." Shouldn't she have asked at that point, "Hey, before we start fixing everything, did you take off your helmet? Like, why did you wait?" Right? Like, "Oh shit, you guys got into a fight. Hey, did you take off your helmet?" "Oh yeah, fuck you. You get the fuck out of here," right? You would think that would be like the first question she would have asked.
And why wouldn't he just lie about it?
Because he's got honor.
I don't know. It just seemed like, well, he's only taken off his helmet like what, 2 times?
Yeah.
Like, and the first reason why he took it off was kind of a major deal. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like there was some significance for him to take off the helmet, and then the other one was an emotional connection, right? So,
well, did the first one even count? Because it was like
right. So, I don't know. It was just like, like you could have lied and probably been okay with it. I'm not opposed to it as like a character thing, right? But I don't know. It just seemed like that wasn't.
How do they shower? How does he like his hair's like all greasy under the thing, like 'cause he never takes it off.
I think it's the rule is, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but they could take it off as long as no one sees.
Yeah, but I was saying, like, wouldn't you like you're okay? You take your helmet off. You can't put it in the shower with you, right? So you take your helmet off. It's in
Mhm.
your room. You run into the shower. Some dudes bust in your room because they know you're the Mandalorian. They want to kill you. You're like, hey, hold up! Don't look at my face. Like he's a fucking luchador. Like, no, fucking, you can't see what I look like. Like at some point, you're gonna be without your helmet just because you're
Yeah.
fucking watching your hair or something, right?
Like there should be exceptions. Jesus, that was hard to say.
Because I'm saying, like,
Exceptions.
what if you put a mask on and then the helmet? So if he takes his helmet off, you still can't see his face. Does that count?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has like this kind of. It wasn't a ski mask on when he took it off, but actually, I think he's taken off his helmet a third time because I think it was that episode with in the second season with Bill Maher. I was gonna say Bill Maher. No, it's fucking
The one where
what's
they
his comedian?
infiltrated the base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that comedian's name? Bill. Why am I blanking? I said Bill Maher. What's his name?
I don't remember what his name is, but I know what you're talking about.
Bill Burr. There we go.
Yeah. You guys are
Yeah.
overthinking this one. That's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what we're to do. We overthink everything. Look, I didn't write the episode. All right, I'm just saying some of this shit just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Burr. That's his name.
But
It was a minute point.
Think about it. Like they wear the helmet so much, like the sweat and everything would just be caked in. Like when he pulls it off, it would just like rip hairs out because like the fucking sweat is dried up on.
I think he's got some little air at the it doesn't like
got, like, air
completely go
conditioning.
over his head. Yeah. Yeah, he's probably got some cooling in there.
Yeah, but
He does look sweaty as fuck
yeah,
when he
so
takes it off.
I didn't like that. Like the fact that she waited like hours. Like, hey, I need your help, so I'm not gonna ask you until after we fucking build everything.
Mhm.
Right. And secondly, okay, I'm not really huge into Star Wars. Like I like Star Wars, it's pretty cool. I'm not like reading everything, extended universe,
Yeah, it's
novels
same.
and comic books, right? I kind of know what the Darksaber is, but not really. They didn't really explain why he couldn't wield it, right? It's never been, as far as I know, any lightsaber was like, hey, you just pick it up and fucking wave it around. Like maybe you're not a super, dueler, but
I think they do. There is a line there. I can't remember the exact details, but it was something like you have to because he wasn't like because he didn't know how to use it. The saber was reacting like poorly to him, and so it was kind of like affecting him in a way when he was fighting. There's like a line she says. I can't remember it specifically, but it's very short. And honestly, I think the reason why I don't want to give too much of why he can't, use it is because that's going to be explained in the third season. Like there's going to be a lot on this whole like Mandalorian war that they're clearly setting up with this season. So
yeah, there's nothing as far as I know. There's nothing like it doesn't have a like curse on it, or it's like some magical Jedi voodoo that like because he was like couldn't lift it up. Remember, it was like dragging it on the floor because it was working against him or whatever. Like she did say that, but it still wasn't like clear.
Yeah, it wasn't like clear as to why that happens. Yeah, which I think again will be explained because it's gonna have to do with something with like the kyber crystals or whatever.
Yeah, but right? It's never happened as far as I know. Remember, Finn in the sequel trilogy, Finn picks up a lightsaber. He's fucking dueling Kylo Ren, right? No training, just picks it up because it's just like a weapon, right? I could just pick up a sword and like start swinging it at somebody. It's not a big fucking deal. It's not gonna like stab me because it senses that I'm not a fucking sword fighter. Hey, you've never used a sword before. Fuck you, and like stab myself with it, right? So I think
I think there has to be something involved with that. I mean, the fact that they mentioned it tells me that there's more significance. And obviously, if there's something in the expanded lore, someone will correct us, I guess. I'm not too. Yeah. Someone will have to correct us. Maybe Josh will. because he's like big into Star Wars, so he should know.
P.O. Box Christmas says, I think removing your helmet means revealing yourself to somebody. I don't understand. IR for being dehelmeted. I wouldn't focus on the wording. Yeah, I can understand where you mean. It's just like a turn of phrase. It's not literally just taking your helmet off, but they've treated it like literally, like, you know, the literal interpretation. Bomberny says Finn is hinted at being force sensitive.
Yes, yeah, that's another thing, but not in the Force Awakens.
Yeah, in the first one, I would have, you know, again, I watched the movies, I reviewed them. I was behind. Like, remember, I didn't see them, so I didn't know anything. I was just like, damn, Finn's like picked up the lightsaber. It was cool. I thought maybe he was going to start getting trained. They were going to turn him into a Jedi. You know,
Which they could have done. You didn't need just Rey. You know what I mean? Like,
and the whole thing with Rey, I thought in the first movie at least they had good chemistry between Rey, Finn. He sacrificed himself. You know, he went out there and fought Kylo Ren because his affection for Rey. And, you know, I was like, man, you know, this is a good storyline. And the second movie was like, no, fuck that.
yeah. And, you know, I don't entirely mind The Last Jedi, but it doesn't go anywhere. Like, they had some good ideas that it's like, actually, you know, you could have expanded on this in another movie, but it's just like, it's just like, yeah, what do? They killed off Luke Skywalker. It's like, okay, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Like, in that movie, they could have just been like, you know what, let's just take this. Like, the fact that like Kylo and Rey would team up, like, that sounds a little bit more compelling than just, you know, Palpatine returning. Like, Jesus. Oh man, that's that whole movie, the Rise of Skywalker, that made me just like go, God damn, I can't believe people still care about Star Wars. Like, I don't care. Like, I like The Mandalorian, right? And that's the only reason why I'm excited. But like anything else Star Wars related, I'm kind of like, I'm not like excited, you know, like, I don't know. And these two episodes, like, they were good, right? But when you go on Twitter and everybody's talking about it, everybody's just talking about the cameos. Like, oh my God, this character showed up and holy shit. And it's like, yeah, it's cool, but it's like, well, where's the story? Like, this whole show is called Boba Fett, and he had 2 episodes without Boba Fett. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. So P.O. Box Christmas is in the chat. He's saying that it's similar to a magnet. It feeds on your body and mind. It feels your thoughts, therefore it knows if you want it without honor. I guess, but still, like, that's never been a thing that, as far as I know. Again, you're presenting this to a
that might have been in Clone Wars,
right?
But yeah,
but there's a general audience is watching The Mandalorian, Boba Fett, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to spell things out for us, right? We're not all lore keepers of Star Wars, right? Just watching it, like, oh, it's a decent show, let me watch it. So if you don't explain this, it doesn't, like, we look at it like, this don't make no fucking sense. This is stupid, right?
I mean, doesn't this hold? But both of these episodes, they do feel like lore keeping, in a sense. Like, you have to have some previous knowledge of what the hell's going on, because they make no sense in terms of the context of the story. It's like, how do you go from Boba Fett, you know, trying to be the crime lord, to, oh, now we have freaking Luke Skywalker and Grogu. What the hell? Like, imagine, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be following these things. And I know people is going to say, oh, but what about the MCU, right? The MCU is all interconnected. But there's a lot of MCU movies where you could just watch them standalone and just be like, yeah, that was all right. You know what I mean? Like, you can understand the story. So I just think it's so weird how Star Wars is trying to be so interconnected, and when it doesn't really need to be. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to go so niche where you're not explaining things and it doesn't fit the story, right? Like, just do Mandalorian season 3. Why does this even exist? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Boba Fett could have been a B plot. You didn't need his whole season on him, right? Like, I don't know.
Chappie McChapster says lightsabers talk to your mitochondria. I thought it was your midichlorians, not your mitochondria. I do know that word. Star Wars. That's a Star Wars word. Midichlorian. Isaiah Israel in the house. He says, "I wish Mando wasn't an idiot in Mandalorian." Secondly, why didn't Empire just go and get a Baby Yoda? They did. That was the whole point. They were trying to get the Baby Yoda, like the only Baby Yoda in existence.
Yeah, and they were trying to like clone him or something. That was in the first season. Yeah.
I think, and now, again, this is just speculation because we know that the Emperor Palpatine gets cloned, right? Eventually.
Yeah.
Right. So I think they were trying to connect it in the way saying, well, Palpatine has so much midichlorians, like they couldn't clone him, like they didn't know how, so they were going to use Grogu as a test. Like he has a lot of midichlorians. If we can clone him and figure out how to clone him, we won't waste the Emperor tissue that we have. You know, maybe we only have a finger of the Emperor left. Like we can't fucking waste this and fail, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like that would make sense. Yeah.
Matt, what's going on, Max? You said you've alienated and humiliated me. What's going on? What the hell's going on? Chabby McChapster says he learned that in cell biology. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cells.
Yes.
Max says you hate me. What are you talking about? Something's going on here. Either someone's in the chat that I can't see that's fucking with you, or I don't know what's going on.
He posts that with no context, so I'm confused too.
So that was episode 5. I didn't really like it. It was, like I said, it was a good Mandalorian episode. It was a good. If you watched The Mandalorian and then went straight to this episode, it would fucking work.
Yeah.
So then we get to chapter 6. We start off with Cobb Vanth, another character from The Mandalorian. You got to know he's the marshal of Mos Pelgo. They've mentioned in Boba Fett, never mentioned it that it's called Freetown, but we're told now that it's actually Freetown. He confronts
weird.
They confront some spice runners and basically say, "Hey, you know, you could run spice on the planet. I don't give a shit, just not through our town," which seems reasonable, right? Because I have no we didn't see a map. Like, there's no map that they showed you. Like, here's all where the towns exist. Like, they just exist in some nebulous space on a planet. I don't know how big the fucking planet is. I don't know how far the distances between anything are, right?
Yeah. That's like pretty much Star Wars.
Because, I mean, in the original Star Wars, right, you got Tatooine is the planet. And then you really, like, you go Mos Eisley, and that was it. Like, you really didn't know that there was other, as far as I know, like in the first movie, they don't really tell you there's other fucking cities on the planet. They said they changed the name of the town. There's a scene between, I know there's a scene.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? As far as we're talking context of like the show, as far as the show is concerned, in Boba Fett, they've mentioned Mos Pelgo, which means people outside of the city have no idea that the name of the city has been changed. Change Miami. Like, we're gonna start calling Miami Pineapple Town, and everyone else is still calling it Miami. Like, people need to know.
Yeah.
You changed the name of your town.
Yeah, very weird though. I don't get it. I really don't.
P.O. Box Christmas says Palpatine tells the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise and Rise of the Skywalker. Revenge of the Sith. Cheating deaths. So it makes sense. Yeah, and if you read any of the extended novels and stuff, he comes back. They basically lifted that from, I think it's called Dark Empire or something, where they cloned the Emperor. So that was something that was already thought of. P.O. Box Christmas says Mos Eisley is a spaceport. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, again, you have to think of this in context of a general audience who has no idea what the fuck's going on. Like, you just wander into Star Wars with no outside knowledge. You watch the movie, you don't really know. Like, if I watch, say, Batman, right? I know in the context of Batman, there's other cities on the planet Earth. If I watch Iron Man, I realize that New York is not the only city. This is a planet that doesn't exist. It's not real. Tatooine is not a real planet in our solar system. Okay, so I have no idea how many cities are in it, how many towns, how many people, the population, how big the planet is. Right? You have so little context. All you see is it's a huge desert. They drive through the desert every once in a while and they get to a fucking city. And in the original Star Wars, there's no mention of other cities. There's no, hey, we can go to Mos Pelgo. No, that's not a spaceport. We need a spaceport. Or they don't have any people there. Some shit, right? There's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want that information, you got to go like hardcore, like deep into it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, when we get to Boba Fett and them, we don't know. Like, he travels through the desert. There's like a fucking space train in what, Boba Fett, is it 2 or 3? Like, there's a fucking, that train that goes through that's carrying spice.
Yeah. Yeah,
And it's going like fucking, who knows, like 200, 300 fucking miles an hour for at least 10 minutes. And it doesn't hit nothing. There's no city. There's just fucking desert. Like, how far in between the fucking locations are there?
Yeah, and then remember, in that same episode, he had to walk to, like a bar, right? And it was like, holy shit, how did he get there? And it's still nighttime. It's like how the time distance, like, yeah, none of it makes any sense. You're supposed to just like go along with it. Which I guess is fine. I mean, it's fantasy, right? Like, this is not like hard sci-fi. But I just think sometimes, like, I guess this is like kind of off topic of what you're talking about, but I feel like this show is an example of niche Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like, there's Star Wars that is like the movies that everybody goes and watch. And then there's this, which is very comparable to like Clone Wars, right? Like, I used to watch Clone Wars as a kid, but like, I just can't go back and watch some of those episodes. And like, people are like, oh, you should go back and watch this arc, like skip these seasons and stuff. It's like, yeah, but then like, well, like, I want to watch the whole show, like, and get context and grow with the characters. Like, why do I have to watch 5 episodes to understand a certain character or a certain item or whatever it may be? Like, it just seems really bizarre. And like, I feel like this show just it's so all over the place. It's like you have Boba Fett, his story, and then you're now going over and showing the Mandalorian with it's like, and it's like you're two conflicting things, right? Like, the Boba Fett stuff, it was kind of casual, typical Star Wars, but then it just started to go in a direction where it was like, yeah, you're relying on setting up things that, I mean, I just don't know what exactly you're setting up. Like, what's the antagonist here? Like, why should I even care? Especially coming off of The Mandalorian, right? Like, I'm just, and to see like so many people are like freaking out about the show, like, oh my god, it's so amazing, and how dare you criticize it? And it's like, the show's been dropping off in viewers, right? Which I think shows that its mainstream appeal isn't there, right? This is, people tune in and then they're just like, what the hell is going on? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the viewership spiked with these 2 episodes, because they're not about the original story, right? Like, they're setting up things, or I shouldn't say setting up, but they have things that, most fans of Star Wars can like, right? Like Mandalorian and Luke Skywalker and Grogu, and so I don't know, man. Like, this show is so all over the place. Even talking about it, like, I'd rather just make fun of it, to be honest, because I'm not interested in it at all, right? Like, you had 3 episodes that could have just been in a different show entirely. Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing that just bothers me. It's like, and then we have we have 2 more Star Wars shows this year. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's a little much, which is weird because we had 4 Marvel shows last year, and I didn't mind it at all. But like, every time they,
4 or 5,
yeah, we have a lot this year, right? Too. So, like, I feel like every time they start trying to make Star Wars like Marvel and try to be like, oh, we have to have this expanding story. It's like, No, it just doesn't really work. Like it feels like the universe is really limited for that type of like storytelling, and it's like just focus on characters like the Mandalorian, right? Like you don't need a spin-off to the Mandalorian. You know what I mean? Like you're going like into the nitty gritty, right? Like it would be like if Marvel did like let me give it a like they had Iron Man movie and then they go we're gonna make a War Machine movie. You know what I mean? It's like okay, you already have Iron Man, right?
We're gonna have.
I know they were doing that, but like they entirely skipped that now, right? And since Iron Man's dead, you have what's that show that they're gonna make?
Here's the
Iron
thing.
Wars, Armor
Well,
Wars.
here's the thing, Blinded. They are introducing new characters in some of the Marvel movies. Not to like really get off track, but some of the new characters are being introduced in movies, such as America Chavez is going to be introduced in the Doctor Strange movie, and they are planning to spin her off into her own
But
thing.
that's not like exactly what I'm talking about because like what I'm trying to say is Boba Fett and the Mandalorian are very similar, right? This could have easily been a Mandalorian season 3, right?
Yeah.
You have to do is take the Boba Fett story, add Mandalorian, or make it a B plot, and then have the A plot be the Mandalorian, right? I don't know what, right? And so what I was trying to say with that Iron Man point is that what Marvel likes to do, the MCU, right? I'm not talking about because they do tend to spin off characters, right? But American Chavez isn't just Doctor Strange, right? She has the Young Avengers, and there's a totally different world within that property. So what I was trying to say is by having a War Machine, it just seems redundant because we already have a movie in the Iron Man world, right? You don't need a War Machine movie. Just have, a B plot within Iron Man about War Machine until, eventually, like if Iron Man gets killed off, and like in this case, then you can have a War Machine movie or a show because now he's the main character in that little pocket universe, right? And so
Yeah.
for me, Star Wars is just not expansive enough to have these pocket universes, right? Like like if they were smart, you would have, a show that's just dedicated to, Mandalorian stuff, and then you would have a show that's dedicated to Jedi stuff or Old Republican show, right? But like you don't need like an Andor show. You know what I mean? Like that's like bottom of the barrel. Like what exactly is that gonna explore in that universe? It just seems so small. Um, I don't know. Like yeah.
Here's the thing, real quick, Blinded. I love when you go on long rants, but I got to get to this comment.
Yeah.
It says, Peel Box Christmas says, I think the biggest problem with all this is in 1977, Luke explains that Tatooine is obscure and nowhere. Look at how many times all the characters go back there in every single Star Wars story. Yeah, agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Peel Box Christmas says the problem is Boba was so popular due to being a mysterious character. It's too much fan service at times.
Yeah.
Boba Fett hired a gang of hipsters on space Vespas. That's where we are now. It definitely ruins the Boba mystique. That alone turns many fans off. Well, here's the thing. Boba Fett as a whole for the series, they're trying to be too artsy. Okay, we don't need him having flashbacks to fill in story gaps. You should have just started first episode. He fucking falls in the pit, and then you just go from there until where we're at. Chronological order. You don't need to do this fancy artsy fartsy. You get 10 minutes of flashback, 10 minutes of forward, back and forth. That shit, it ruined the pacing for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Then, like Blinded said, the character is evil, right? He's trying to be a space gangster, right? That's not
Which is a good premise.
It is a good premise, but they're trying to present him in a way like he's gonna be bad, but in a good way, right? Like
yeah, that's the dumb part.
It's like you can't be Scarface, but at the same time, you're the hero of the story. You're the good guy.
Mhm.
Right? They're trying to make him seem like he's a noble. He changed and he's noble, but you're still gonna run a drug and crime empire. Like you're still kind of evil, right? Let's face facts.
Mhm.
Which really, when the Mandalorian basically agreed to work for him, he's like, "Hey, that guy who wants to become the new kingpin of crime, that's the guy I'm going to work for because I spent, the first 2 seasons being a hero, and now I'm going to fucking work for this evil criminal empire because fuck it, why not?"
Mhm.
And then episode 6, like I said, so we got Cobb Vath, the marshal of Freetown. He runs off the fucking Spice Runners. Basically says, "Hey, you can't run them through town." Then we find out that, hey, Djarin, he figures out where Grogu is. I don't know how he knows. He just fucking knows, like, hey, that's where the fuck Grogu is. Gets there, but R2-D2 and Ashoka kind of give him the run around, say, hey, you can't really talk to Grogu. He's like a puppy. If he sees you, he's going to want to fucking go with you, and he's going to fucking take, like, Luke another fucking 10 years to just get him to stop wanting you, right?
Mhm.
Basically, Luke's like, hey, I could train you to be the greatest fucking Jedi ever, Grogu. I know you're like 2 and you have no fucking comprehension of whatever I'm saying, but you could be the best fucking Jedi ever. There's no one else to train you. And what really doesn't make any sense, not to derail the plot, but Luke is gonna die eventually, right, of old age.
Mhm.
Before Grogu ever gets anywhere near fucking maturity.
Yeah.
From my understanding, Yoda was like what, 900 years old,
Mhm.
something like that. So unless Grogu's species like turns 10 and then suddenly rapidly ages to like 30 and then is stuck in like some kind of like arrested development, right?
Mhm.
If
Yeah,
it's
because
a
he's like
linear,
supposed to be like wasn't he 60 or something? No, I have
yeah,
to look
he's
up how old
60,
he
but
was.
he's like 6, right?
Yeah, mentally, yeah, and physically too. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is like in another 60 years, he'll only be 12, which is still not even a teenager. Luke
Mhm.
will be dead in another 60 years, right? Like Luke will be fucking dead.
Yeah.
Most likely. So who's going to teach him? There's no other Jedi. He's got no other students. He's got no other plan. Who the fuck is going to teach Grogu the rest of his training?
And we know 30 years later, Luke is dead.
Yeah.
Right?
Right?
So,
So even if Grogu stayed, there would be nobody to treat. Like, he doesn't like, hey, I'm going to train you also this other guy just in case, to like, or here's the books.
yeah, and what's her name says she's not going to train him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm blanking on the
then-
character's name.
So then Luke
Ahsoka.
tells this 6-year-old, right? He says, hey, the Mandalorian has brought you this fucking chainmail shirt. But here's this shiny lightsaber. You could
Mhm.
have either one, but only one. You can't have them both. If you take the chainmail, you gotta fucking leave. You're gone. I'm not gonna train you. Take the lightsaber, you could be a fucking dope Jedi. And again, this is a 6-year-old child. He's basically like, hey, I know you don't understand any of this shit, right? You barely have any mental capacity. You're fucking distracted by shiny objects. You try to eat the frogs during training. But
Mhm.
now I need you to make the most important decision of your life right now. Like you can't even think about it. Just fucking make a decision right now.
Yeah, and he's traumatized as well. Like in this episode, we see that he has trauma from the Order 66. So it's like, what I mean? Like, it's a little weird on Luke's part to be forcing this kid into training.
And I was fucking disappointed. Very, very disappointed. They said, we're going to look into Grogu's mind. We're going to fucking see his past, right? We're like, cool. We're going to see where Grogu came. We're going to get a glimpse of fucking Yoda world or some shit, right? They just showed us shit we already knew. We knew that he was in the temple and that they killed everybody and he escaped. We knew that.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking wasted. You fucking pissed me. I was like, Yoda world. We're going to see a bunch of Yodas, something. No, we didn't get any of that.
Yeah.
So we don't see the decision that he made. I'm assuming that he's gonna pick the fucking chainmail. He's gonna go. I want to go with fucking Luke. You're not cool. You don't have the same smell as Fett. Not Fett. What the fuck's his name? Mandalorian. I like the Mandalorian.
Din Djarin. Yeah.
Yeah. I think now because the previous episode had discussed how the first wielder of the Darksaber was both a Mandalorian and a Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that there's going to be some kind of either Mando is going to get some training. Like he's going to pick both objects, and Luke's going to realize we both have to train him. Best of both worlds type thing. And then somehow the Mandalorian's going to become a Jedi with the Darksaber. Like not a full Jedi, but like we're going to train you a little bit of Jedi.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Or they're going to do like, well, Baby Yoda is going to like fucking get the, I'm going to leave the Darksaber here for him eventually when he grows up. Because technically he's a foundling and technically he's now a Mandalorian. Which is stupid, but I think that's what they're going to fucking do.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely going to make Din Djarin a Jedi. That would just boost his popularity even more.
Yeah. And then after, so we get the Djarin goes over with Cobb. We get the scene about how they changed the name of the town. And he's like, hey, I need all you guys to help me because, this evil fucking crime boss is having trouble with this fucking drug syndicate. So we kind of need you good guys to come help us help the crime boss take over because the drug syndicate. Like, there's two evil groups fighting each other. We need you to help one of the evil groups for some reason.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Again, and then, so Cobb at least is like, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. We're gonna have a meeting later in the town. Everyone's gonna decide. That's when Cad Bane shows up. Fucking typical, you got the high noon, he's got the fucking boots, the hat, he's like into the middle of town.
That was a badass scene.
You're supposed to be like, oh my god, this guy's fucking badass. Who is this guy, right? Like, and there's all kind of fan service, and people are like, oh my god, and fucking jizzing their pants over it. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, right?
That's what I was gonna say. It's badass, and then you're like, well, there's no context to who this character is. You're just supposed to know. Yeah.
So I guess if you have to be following all kind of shit to know who he is. I guess he was in
Clone Wars and Bad Batch. Yeah.
I didn't watch the Bad Batch.
Neither did I. I didn't want to watch it.
And again, this is when I say you have to think of things in general audiences, right? You have to basically, earlier in the episode, they should have shown him on another world, like fucking being badass. And so you got kind of a context, oh, this guy's a badass. So when he shows up later at the end of the episode, you're like, I already know he's a badass. You know who he is. But you get no context. He just shows up.
Or hint to him. That's the thing, right, about Bane showing up, right? It's like you could have easily introduced him in early episodes and hint toward him because, like he's supposed to be working with the those fish people. Yeah, the Pikes, right? And it's like, why didn't you just set that up before? You know what I mean? Like you did that for fan service. You waited, and then you're like, yeah, it'd be sick if he just shows up, and then everybody starts freaking out. It's just like, dude, like people would freak out the moment you show him. Like, just set up the story. Like, don't do this like, oh, we're gonna like hold it until like the last moment. It's like, no, it makes no sense because if he was shown, think about it like this: if he was shown in the first episode, second episode, right, where we see the Pikes and they're like talking with someone, and then you see him, that would hook people, right? Because now people go, okay, who is this mysterious character if you don't know him? And then the fans go, holy crap, I know that character. So it still works both ways. You could still have your fan service, and then on top of that too, now you're setting him up in the show, right? But no, they don't do that. And that's the thing that I hate about fucking Star Wars, is that they just play to fan service. They don't care about telling a story. They just go, here's the thing that you remember, go wild. And I'm sick and tired of that. It's annoying. It's one of the most, I don't even have words to say anymore. It's just so infuriating. And the fact that people hype this up and they go, this is amazing. No, this is not amazing. This is crap storytelling. This is for freaking to shove a product down your throat and get people hyped about the next thing, right? This is what people should be complaining about, not what Marvel's doing. This right here. End of rant.
Here's the other thing. So Bane shows up. Cad Bane, not any other kind of Bane. Cad Bane shows up, right?
I call him Bane, but whatever.
Because I think isn't there another Star Wars character like Darth Bane or something?
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, there is Darth Bane. Yeah, Cad Bane then, fine.
Yeah. So Cad he shows up, shoots the marshal, kills the deputy, right? And if you read in Wikipedia, they say he injures the marshal, which makes no sense. Like, why would he not kill the marshal?
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if
he killed that other guy,
right? Let's suppose he shot him and the marshal lived, right? He just looked at him like, "You alive? All right, well, fucking stop trying to stop the pikes. I'm gonna take off now. I could shoot you, but now I don't want to waste a bullet. I'm gonna take off." Like, it makes no sense. Like, no one in Star Wars or any other kind of fucking fiction ever double taps. Fucking the guy's on the ground, make sure he's dead. Fucking shoot him. But again, it was not good storytelling. You don't know who he is. Marvel, Star Wars, they do this. They both do this thing where they do a reveal, like, but you don't know who he is. So it's like there's no shock. Like, I don't know who Cad Bane is, so it wasn't like a oh my god moment, right? So for me, as average viewer, I'm just like, what am I supposed
who
to
is
be
this?
at here? Like, yeah, like, okay.
I just feel like Star Wars is the most egregious at this because it's like, and I'm talking about Disney Star Wars, right? Like every time, it's like they gotta like, here's an example, fucking Rogue One, where they showed the two dudes from the original Star Wars that were in the cantina, right? And they just passed by, and it's like the camera's focusing on them, and you're like, who the fuck are those characters, right? If you've never, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, like I just remember, the pig face guy. Yeah, why is he getting a 5-second spotlight in the movie? You know what I mean? It's like, holy crap! Like, you guys are so fixated on those three other movies, right? That everybody loves and praise. Okay, they're great movies, fine, but can you at least evolve the story? Like, why is that the crutch of this whole universe? Is those three movies? But yet there's decades, centuries of stories in this universe. But no, we got to focus on Luke Skywalker. We got to focus on fucking, all these characters that you already know. You know what I mean? It's just like, is this a universe or is this like a neighborhood? Like, I'm serious. It's a joke, and that's why I don't claim to be a fan anymore of this stuff. Like, I sit down and argue with my friend about it because it's like, it's embarrassing when I see people are hyping this up. I'm like, damn, you guys don't care about a story, right? You guys don't care. You just want to see the characters that you love, and that's fine. But there's no character development. There's no message. It's just, oh, here's the character. Buy the toy. Go watch the other show. That's all it is. For me, at least. That's how I feel, and that's why I'm pissed.
Yeah, I could see that. I remember everybody was going nuts over Max Rebo. Max Rebo was in the fucking Boba Fett. I'm just like, so?
Who the fuck is Max Rebo? Who the fuck is that character? He just shows it. He's a fucking background prop. Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? Oh, jeez. They hype up anything, any little detail that was in the original movies. Holy shit. Oh my god, they got fucking blue milk. Wow. Holy shit. Like, I'm just really sick of Star Wars right now. Like, and it's kind of funny too, because I was a person who was like, hey, The Last Jedi could have been good if they were, because that was the first time we were like, holy shit, they're actually trying to get away from the shit from before. They're actually trying to set up something new. And then they just were like, yeah, people didn't like this, so it's like, we're just gonna go back to the original plan. No, do something else. You know what I mean? You didn't need to make a trilogy. Why are you making a trilogy? Oh, because there were 2 other trilogies. It's ridiculous. It's silly. Yeah, boom, no, Banaji and Chrono.
Can you hear me? Because I think my computer is fucking up.
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if the stream can, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars has a huge problem, at least from my perspective, from storytelling. Like, people have forgotten the art of storytelling, right? You tell a complete story, beginning, a middle, and end. You have an arc. You have a point. For Boba Fett, we have no villain. We have no point. There's nothing. There's no. I don't even know what the hell he's doing. Right? He was with the Sand People, and they kind of taught him some shit, and now he's kind of different, but he still wants to be a fucking crime lord because he thinks that bounty hunters are kind of treated bad because they do all the dirty work, they don't get all the money. So he wants all the money. Don't want to do any of the dirty work. But he still wants to be a bad guy. You can kind of be a good guy and do the work. The whole these 2 last episodes did not work as Boba Fett episodes. He wasn't.
They didn't work as stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see what they're going to shove. This last episode that's coming up, 7th episode, is going to have tons of cliffhangers because there's no way they wrap everything up in 1 episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Star Wars is about the hero's journey, and that's why you can't build a cinematic universe around it. Okay, it's a very individual story, and they try to build out right with the prequels, and then Disney obviously bought it because Star Wars makes a lot of money for merchandises, and that's the only reason why we're continuing to have more Star Wars stuff is because it sells toys. There's no story to tell. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what is there to say. Like, they have source material they can adapt, but they're choosing not to do that. Why? You know what I mean? Like, you have, like, what was it? The Shadow of the Empire? Why don't you do that?
Well, because they would have to pay money and royalties to those people, and they don't want
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's a simple answer. Is this a Fandom Menace channel? No. I don't really even know who or what the Phantom Menace is. I kind of have an inkling. Like I said, I am a casual Star Wars fan. I like Star Wars. I always thought it was cool as a kid. I love the Ewok movies. Fight me. I like the games. I kind of dabbled in some of the extended lore stuff. I'd read on Wikipedia or like synopsis. Kind of like Star Wars. It was always something cool. As I became an adult, I started analyzing things, looking at stuff. And I've always said this. I can be very critical of things that I like, right? I can be very critical of movies, games, TV shows, and still like them, even if they're bad, even if I think, there are certain parts that don't flow right, the story's not told good, or there's plot holes. I still like those things. So I'm not a fandom menace. I'm not someone who hates Star Wars or is a burned fan who, what do they call it? A spurned lover or anything.
And those people, those people want this. That's the funny part. Like they're like, oh, we're not going to support it. But it's like, if this is what we originally got instead of like The Last Jedi, they would be hyping this up. Like, make no doubt about it. This is what they want. This is what people that cry about The Last Jedi, they just want fan service. They want to be pleased by stories, right? That's what they want. Yeah.
Yeah, Force Awakening. I've said it. Like I said, I got reviews on all 3 or all 5 of the Disney movies. I really did like Solo. I know lots of people didn't like it. I liked Solo. It told a good story. Had interesting characters. There's a parallel between Woody Harrelson's character and Han Solo's character in the movie and how they end up in 2 different places due to circumstances. I enjoyed that. Force Awakening was good. The Last Jedi, not so much. has a lot of plot holes, a lot of things that make no sense from the previous movie. It just kind of like wanted to do its own thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't work. And then the third movie tried to correct what the second movie didn't want to talk about, and then that kind of, so it was a big mess.
It is.
Bomberny TV says, in Loki, when I saw the final episode, I completely missed that it was Kang until I watched the Comics Explained video on the episode. Well,
Mm-hmm.
it was not Kang in the episode.
Yeah.
In the comics, the one who remains is not Kang.
Kang, yeah. He's not even a variant.
Immortus is Kang because there's no variants. Variants.
Yeah.
It's not a thing in the comics.
Well, I mean, Kang has had different versions, right? Like he's an ancestor of, or not an ancestor, the other way around, Mr. Fantastic.
Originally, it was all the same person,
Mhm.
just during different times, right? Because like he was Nathaniel Richards, then he went back in time and became Rama Tut, using advanced technology to kind of appear like a god among the Egyptians.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he decided, hey, I could just conquer everything. He became King Conqueror. And then he decided, hey, that's kind of stupid. I'm done with this. So I'm going to just be Immortus and kind of like the Keeper of Time because I'm cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then because people can travel through time and, there's timeline disruption. So Kang could technically go out of time and face himself. And then it was just a big jumble.
Yeah.
But in Loki, at the end, the one who remains, they merge that sort of with Immortus,
Mm-hmm.
and Kang is supposed to be a variant of him.
Yes. Yeah.
So the thing that the statue at the end was supposed to be Kang, but it was represented really poorly.
Yeah, because you would need to know that character in order to get the significance, like the dun 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 moment. You know.
And again,
Yeah.
so that's that. And I don't want to like derail the Star Wars talk with
Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did that come off? I thought that was on there. Did I not put the banner up?
No, it's been like that for quite a while.
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you did that intentionally.
No, it was up. I don't know why it came down. I remember putting it up.
I mean, it was up there at the beginning, so you should be fine.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, so there is a lot of bad storytelling. The Mandalorian itself, the first season was pretty good
Mm-hmm.
because they basically ripped off Lone Wolf and Cub.
Yeah.
Call it for what it is,
Hey, they should do it more. Hey, but the original Star Wars was based off of Seven Samurais. Like, just go and do that. You know what I mean? Like, rip off old Japanese or current manga. Like, I'm totally fine with that. Like, hell, that Star Wars Vision was better than anything they've made so far, which is
I haven't
hilarious.
watched that yet. I should watch that. Yeah, P.O. Box Christmas says The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell. It's what Lucas wrote Star Wars by. That's a lost art now. It is because everybody, they want to. What do they say? Subvert your expectations, right?
Yeah.
People are under this assumption that they know better than the classics, right? Like we're gonna improve on the classics, and the classics are the classics for a reason, right?
I think that's not even the writer's fault. I think that's more the audience. I think that's the audiences want that, and then the writers go, "Well, how do we make this different?" And the thing is, when they try, like look at it, like I think The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker are like good reasons for why you don't want to subvert and why you don't want to play the traditional story arc, because it's like when you subvert a story that already has a narrative going, right? The setup for it doesn't make sense anymore. So now it's like, hey, what's the point of this story, right? But then when you play up, when it's too much, like what we already know, like if it's just beat for beat, the original trilogy, or bringing back the Palpatine, then you go, okay, so you're just retelling the same story that we already in this universe know. So what's the point, right? Like I feel like when the audience goes, "What's the point?" then you as a storyteller have failed, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's subverted or not. So
Well,
I think that's
here's
the
the other
biggest problem.
Here's the other
Yeah.
thing. Sometimes you write a story, right?
Mhm.
And you can see, like, you start reading the beginning of the story, you already know what the end of the story is, right? As a reader. And if
Mhm.
you get to the end of the story and it's not done, like it's not what you were expecting, you can be hugely turned off by the story because the
Yeah.
story is built in a certain direction. It's been going on a certain trajectory, and you want it to land there. That's a satisfying conclusion. Like, yes, it got to the point that I knew it was going to. That, as a
Mhm.
reader, makes you feel good. Sometimes, and it takes a really, really good storyteller to get you somewhere else, to land you in another place and go, oh yeah, that satisfied me as a story. And
Mhm.
Star Wars has the problem where they just want to do it. Like, fuck it. Everything's going to just land somewhere else. Like, you were expecting these
Yeah.
two characters to get together? Fuck you, we went that way. You were expecting this character to be good? Fuck you, we went that way. Hey, Han Solo died.
Mhm.
Fucking, you thought Snoke was important? Fuck you, we killed him. It's like, you can't do that. They can't just subvert every single expectation because now I don't care anymore, right?
Yeah.
You made me care about things, and then you just fucking shit all over them, and I don't care. I don't give a shit. No.
Mhm.
Lorenzo says Star Wars stopped being about the hero's journey when Lucas decided Toy Tales was more important than the plot.
I mean, that's why he sold Star Wars. He just got sick and tired of the fans. Like, if he really cared about Star Wars, Disney would not have Star Wars. Okay, I think people should catch on, but they don't.
Bomberny says I like Solo. I did too. I like Solo. Lorenzo says I like Kelly Marie Tron. I just wish her character was better written. I don't
Mhm.
know her. I don't follow her. I don't follow people on social media that are like famous just because they're
I
famous.
think
But
he means like as an actor.
that's what I'm
'Cause
saying.
she
Like
was
I,
in
I
other
don't,
things. Yeah.
I don't follow her. I don't know what else she's been in other than Star Wars.
She was in Raya and the Last Dragon. I heard that was pretty good. So
But yeah, Rose Tico was horrible. Was a
yeah,
fucking terrible character.
all of the sequel characters are terrible in my opinion,
Rose was a horrible.
except maybe like Kylo Ren.
Here's the thing: like, if I can go in like the first movie, right? Boom, again, Force Awakens. Rey, decent character. Finn, good character, like that. The dude, what the hell's the other guy's name? Poe,
Poe.
good character,
Yeah,
liked him.
I would say they're like white bread kind of characters. Like they're, you know what I mean? Like I want to see where they go with them, but they didn't go anywhere.
Well,
So it was
that's what
like
I'm
my
saying. Like,
impression. Yeah.
just in that movie, like if you just go Force Awakens, those are decent characters, right? I'm interested. I want to know what's gonna happen to them.
Mhm.
By the end of the sequel trilogy, I'm like, fuck these characters. These are shitty. I don't give a shit no more, right?
Yeah.
That's the
The
problem.
I still will say the best character was Kylo Ren. He was the one that came off the most compelling, the one that had the most conflict, and he was the most relatable, right? Like, I get that he was a Sith or whatever, but it's like, like he had some problems. He had issues with his dad and his mom, right? Like, and then he had issues with his uncle, and then, the ending was kind of weak, but, like I thought that was a decent conflict where it's like, yeah, he has this legacy of, uh, his I guess his grandfather, right? Yeah, his grandfather is this terrible person, and then his parents are like these heroes. So I could see that being very conflicting, right? Like I think that would make for a good story, but it's like what they didn't make him the main character, which I think was kind of a
Well,
fail.
here's the thing, and again, I didn't read anything outside of the sequel trilogy. I didn't read any outside books or anything. The sequel
Mhm.
trilogy never explains how Kylo Ren knows that his grandfather was Darth Vader. Why would you tell him that?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you know your grandfather, Anakin Skywalker, great guy, everyone loved him. By the way, he turned into Darth Vader, murdered a bunch of children, was the fucking Hitler of the universe. Just so you know, just a heads up. Like no one else knew. Who knew that Anakin Skywalker was Darth Vader? There was like 10 people in Star Wars that knew that, right? In the universe.
Mhm.
This wasn't like an advertised thing, as far as I know. Right?
Mhm.
He was just Darth Vader. Like the Emperor knew, Emperor's dead. Luke knew, Leia knew, fucking Obi-Wan knew, he's dead. Yoda knew, he's dead. I don't
Mhm.
even think fucking Han Solo knew, as far as the movies, right?
Yeah.
So you got like 5 characters in the original trilogy that knew he was Anakin Skywalker. 3 of those are dead.
Mhm.
Why the fuck did you tell them?
Yeah, and that could have been expanded on. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. You had an interesting idea, right? The character is conflicted, and they should have added a bit more, right? Like like Darth Vader was supposed to be a tragic character, right? And on top of that too, there's another thing, right? Star Wars is not that deep. That's the thing, right? So it's like in another universe that could have worked somehow. Like if he was like the grandfather was seen to be evil, but he was really doing something that was actually maybe useful, but he just went about it in like a terrible way, and so that got stained. And you know what I mean? Like there's something that you can pull on as a writer, right? But it's like it's Star Wars. You know what I mean? So it's like if he's a Sith, he's a bad guy, right? So I think that's just the problem. Like I said, Star Wars is a neighborhood. It's not a universe. You know what I mean? Like they're on Tatooine in every single movie and show. Okay, like
Yeah. So,
yeah.
so, so it didn't make any sense. Never made any sense. Like how he knows. And again, you would think, right? At the very least, like let's say they told him, right? They'd be like, Darth Vader was the most evil person ever. This is not somebody you want to be like. Like, why does Kylo Ren like, hey, you know what? That guy that murdered a bunch of children, fucking tried to oppress the galaxy, was like fucking the Emperor's lapdog. That's the dude I want to be like, right? Like, I don't
Mhm.
understand why. He's just like, yeah. I could see being mad at Luke for trying to kill you and be like, fuck you, Luke. Like, that was fucking shady. Don't do that. Like, try to fucking kill me. And Han Solo took off because he doesn't love me or some shit. They didn't really explain that. Like, you guys
Mhm.
shipped me off to boarding school with Uncle Luke, but that doesn't mean like turn into fucking Hitler, space Hitler. Like now I'm space Hitler.
Yeah.
Fucking, you know. Although regular Hitler like didn't go to art school and he became regular Hitler, so I guess
Mhm.
daddy issues turned you into space Hitler. I don't fucking know.
But even in the Last Jedi, where he's like to Rey, like I'm sick of all of this, and it's like, and then he just goes back to being evil. That it was just like, what the fuck? Like that actually made sense that he just didn't care about all this stuff. Like he wants to do something new. You know what I mean? Like, and he doesn't want to be judged or whatever it is. Like, why not? Why not do that? That would have been way more interesting. Like, I remember when people were like, "Oh, the Gray Jedi" and all of that stuff. That was not in the movie at all. I wish
Yeah.
it was because it was way more interesting.
Well, I wish uh, the two of them would have came together at the end of the movie. Not necessarily as a couple, but like, hey, we're gonna take some of your training from the Sith, some of your training
Mhm.
from the Jedi. You know, kind of like they did it in I don't know if you watch Cobra Kai, where Cobra Kai's like, hey, you know what? Not all of Miyagi's shit was good, right? Sometimes we need a little fucking Cobra Kai, and we're gonna fucking mix them together.
Mhm.
And I think they should have did that. That's what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Again, they subverted my expectations. But I was expecting them to like come together in this new way. Because remember, Luke burned the books. He's like, "Fuck this Jedi shit, right? We don't need this shit. Burn that fucking burn it down, motherfucker." Which was dumb, but whatever.
Mhm.
And then so I was like, "Oh, okay." So they got rid of that. So I figured like they would now have Rey and Kylo come together in a new understanding of the Force and blend the two teachings and then they're like, no, fuck you, we're not doing that. Bomberine says they're saving the Kylo story for a prequel trilogy set between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens.
You know it. You know that's gonna happen. So stupid.
Which is more disappointing, Grumpy Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi or Grumpy Mark Hamill on Twitter? I don't follow him on Twitter, so
I'd say
Last Jedi.
Luke.
Yeah, I agree with Lorenzo on this. Kylo with his mask
Yes.
off and come across as menacing. Yeah, Adam Driver is not a very intimidating individual.
Yeah.
And even the Kylo Ren mask, there was just something like didn't have the same presence of Vader. Like it was just like it was like knockoff. It was like dollar store Vader. It was like,
Yeah. I kind of like that when he cracked his helmet. It gave it a nice kind of look.
Yeah.
Like a damaged kind of look. But yeah, he like that's the thing, right? Like he was played too much to be Darth Vader instead of being his own thing. Because when I was watching it, I was just like, if he was just his own thing, he's so much a much better character. But it's like, no, you went he's got to be evil dictator and he's crazy, and it's like, come on, you know what I mean? You already did this. Like, do something different.
Yeah, I think they should have. The movie should have focused on, because again, you know, Disney and everybody wants to pander to groups and all that and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the movie should have focused on Kylo Ren's character. The first movie should have been his story, you know, trying to be a Jedi, Luke trying to kill him. That sets up the second movie where now he joined Snoke and them and was like, you know, hey, yeah, I'm gonna fucking join Snoke. And maybe my dad, you know, maybe Snoke lied to him, fed him some things that the dad wasn't really evil, and, you know, bringing order to the galaxy is not wrong. And because remember, and I've said this many times, in the original trilogy, right, in the original Star Wars, other than telling you that the Empire is evil, they don't actually show you the Empire doing anything evil.
Yeah.
Not raping and murdering and like taking people off and like making them work in a mine. You don't see any of that. You got to get to the expanded universe and like get into all that shit. But as far as the movies are concerned, you're just like, they're evil because they told me. That was it.
Yeah,
so I
pretty
can
much.
I can see certain planets being like, hey, under the Empire, you know, they kept the gangsters out. They kept everything flowing. My job was good. You know, fuck it, I want the Empire back. So I could see Snoke being able to tell him, hey, you know, we weren't that bad, and what he was looking to accomplish was good, blah, 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 right? And tricking him that way. And that would give you the second movie. Then by the third movie, you come to the conclusion, Jedi not so good, Sith not so good. I got my own thing. I'm going to do things my way. Then you can have Palpatine come back. He fights Palpatine and fucking proves that his way is the best way.
You don't even need Palpatine.
I'm
Set up.
because, you know, they want
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
I can think of a new villain. Maybe he fights Snoke. He overcomes Snoke and whatever.
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
thought this through. This is just me spitballing off.
Spitting on, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, yeah.
But because even with like, okay, so I watched all the movies. Remember, I watched them after all the controversy. I watched them with no context, with no one in my ear. Just watched the movies. And in the first movie, you got Rey, and you get no indication that she has any sort of Force abilities, right? You should have hinted at it when she's trapped in the little thing and she's salvaging. Maybe she's reaching for something, but she don't see, right? Her hands in the fucking hole, reaching for like a battery, and she thinks the battery's closer, but you see like the battery moving because she's using the Force, but she doesn't realize it. She just thinks she's reaching. Because that would give you kind of, oh shit, she's got Force power, so that would get you interested in the character right off the beginning. But you don't get that. Like, they're just like, no.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think they could have done something interesting with Rey. Like, I think it should have just been the two were parallel and they were experiencing very similar things, but on opposite sides of the spectrum, right? So they kind of came to the conclusion, hey, you know what? This thing that we're living is kind of bullshit. It made sense in the past, but it's like, why are we doing this now? You know what I mean? And then you continue that throughout the three main movies, right? And then see where that goes, and then add on the lore that fits with that story, right? That's how I see it. Because people always say, "Oh, The Last Jedi is trash for the subversion and all that stuff," but no one really talks about there is a nugget that is talking about, hey, Let's do something different. It doesn't offer anything that's new. That's the problem with that movie. But it is something that Star Wars should do. It should do something new instead of being like, hey, let's go back and do fucking Boba Fett. Why? Has anybody asked why are we getting a Boba Fett series? Just because it's Boba Fett? Because he's a mysterious character that showed up in 2 movies and said like 2 lines? You know what I mean? Like they and this is not going to end. He showed up in well, I mean, he was in the prequels, but I mean, like originally, right? He was only in Empire and Return of the Jedi, so.
And the Star Wars, and the Christmas special, and the holiday.
Sure. Even though he a completely different character, but.
That's Boba Fett, according to canon.
Yeah, it is.
That's his first appearance, riding a dragon and doing some weird shit.
Yeah. But, like, I don't know. Like, I just want to see something new. I don't want Obi-Wan. I don't want Ahsoka. I don't want none of that stuff. I want something new. And The Mandalorian, to me, felt new because it was a new character. It was in the world that we know, and it told a different story. Like, just do that, please.
Yeah.
That's all I ask.
I agree. I mean, the universe is supposed to be huge, and we see so little of it, and everything is connected and everything's related, and I think that's a detriment.
Mm-hmm.
Show me something on some world that I've never been before, and just characters living their lives, having adventures, doing stuff. I don't need all this interconnectivity. Later on, you could interconnect it, but build things up individually first. That's the DC problem. DC had that problem too. Like, they didn't want to build everything individually; they just want to throw everything together.
Which, by the way, Peacemaker is a better show than this. I will recommend that show highly. So,
I will check.
There's your alternative.
P.O. Box Christmas says the worst Luke was Skype battle Coachella hologram Luke that trolled his nephew on Assault Planet.
Yeah,
that was weird. And,
bizarre.
See, in the first Star Wars movie, there was even a division in the Empire. Tarkin did not adhere to the Force side of Vader. It was an interesting part of it. Yeah, I think, showing things, you had the Force, right? You got like space magic. It's a thing that exists, but not everybody knew about it. And some people were like, no, I don't know if that's real. Like, it sounds kind of weird.
Which is also weird based on the prequels. Because if the Jedi were around for, they got killed off like, 20 years ago, why are there people in the universe who don't believe it?
Yeah. P.O. Box Christian says, that made Rey too perfect. She had no real struggle. She could do everything with no training and no effort. She could even talk to droids and Wookiees. I agree to a point. They didn't properly illustrate her struggles and her. They kind of hinted at things, being on the planet, being underneath the guy's thumb, to have to, salvage parts to get food and be fed. It's kind of implied, but you really didn't see it, which you kind of needed to.
In my opinion, she was too similar to Luke.
Yeah.
Like, it was beat for beat Luke, but then people just complained. And it was just like, Luke was kind of perfect too. Like, he had a struggle.
Right.
A little bit of struggle. Like,
most heroes don't. I mean, most heroes, everything works out for them. You be like, that dude falls fucking 6 stories from a building and walks up because he's the main character, right? He's
plot armor. Yeah.
Right. But I think for Rey, she doesn't do things that are, make mistakes. Some things you really like, because you got to watch the movie. You got to pay attention. Like, she doesn't fly. Like, everyone's like, she just flew the Millennium Falcon with no training, right? But if you watch the movie, she talks about how she worked on it, and you'd have to assume that if you're putting new parts on the Millennium Falcon, right, you got to test it out. Like, did the part work? So she probably flew around the planet while she was installing things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, you're a mechanic. Like, I'm building a car, and I just put new carburetor. Let me test it out, drive it around the block, make sure that it doesn't fucking blow up. And I would assume that she was doing the same thing. But the movie doesn't really clearly say it. You just kind of, like, fill in the gaps on your
Fill
own.
in, yeah.
So certain things, yeah, I agree. Like they should have showed or said more obvious. I think they were too subtle in a lot of things. That's why I was saying, like, when you show her at the beginning salvaging, show her using the force unconsciously. Like she doesn't even know she's using the force. It's just
Yeah.
happening. So then you're like, oh, she can use it. She just doesn't realize it, right? Because she has no context of what the force is, so she doesn't know what's going on. Because she, like, again, just going off of what the last movie where you ended up at, her being Palpatine's granddaughter clone thingy, whatever, right? So you would need to establish early in the movie, in the first movie, hey, she's got force. She's really powerful. She doesn't realize it. This is why we end up at the place we're at. They just wanted to be like, oh, she's just normal. Oh, by the way, now she's super powerful. Haha, tricked you. And that's why it didn't work.
Hold on, I just saw a crazy ass stream going on. Mr. Mediker versus Ralph and Jarbo. Oh my god.
Like that. P.O. Box Christmas says Vader destroyed it all. That's why the Jedi were erased. Yeah, but really you can't. Like, here's the thing, right? Were the Jedi a super duper awesome force for good that was throughout the universe that everybody knew, right? Or were they just some small religious sect that nobody had any idea existed, right? Like, if I went around and I killed every fucking priest, right? Like, I just murdered every fucking Catholic priest out there. The Pope murdered them all, right? In 10 years, would people just think that, like, Catholics didn't exist? Right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was saying, so like, just because Vader killed all the Jedi, right? People would still know, like, they'd be like, hey, there was the Jedi, they existed. That was a thing. Even if they don't exist anymore, you're like, hey, they used to exist. People used to be able to do crazy shit. So you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, there were this awesome force that people knew about, but then like they didn't. Now I can see, again, this is how you world build. If you showed that like the Empire had like posters up, you talk about the Jedi and we're gonna fucking murder you or some shit, right? Like you knew that was like one of the rules under the Galactic Empire. No fucking Jedi. No, if you showed them like checking people for fucking religious icons, like, oh, that's a fucking Jedi symbol, kill that guy. Like you showed something like that, then I'm like, oh yeah, that's why people don't talk about the Jedi, because they'll get murdered. She fixed the Falcon for Han and Force Awakens. Yeah, in that movie, when she fixes it, she talks about having fixed it previously for the guy who owned the junkyard. Which is why I'm saying, like, she says she knows the Millennium Falcon. She's been in it. She's fixed it. She modified it. Let's see what else we got here. They got the time frame messed up with making Phantom Menace set with Vader as a kid. Yeah. There's a lot of things that just, a lot of plot holes. And, I can go with the movie and watch a movie and enjoy it, like I said, and still at the same time be very critical of it. So, but some movies are just bad. It's just like there's no flow, there's no story. And I just, The Last Jedi was just bad. Rise of the Skywalker, not as bad, but it was still kind of.
Yeah, it was
a lot
bad.
Of potential. There was a lot of good potential. You watch The Force Awakens. People were excited. I remember when it came out, people liked it. They were excited. They're like, yes. And there was all kind of theories, and people were going crazy. And then The Last Jedi came out, and people were like, fucking this shit sucks, and this is just the worst thing ever. And I hate Star Wars. So, I mean, it is what it is. I think we're we veered off a little bit from Boba Fett itself into a general Star Wars discussion, but I think it
was a good topic. Yeah.
Now there's
we're at 6 hours.
Yeah, we're 6 hours, but there's one thing I want to get, because We always have an indie spotlight. We still got 15 people. Real quick, I just want to talk about some indie game. The Maul saber battle at the end of the Phantom Menace is the best thing in the prequel trilogy. I really liked what's his name, Grievous. I think he kind of got a bum rap.
Yeah, he was kind of cool. Didn't do much with him though.
Yeah, I really think that he needed like something that would like allow him to like an anti-force shield or something. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like everything is so stupid in Star Wars because it's like you got the Force. I could lift up a fucking Luke can lift up a starfighter, right, or fucking a jet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't you just go lift up fucking Grievous's head right off his shoulders?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like even Vader. Like why is Vader not tearing people apart with the Force? Like ripping arms off, just fucking.
Yeah.
Like rules, like you can't hurt nobody physically. You could pick them up, but just like 2 feet off the ground. That's it. You can choke them a little. That's all you get.
Mm.
Like why isn't Vader like squeezing people's hearts with the Force? It's fucking. I don't know. Maybe I'm too evil. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Yeah, why
just a
aren't
little bit.
ripping Vader's robot limbs off? Yeah, I mean, come on. You would think you could move things and fucking. You could literally just like fucking grab a bunch of fucking screws and just fucking fling them at people and explode eyeballs and heads and fucking scanners and. But none of that happens because I guess it's a PG-13 movie. You can't do any of that shit. But still, you choked a guy. Why didn't you choke a bunch of other people?
Mm.
And another thing that I never understood, when you're lightsaber, maybe you could help me with this, Blinded. But if you're lightsaber battling, right? Why don't you just turn it off? Like mid stroke, like here comes you. You're coming down, right? You think I'm gonna block? I turn it off, so you fall through, and like there's nothing blocks it. I just move out the way and then chop you. Turn it back on and chop you.
Yeah, like I said, none
that they're gonna hit each other, right? That's why you're trained. Like when it misses and like fucking having your momentum, then you just fucking spin around and I just stab you. You're dead.
that would be funny to see. I'm not gonna lie.
But like you block, so you put it up. Like I'm coming overhead, you block. I turn mine off, and then after I pass yours, turn it back on.
Yeah.
Slice you in half.
That'd be sick. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't think they they don't come up with creative ideas, and when they do, people cry about it.
He'd be like looking like it's gonna. He turned it off. He turned it on. You're in half. Just bisected you.
Yeah, I never thought about that, but that actually makes a lot of sense, though. Like I think you would think someone would use that strategy, but apparently not. Yeah.
Or like why don't you just take a bunch of lightsabers and like fucking wrap them together? Fucking nunchucks, lightsaber, fucking nunchucks.
I gotta think. What was like? Yeah, I got tired brain, so I'm like blanking out.
Bomberny says, well, me and a friend had a theory that Force users can see the future a little, so lightsaber battles are more like chess. So it's about outsmarting the opponent.
I've heard this theory before. Yeah.
Even that doesn't make any sense, right? Because they don't really explain how the Force works, right? Does Vader need to like have his arm and have his hand extended to choke you? Can he choke you without can he put his hand behind his back and choke you? Like how does it work exactly? Because if we're in a lightsaber battle and I'm pushing down on you and you're blocking, and why don't I just fucking force your arm out of the way and then fucking stab you? Right? Like maybe I'm the only one who's like, hey, force you, move your arm, stab you, choke you, punch you in the nuts, stab you. I'd force choke you right in the nuts. Just force choke your nuts. You're like, and then fucking stab you. You'd be begging me to stab you, like fucking stab me because you're fucking crushing my nuts with the force. Is there like an honor system? Like they're like, hey, you can't, no nut force crushing. Like can't do that. It's against the rules. Against the Geneva Convention of fucking force battling. Yeah, Barmany says, yeah, the force is both overpowered and underpowered at the same time. Yeah.
Star Wars.
Like when I pull out my lightsaber, right? Like you pull out yours, and I just like force crush your lightsaber. I like that, bitch. Now you got no weapon.
Oh man, my legs were like glued to my seat. I needed to get up.
It's been 6 hours. Let me get this last segment out because indie games. It's real quick. It is a free game that's launching tomorrow. I would have said in 2 days, but it's already fucking tomorrow.
Yep.
So now we're going to be hitting Gary's Indie Spotlight without Gary, the first ever time we're doing this, but we have a tradition of highlighting one indie game every week. So make sure you hit that like button, smash that subscribe, smack the bell around, do what you got to do so you're always to know. But today we're talking about a game called Mago, The Villain's Burger. It is a free game. It's a demo for a larger game that's going to be called Mago. This is from Hype Train Digital. Developer is Dream Potion Games. It is a 2D platformer. It's a classic magical adventure with beautiful pixel art and intuitive controls, handcrafted levels, with each with its own mechanics, from colorful teapot prairie, a humongous tree guarded by a fierce centipede, ancient ruins. Use your magic wand to purify evil from the world, solve riddles by affecting your surrounding. Each level presents a different challenge, and by collecting secret orbs in each level, you unlock new items and improvements. And there's going to be a hub for you to buy upgrades and meet interesting characters. Also got a beautiful soundtrack. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to play the trailer for the game as soon as I get it queued up. So that is Mago, the Villain's Burger. Like I said, it is a 2D retro platformer. It's coming to Steam. It is free on Steam starting February 7th. They're calling it a prequel to Mago. I don't know if it's an extended demo really, or if it's a the first couple of levels, how it's going to work. The main game has no release date, but you can play this one for free. It looks good. I like pixel art.
Yeah, it does. It looks really good. Yeah, pixel art and the animation too.
It has a very almost Mario, like very Nintendo feel to it, as far as the look. I do like it. Like I said, it is free starting tomorrow. The 7th. I'm recording this on the 6th. but on the 7th, it will be free. I'm calling it a free prologue. That's what it is. So I don't know if that means it's going to be like the first chapter of the actual game, or it's going to be something completely separate from the main game. But I would check that out on Steam. Wish list the main game. There is no launch date. There's no date for the first game, for the full game. But I know the more people that play this, the prologue, Mago the Villain's Burger, I'm sure that'll generate interest, generate buzz, and get the main game, launched a little bit faster. So check that out. I highly recommend it. Looks good. Looks like something I might play. It's free, so I might actually play it on the channel and see how it goes.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
That is all we have for Gary's Indie Spotlight. Remember, every week we highlight another indie game, talk to developers. We do things to get the word out for various indies out there. So if you enjoy that kind of thing, make sure you like, share, subscribe to the channel. Check us out. And I think that was a pretty solid show. 6 hours and 15 minutes. Jesus Christ, how did we get here?
Yeah, not sure. Amico talk.
I think the Amico, I don't know. Like, I think we were at like an hour, then suddenly like an hour and a half passed just talking to Miko.
Yeah, that was crazy. I didn't even feel that.
Yeah, I didn't either. Then I think another hour passed talking Star Wars. We just started ranting. People thought I'm a fan of Menace channel because I'm like, fuck, this is shit, is bullshit and garbage.
Oh, Loriz, I can never say his name. He was joking about that, but yeah.
Lorenzo, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
he's always been.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm gonna have to go and watch the Retro Bro stream and see all the exclusives that were dropped.
No.
And again, we got 9 people here at the end. Thank you for being here. Really helps when people are here the whole stream. It really helps when you guys are active in the comment section.
Yeah, there was a lot of people, like 30 people for the last, I think it was like 3 hours consistent. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it was really good. If you're here, go ahead and chat in the chat. I mean, we want to hear from you. I always see like 30, 40 people sometimes, we get up there in numbers, but not everybody's active in the chat. And I want to make sure that everybody feels welcome, just, you agree with us, you disagree with us, you got something to say. We want to hear from you. And again, apologies for the whole repeatedly saying like, subscribe, but when I clip it, I want to make sure that every clip has that in there for the algorithm gods. I'm sacrificing my dignity to the RN Jesus.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's all. Anything to add, Blind, and anything you want to say at the end here?
I'm actually going to be making content soon, so we'll see. I'll post something tomorrow on Twitter about it.
So that'd be interesting. What's the content going to be? You want to give us a little preview what you might be talking about?
It's going to be like how to fix that. I think maybe you might have seen them on my other channel that I had. So basically, I'm going to be looking at fixing movies, kind of like the conversation we had about Star Wars, like what could have been done in a sense, like character motivations or a different plot or add this character. And it's fun to make because I put a lot of time in editing into it, so, and scripting too. So we'll see how that goes.
Should be good. I'll definitely check that out. Hopefully Gary is still good. He's still alive. Hopefully we hear from him later this week. As always, we got 9 people here. Thank you for watching. If you got any suggestions, feel free to comment. Say, hey guys, saw this game. I want you to check out this game or see if you can find some stuff. Talk to the devs for this or that, or hey, here's an interesting article that I seen, or what's your opinion on this? Because I can't cover everything, and I don't know everything that's going on. I just try to grab some things, maybe some general topics that I think are interesting that we might have discussion. there was actually like 3 or 4 topics that we didn't get to just because the Amico shit went so long.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, the Microsoft stuff we didn't get to touch on, but that's okay. Maybe another
or
day.
the Dynasty Warriors Star Wars game talk.
Oh, yeah.
Or the Nintendo first party data, sales data.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of stuff we didn't really get to.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so, and again, and like I said, if you want to be on the panel, just let me know. As long as you're cool, as long as you're not going to come out here and, say disgusting things or something,
Yeah, like that guy that came in. That was
as
funny.
long as you're normal, you could be on here. You don't have to have a channel. You don't have to have content. You could just be a normal dude. It's like, hey, I want to get in on the conversation. Maybe you're like, hey, I want to test it out. Maybe I'm not sure if I want to make content. Maybe I'll go out there, talk to you guys, see how it is, see how I feel about getting my name out there, my voice. It's fine. Just come out here and let me know. We're a very welcoming bunch. Like I said, you could always contact me at TonyTGD@TheGeekGetaway if you want to drop me an email, suggestion, point me towards a game or an article or something you want to hear our opinions about. Or if you just want to tell me that I'm an asshole, you can always do that too. I mean, it's fine. But I think that's it for this one. I think we're in the bag. We're almost at 6.5 hours. I mean, we're getting up there. Every week is a little bit longer, a little bit more.
12-hour stream soon. That's gonna happen.
Yeah. But love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.
Peace.